Welcome to Fantasy Audiobook. Everyone's job change. Halo Master, I am a forbidden area. Chapter 41. What a wealthy man. Looking at this scene, and Yang's eyes almost went straight. This guy used group acceleration all the way. I don't know how many group acceleration scrolls he used. As a result, another group teleportation scroll was thrown out in the last 2 kilometers. Isn't this equivalent to throwing all the consumption into the water? Each of the group gain props is worth a lot of money. Group teleportation scrolls are even more precious. Each one outside is worth 100,000 gold coins. What's more, it's a trial place. It would cost at least 100 times to bring it in. In the end, just use it just like that. Linger, what a coincidence. Do you want to join my team and clear the king level dungeon together? Fang Chen glanced at Anyang with a gloomy look, then forced a smile on his face and looked at Lin Linger to invite. He is not a fool. Lin Linger cleared the king level dungeon with only 2 or 3 people. Either he found some bug, or he has extraordinary strength. He didn't want to really break up if it wasn't necessary. After all, we are all from Juhua City. We can't see each other even if we look up and look down. The two families also have in-depth cooperation in many fields, so they have to give some face. No, I won't do the dungeon. Lin Linger shook her head and rejected Fang Chen's invitation. No, don't brush. Fang Chen's face darkened, and he had the urge to run away. You don't want to clear the copy. Why are you flying so fast if you don't clear the dungeon? I was left with only the last 2 steps and used a group teleportation scroll. Isn't this looking for trouble? I don't do it, and Yang does it. Lin Linger explained. And Yang, Fang Chen's face looked better, and he hated this person who had defiled the goddess deeply. But I have to say that people from big families are always somewhat outstanding. Soon Fang Chen put on a smile again and looked at Anyang. I see. Brother N, why not join my team and clear the king level dungeon together? A trace of fear flashed in Fang Chen's eyes. Of course he knew Anyang. Yesterday, one of my subordinates, the 5th scumbag, was killed by Anyang through unknown means. As a result, I, who had not yet reached level 10 at the time, ran away. It can be said that I lost everyone. Of course, he later killed all the subordinates present. Without any proof, no one would believe that they were scared and ran away by an unknown person. But now, his strength has improved greatly after reaching level 10. I am confident that even if I meet Anyang again, I will be able to fight. No need, I'm used to doing it alone. And Yang's face was dull, and for some reason he always felt uncomfortable with this Fang Chen. The gaze seemed warm, but he always felt as if he was being stared at by a poisonous snake. I feel a little uncomfortable all over. Single brush. Fang Chen couldn't hold his breath anymore, thinking about the dignified young master of the Fang family. Gentle invitations were rejected time and time again. Now even single-player brushes are available, single-player king-level dungeons. This is to make fun of him. What, Mr. Fang also wants to clear the king-level dungeon? And Yang looked at Fang Chen pretending to be surprised. He didn't have time to chat with Fang Chen here. The right way is to finish the dungeon early, upgrade early, and get the so-called hidden achievement rewards early. Save yourself long nights and lots of dreams. That's right. It seems that Brother N has made up his mind to get into trouble with me. Fang Chen sneered, finally too lazy to pretend. He didn't have much time to grind. After all, it was not easy to clear a king-level copy. If you encounter a few more bosses in this dungeon, you may not be able to finish the trial even after the trial is over. That would be a big loss. Young Master Fang, what nonsense are you talking to him about? Just clearing the dungeon. What a ridiculous statement. Fang Chen was impatient, and the many professionals under him were even more impatient. If only one person dares to compete with so many of them to grab a copy, isn't this looking for death? That's right, kid, get out of here before Mr. Fang gets angry. Otherwise, don't blame us if you die. Where does this little brat dare to be an enemy of Mr. Fang? It's not easy to live till now. I advise you, kid, not to seek death. Get lost. What the hell do you dare to grab a copy from Mr. Fang? Quote. Fang Chen got a little angry, and his subordinate professionals also became impatient. In order to curry favor with Fang Chen, several capable people couldn't help but jump out and shout. Just waiting for Fang Chen to say a word, he will go out and show off. I advise you, don't be impulsive, otherwise it won't be worthwhile to die. And Yang glanced at everyone coldly, then looked at Fang Chen with a half smile. What do you think, Mr. Fang? Fang Chen's face was gloomy, he was slightly silent and didn't speak. He was thinking about what kind of profession Yang was. The subordinate died in an unknown way yesterday. He thought about it all day and never thought of the method used to kill him. Especially now that Yang clearly knows that he has so many people with him, yet he still dares to come to the door single-handedly. You must have a certain degree of confidence before you dare. He was wondering if it was necessary to really have a chance encounter with Yang. Is it worth it? Then let's follow the rules. Let's challenge each other to see who wins and who owns the copy. How about that? After thinking for a long time, Fang Chen was finally unwilling to retreat. You have to at least play one game to know. Are you sure? In my place, defeat means death. And Yang glanced at Fang Chen meaningfully and said, to be honest, he didn't really want to be an enemy of Fang Chen. After all, the Fang family in Juhua City is still very powerful. If Fang Chen is killed, and it's still in full public view, I'm afraid the Fang family will never let him go. Brother, don't worry, I still have the ability to save my life. Fang Chen sneered confidently, and a staff appeared in his hand. Please. And Yang glanced at Lin Linger and saw the girl nodded. Only then did I feel relieved. People from such a big family seemed to have the ability to save their lives. It's not that easy to die. I'll do it anytime. Call me when you're ready. And Yang turned back to look at Fang Chen, shrugged and said, HMPH, arrogant. Fang Chen suddenly laughed angrily. He had never seen anyone so arrogant before. What do you mean you can do it at any time? Paralyzing vine. Flower of glory. Start. But how much is face worth? Since Yang told him to prepare, Fang Chen didn't care so much. Waving the staff in his hand, 3 green vines emerged from the ground like poisonous snakes in an instant. There is also a flower with golden leaves like gold coins. Every time it shines, leaves like gold coins will spray out and float on the vines and Fang Chen's body. Looks extremely anomaly. As Fang Chen shouted, 3 vines suddenly sprayed green poisonous mist like poisonous snakes. And Yang was wrapped up almost instantly. -100. -100. Red injuries floated above Yang's head, but with the recovery of durability aura. The blood bar has not dropped at all. No blood loss. Not good. Fang Chen frowned slightly, but his expression changed drastically in the next second. -6,700. Hiss. More than 6,000 injuries. What kind of skill is this? Didn't you see him attack? Isn't this too much? Master Fang's defense is at least 600, but he lost more than 6,000 blood in one fell swoop. More than 6,000 blood did not fall out of Master Fang in 1 second. Dunama is too much. Are we entering the same dungeon? Terrifying injuries floated from Fang Chen's head, causing everyone to be in an uproar. Countless professionals looked at it and took a breath of shock. At this stage, when everyone has hundreds of blood blue amplifiers, the damage that can easily cost thousands is like a dream. While they were shocked by Yang's terrifying output, there were also people who were shocked by Fang Chen's health bar. More than 6,000 damage, enough to instantly kill several other people combined. In the end, he failed to defeat Fang Chen in seconds. Life is so high, and Yang was also surprised. There were no false scholars under his reputation. Fang Chen, whom Lin Linger highly respected, is indeed extraordinary in strength. It was the first existence he encountered that was not instantly killed. The health bar is so thick that even he is a bit inferior. And this Fang Chen is clearly a legal profession, but his health bar is thicker than many tanks. However, he didn't know that he was shocked, but Fang Chen was even more shocked than him. Just like yesterday, I didn't see any means. But it easily dealt super high damage. Yesterday, it was still 3,000 damage. Today it has skyrocketed to more than 6,000, which is simply an exaggeration. Others don't know, but he himself is well aware of his situation. He is a legal profession, and naturally most of his attribute points are added to intelligence. Although his life is stronger than that of ordinary professionals, it is not much stronger. He can block this blow only because he has other ways to replace his life. Among the 3 green paralysis vines in front of me, one of them has only a little blood skin left. Puff! Before Fang Chen could find a way to solve it, another huge injury appeared from his head. At the same time, a bead of paralyzed vines suddenly made a muffled sound. Then it turned into a green light and dissipated. Is it blocked by the summons? And Yang finally came to his senses and looked at this scene in surprise. This unprecedented hidden profession indeed has its own unique features. It should be a method of transferring damage. 3 vines can block it for 6 seconds at most, no, 3 seconds. And Yang calculated silently in his heart, Fang Chen is naturally very powerful. But it's not strong enough. In his eyes, it's just a slightly stronger ant. 6 seconds. I can only hold on for 6 seconds. Fang Chen quickly calculated how long he could hold on. He must defeat An Yang within 6 seconds, otherwise he will definitely lose this battle. 6 seconds, that's enough. Fang Chen looked solemn and murmured to himself. Body integration. Fang Chen shouted loudly, and the remaining 2 paralysis vines and a flower of glory suddenly shot up from the ground. Transformed into a golden and green plant armor, it actually integrated with his own body. Suffer death. Fang Chen smiled evilly, and with a thought in his mind, the green thorny vines were like long whips and struck An Yang hard. The vines are extremely fast and powerful. How can a terrifying scene be produced by a 10-level professional? If they hadn't known that this was a place of trial, no one would have disbelieved even if it was said that this was a battle between level 2 experts in their 30s. Can we also use body integration? And Yang raised his eyebrows and had to admit that Fang Chen's strength was really extraordinary. The thorny vines hurt when they were struck down, although he was confident that his defense was extremely high and he could withstand it. But after all, there is a risk of losing the appearance, so there is really no need to force it. Retreat. And Yang thought, and his body rose into the air. With one hand on his back and the other holding a book, his body fluttered and retreated quickly. Just happened to avoid the attack of a few vines. Boom! The vines fell to the ground, and sand and gravel flew everywhere in an instant. The power looks extremely terrifying. Want to escape? Fang Chen chased after him, gritted his teeth and took out another scroll and stuck it to himself. In an instant, the speed increased dramatically, and it was not inferior to An Yang's flying speed at all. The vines grew in response to the wind, and with his speed, they even surpassed An Yang's speed. An Yang, be careful. Lin Linger's heart suddenly rose to her throat when she saw this scene. The vines turned into cages like poisonous snakes and enveloped An Yang. The sharp venomous sting shone with a dark cold light, like a ferocious beast that wanted to choose someone to devour. Chilling. Ha ha, suffer death. Hearing Lin Linger's worried exclamation, Fang Chen became even more angry. Smiling ferociously, he was about to hit An Yang directly to death. Yeah, An Yang looked at the vines that were about to cover him and simply stopped. If you want to escape, he has a way to avoid this attack by turning on the wind step and doubling your speed again. However, it's not necessary. I hope your life-saving mark can really save your life. An Yang murmured, looking at Fang Chen with pity. Counting the time silently in my heart. Freeze. An Yang's plain voice came from the cage. What? Fang Chen was stunned and was about to mock An Yang for pretending to be calm even when he was about to die. The next moment, I suddenly felt a biting chill rising from the soles of my feet. Before I had time to think, both the person and the plant armor were frozen into an ice sculpture. The poisonous sting vine cage that almost closed can never be closed again. Burst. An Yang leisurely walked out of the gap in the cage, stretched out his hand and slowly snapped his fingers. In an instant, click, minus 48,560. A thrilling number floated from Fang Chen's head, which was frozen into an ice sculpture. At the same time, the plant armor exploded instantly, turning into ice cubes and falling to the ground. The pale Fang Chen inside was revealed. At the same time, Fang Chen's health bar was instantly cleared. When the ice cube shattered, the whole person felt like he was struck by lightning, and he flew backwards and vomited blood. Puff! Fang Chen hit his teammates hard, his face was pale and covered with blood. After struggling for a long time, I couldn't stand up. Master Fang, are you okay? Master Fang, what's wrong with you, Master Fang? Master Fang, Quote. Quote. The battle comes quickly and ends quickly. I thought Fang Chen was going to win, but the result was a sudden reversal. The situation of the battle took a turn for the worse, and he was defeated in an instant. Defeated so completely, defeated so quickly. Before they could even react, they saw Fang Chen's health bar emptied and he fell to the ground. Ahem. Who are you? What is your profession? A green protective shield floated around Fang Chen's body. The shield slowly disappeared and finally merged into Fang Chen's body. His face recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye, and he stood up and looked at Anyang with a livid face and asked. In the two battles, he didn't see what methods Anyang used. The only action Anyang made during the entire battle was just snapping his fingers. He has a dignified Saitagarba profession and is known as the most outstanding descendant in the history of the Fang family. He was defeated by the enemy with just a snap of his fingers. Fang Chen couldn't accept it, his eyes were red and his heart was in despair. My surname is Yang, my profession is Aura Master. Anyang was suspended in the sky, and replied calmly from above. This is not a secret, that is, no one in the trial land knows about it yet. But with the opening of the Kyushu trial ranking to the outside world, his name must have spread throughout Kyushu. When the trial ends in a few hours, Fang Chen will know sooner or later. There's nothing to hide. Now, please, Mr. Fang, please exit the dungeon. I'm going to refresh the dungeon. What? Aura Master? Fang Chen's face froze and he looked up at Anyang in disbelief. His face became increasingly ugly. He didn't want to believe it, but thought about it carefully. There is no warning every time Anyang takes action, it is clearly the immolation aura skill of Aura Master. Only then can someone take action and counterattack immediately. However, the blood lost by the paralyzing vine poison at the beginning of the battle can be restored instantly, which is clearly the effect of durability aura. I didn't think too much about it because I didn't expect it to be an auxiliary profession. Now when Anyang said it, even if he didn't want to believe the fact that he lost to a supporting profession. But I have to accept it. Your surname is N. Are you from the N family? Fang Chen keenly found some information from Anyang's words and quickly asked. He urgently wanted a positive answer, because Anja. It is also one of the few high-ranking big families in Yuzhou, even if it is not as good as the 4 big families in Juhua City. Not far away either. It's not too embarrassing to lose to a being of this level. What Anja? Daughter from Shawang Ancient City. Anyang shook his head, cutting off Fang Chen's last glimmer of hope. Without waiting for Fang Chen to react, he took a step forward impatiently. Fang Chen was shocked and felt a strong pressure coming from all over the world. He unconsciously took a few steps back, and when he reacted, his face turned pale. I was ashamed and angry that I was scared by Anyang. Back off. Exit the dungeon entrance. Anyang's eyes were cold. He didn't have much time to talk nonsense with Fang Chen. The right way is to quickly clear the dungeon and reach level 20. As for what Fang Chen thinks, what kind of revenge there will be afterwards will be a matter for the future. In full view of everyone, Fang Chen was defeated by Anyang. Now that he was being so intimidated by Anyang, he felt as if countless pairs of eyes were staring at him. It made his face feel hot, like thorns on his back. It seems a bit embarrassing to retreat like this, but if you don't retreat with Anyang's methods, even if he has more life-saving marks, he may still be doomed. In the confrontation between face and life, Fang Chen's face turned green and white. After a brief hesitation, life was more important after all, and he chose to give in. Brother An's strength is unpredictable. I'm afraid he will be the champion of this year, so I'm willing to be the loser. To give in is to give in, but how to give in is also a science. Fang Chen, who has been exposed to this since childhood, obviously knows this well. His face changed drastically several times, and suddenly it became like a spring breeze again. He calmly raised his hands to Anyang and said with emotion. It was originally a two-dragon struggle for hegemony, but in his words it became a challenge to the mountains. A sentence from this championship made his defeat feel even more glorious. Concession. Anyang was speechless. If he hadn't watched the changes in his expression from beginning to end. I'm afraid I really have to lament that I am a humble gentleman. However, he was too lazy to care about anything and returned the gift with his hand. Fang Chen nodded with satisfaction and then led the team out of the dungeon entrance. And Yang got the copy. Seeing that the two parties had reached an agreement, Lin Linger came forward and congratulated happily. Haha, wait for me for a while and come out right away. And Yang rubbed the girl's head and smiled gently. Lin Linger nodded vigorously and watched An Yang enter the dungeon door and disappear. Linger, you and brother N. Seeing the affectionate attitude of An Yang and Lin Linger, a trace of jealousy flashed in Fang Chen's eyes. But he quickly hid his emotions, put on a smile, walked forward and asked. Best friend. Lin Linger frowned slightly, a hint of blush flashed on her face. After a slight hesitation, he replied. It's not that she was embarrassed to explain, it was because An Yang didn't confess her feelings after all. She wasn't quite sure what An Yang's attitude was. Although An Yang was not honest all the way in the sky just now, he did a lot of what he should do and what he shouldn't do. Oh, Fang Chen obviously didn't believe it, but he didn't delve into it. If I'm not wrong, many of the king-level dungeons along the way were created by you, right? You helped him so much, what benefit did he give you? Lin Linger showed her level to him with a smug look on her face. I gave you this, is it enough? Level 19. Fang Chen looked at Lin Linger's level, and his eyes almost popped out of his head. Incredible blurred out. The shock in my heart is simply beyond words, even though I can guess that their level is very high. But I never expected it to be so high. You must know that the Fang family paid a huge price in exchange for him leading the team to clear the king-level dungeon. All the experience gained belongs to him alone, and his level has only just passed level 16. As for Lin Linger and the others, it is obvious that the main force in clearing dungeons is An Yang. According to his thinking, An Yang must at least have the majority of experience. As a result, Lin Linger actually rose to level 19. Wait, you're already at level 19, so An Yang is going to hit level 20. Fang Chen looked at Lin Linger in shock, and suddenly an idea flashed. I suddenly took a breath of cold air. For that legendary hidden achievement reward. Did you tell him this too? Fang Chen looked at Lin Linger in disbelief. This was also top secret information for families with extraordinary backgrounds. But Lin Linger told an outsider this. So what if I tell you? No one can reach it anyway. Lin Linger said nonchalantly. Since she dared to say it, she naturally had her own considerations. For a talent like An Yang, she must grasp it without reservation. Otherwise, when you go to Jushao Sacred Land, you will face the best and brightest young people in the entire JoJo. Among them are many girls with better backgrounds and stronger qualifications than her. Everything she is extraordinary about now will no longer have the slightest advantage, but a man like An Yang. But it will definitely become the ideal existence for countless top girls. Even if she is as arrogant as she is, there is no guarantee that she can compete with so many people. Hidden achievement reward. Upgraded to level 20. No wonder, no wonder. Fang Chen murmured to himself, thoughtfully. Aren't you going to make another copy? Seeing that Fang Chen had no intention of leaving, Lin Linger asked curiously. Haha, what else are you doing? Fang Chen smiled bitterly, his originally proud face full of regrets. What's the use of swiping it again or even upgrading it to another level? It's better to stay and see if this legendary hidden achievement is true. Everyone in the trial area, Fang Chen, was extremely shocked, but they didn't know that the outside world was really boiling over at this moment. The ancient city is truly a place of outstanding people and spiritual places. It has 2 of the top 3 places in the entire Kyushu. In the City Lord's mansion of the ancient city, although the original City Lord is still sitting in the chief position at the moment. But she only dared to touch her buttocks slightly and didn't dare to sit down, but her mouth was smiling from ear to ear. An old face even smiled like a chrysanthemum. The person who spoke was an old woman in blue at the bottom. Although she was sitting at the bottom, the old lady was there. His demeanor was much more relaxed than the city master who was sitting upright. Looking at the 6 principals who were also smiling apologetically, they said words that didn't mean what they said. What kind of outstanding people? Why didn't anyone think that Wongu City was famous for its outstanding people before? The city lord secretly cursed in his heart, but there was a continuous smile on his face. Yes, what the seniors said is that the seniors have good governance. Haha, the city lord is so humble. I heard that An Yang, who started the 9 provinces trial rankings, is also the honorary deputy city lord of your ancient city. Another person laughed and said, although his strength was extraordinary, he had to show compliments in front of the weakling in his eyes. After all, this is Anyang's immediate boss. Having a good relationship will make it easier for them to recruit Anyang to join the school. Yes, Anyang is indeed the honorary deputy city lord of our ancient city. Don't mention how beautiful the city lord feels at this moment. Thanks to his previous wisdom. Give Anyang the title of honorary deputy city lord in advance, otherwise what would happen to him now that so many big guys are gathered in the ancient city? I see. When the trial is over in the evening, I'd like to ask the lord of the city to help me and say a few nice words. If Anyang chooses to come to our Liangzhou University to study, he will receive favorable treatment and 10 special places will be recruited from the ancient city. Teacher Wang, what are you talking about? Anyang is from Yuzhou, why should he go to Liangzhou University? Lord City Lord, if Anyang comes to Yuzhou University, the treatment will definitely not be worse than other schools, and every year give Wanggu City 10 special recruitment quotas. HMPH, Yuzhou or Liangzhou, after all, they are all from Zhouzhou. It's okay to come to school in Jizhou. Quote. In the city lord's palace, a group of admissions teachers from Kyushu University tried their best too. He kept making exciting offers one after another, and the 6 principals and the city lord present could hear their breathing quickened and their faces flushed. Each of these conditions was something they had never dared to think about before, but now it was slapped on their faces as if they were asking for no money. Seniors, please be patient and don't be impatient. Please be patient and don't be impatient. Although the conditions were very exciting, the city lord could not help but sweat on his forehead. Good conditions are good, but this benefit is not so easy to obtain. He can't afford to offend everyone here, and he is being so polite to Anyang just for his sake. He knew very well that if this matter could not be handled well, let alone so many exciting conditions, whether he, the city lord, can still sit still is a matter of 2 opinions. Well, the trial will be over soon. I'm going to hold a banquet at the city lord's mansion tonight. I dare to invite you all to come. At the same time, I will also invite the outstanding students of this year in my ancient city to participate. What do you think? As soon as these words came out, several teachers in the admissions office suddenly felt happy. So good. I, Jizhou University, will definitely come on time. Okay, I must come and participate. I, Liangzhou University, will definitely attend the meeting on time. Quote. Several people readily agreed, saying that tonight was the highlight. But, I understand what you mean, but I also have something to say. I would like to ask you not to blame me. The city lord hesitated slightly, stood up and held his hands. His face was a little embarrassed, as if he had something to hide. City lord, please speak. The admissions teachers looked friendly and signaled him to speak directly. Okay, then I'll just tell you. Although Anyang is extremely talented and powerful, he is a hidden support profession. The auxiliary profession's participation in the trial. I don't need to explain what it means. Anyang's goal is probably the Jushao sacred land. I'm afraid your good intentions may not be successful by then, so please forgive me. Quote. There was a sudden silence in the city lord's mansion, and everyone fell silent for an instant. How come they don't know about this? But as a teacher in the admissions office of Kyushu University, I have to fight for such outstanding students. Whether it works or not is another matter. After all, what if it works? Thank you City Lord for reminding me, but Jushao sacred land is not that easy to enter, especially for auxiliary professions, there will be special assessments. Soon, someone came to his senses and replied. Historically, there are only a handful of auxiliary professions that have passed trials to enter the sacred land of Jushao from ancient times to the present. Although Anyang has extraordinary strength, he is only an aura master after all. If you lack powerful output skills, you may not be able to successfully pass the sacred land assessment. Yes, and if my guess is correct, the top 3 are all level 19. There must be something fishy about this matter. Han Dufeng and Anyang are both from the ancient city, and I remember that the Han family seems to be related to the Lin family. It is very possible that the 3 of them teamed up to upgrade, and not all the credit goes to Anyang. By relying on the team to reach level 19, Although An Yang's ability cannot be denied, in terms of combat power alone, I'm afraid An Yang may not be able to enter the sacred land's eyes in the sky. Haha, City Lord, don't worry too much. Just do your best and obey fate. You will know the decision in the evening. Quote. Several people talked to each other and had their own guesses about An Yang's level. It is not believed that An Yang was upgraded by himself, but it was most likely that Han Dufeng, who was also from Wanggu City, discovered his traces. With the help of Aura Master's auxiliary ability, he was brought into the team to form a team to upgrade, and the Lin family and the Han family have an in-law relationship. Later, he probably formed a team with Lin Linger again, so the three of them could have the same level. This situation cannot deny An Yang's strength, but strength does not mean combat power. Their preconceptions about the auxiliary profession made them naturally think of a three-person team as An Yang auxiliary. Only then can you upgrade quickly. In this case, you can rest assured. I wish you all the best in advance to recruit satisfactory talents. The scheming city lord smiled, stood up and gave him his hands. Naturally, the party he held was not all for An Yang, but more to attract outstanding students from Wanggu to get familiar with each other. Maybe someone is happy and recruits a few people out of the ordinary. Thank you so much. Yeah, you're at level 20. The guests and hosts were enjoying themselves, and the teachers stood up with smiles and returned the greetings. Just as he was about to leave the city lord's mansion and go back to prepare, suddenly a golden light was released from the sky. On the Kyushu trial ranking list, the name at the top suddenly changed again. The golden LV19 at the end of the level column suddenly jumped. It directly became LV20. Hiss. As if struck by lightning, everyone looked up to the sky and was shocked. On the Kyushu trial ranking list, the top number jumps. It's like it's beating in everyone's heart. It made countless people gasp in shock. Level 20. Level 20. Never before in ancient times or in the future has an existence reached level 20 in the trial grounds. It's too exaggerated. How did you do this? There are only level 10 monsters at most in the trial land, and the boss can be level 15 at most. If you want to reach level 20, how many bosses do you have to kill? Adventure level and even warrior level dungeons are not enough to support you. If you want to upgrade to level 20, you must have completed multiple king level dungeons. At least 10, it's so high, how is it possible? Being able to reach level 15 in the trial land is enough to guarantee Jushao Sacred Land. How can it be possible to reach level 20? The entire Kyushu was in an uproar, and countless people were shocked. But in the eyes of some strong people, they understand better what this scene represents. Level 20. Someone can really achieve this kind of achievement. The Fang family in Juhua City, Yuzhou stole the show in this trial. But even the servants of the Fang family were shocked because the masters of the Fang family were furious. He looked very unhappy. Fang Chen, who had high hopes for the ancestor of the Fang family, did not even make it into the top 3 in Yuzhou district. Looking at the whole of Kyushu, it barely cracked the top 10. The scene they had expected to be the first to open the Kyushu trial rankings and win the championship of this trial was greatly reduced. That's all. Other states this year have also produced many extraordinary talents. Several unheard of professions have sprung up like mushrooms after a spring rain. In this world of great competition, it is not easy to win the championship. But in Juhua City, the other Lin family shines brightly this time. Originally he was just an ordinary demon lord professional. But he was far behind Fang Chen, a few streets behind, ranking second in the Yuzhou trial ranking and the Kyushu overall ranking at level 19. It can be said that it stole the show. In contrast, Fang Chen spent huge resources to cause uproar in the city before the trial. He looks like a clown at this moment, how can he be happy? It is said that someone once designed a hidden achievement when refining it in the trial land. If you reach level 20, you will get that treasure. An old man from the Fang family looked livid and murmured. Humph, so many years have passed, and a mere divine weapon is nothing now. Yes, but it is also a divine weapon after all. If you can get it, it will be a big help. That's all. The achievement rewards of the trial land are well known to everyone, so it's better not to touch them. This An Yang, a mere aura master, is so unfaithful. It is not wise to provoke him rashly. Besides, An Yang and Han Dufeng must be related to Lin Linger. How to deal with the Lin family next is the top priority. We are both from Yuzhou. If we cause too much trouble, it will be a joke to outsiders. Quote. In the Fang family, a group of family elders gathered together, discussing how to deal with it, even though his face was ugly and he was very unhappy in his heart. But he had to choose not to provoke him. Interesting, this treasure has finally appeared. Old immortal, you still made a miscalculation. In another city, an old man slowly opened his eyes in the darkness. It was as if I could see through the thick wall the ranking list hanging high in the sky outside. Looking at the golden LV 20 feet behind the first name, I couldn't help but reveal a weird smile. Hidden achievements, or are they being met? There is a great hall with a divine power like a prison. Everything nearby is disillusioned, like an illusion in a fairyland. The middle-aged man stood up slowly with a rosy complexion, his eyes bright and his face majestic. He raised his head and muttered to himself. The birth of the divine weapon, I don't know if it's a blessing or a curse. In distant Zhongzhou, somewhere in a Taoist temple on a mountaintop, an old man wearing a Taoist robe and a gray beard waved a fly whisk, looking far away as if he had the entire earth in his chest. After a long silence, it finally turned into a sigh. Throughout the land of Kyushu, there are countless well-known or unknown strong men. At this moment, it was as if a switch in my heart was suddenly turned on, and I couldn't help but wake up from the retreat. Looking at the ranking list in the sky, he sighed inexplicably. I will remember the name Yang deeply in my heart. Outside the holy city of Zhongzhou, there is an endless mountain range. A main peak in the center towers into the clouds, and the white clouds are just lingering on the mountainside. Countless exotic birds are flying and playing as if there is no one around, just like a fairyland on earth. A huge and majestic city was built at the foot of the mountain. It was more than 10 times larger than the ancient city. In the center of the city, there is a huge statue 100 meters high. The man in the statue rides 9 lions on his crotch, holds an ancient bronze spear, and wears gold armor. It is so powerful that just a few more glances are enough to make people feel excited. If someone sees this statue, they will definitely exclaim, Jushao Saint Emperor. Here is the Saint Emperor of 9 Heavens, one of the founders of the Dragon Kingdom. He is also the founder of Jushao Sacred Land, the highest academic institution in the Dragon Kingdom, and is an unparalleled powerhouse respected by thousands of people. And this sacred mountain and giant city is surprisingly the sacred land of the 9 heavens that countless people in the Dragon Kingdom yearn for. Squeak. Halfway up the mountain, a wooden door slowly opened. A middle-aged man in black walked out. Brother, you are finally out. An old man outside had been waiting for a long time. When he saw the middle-aged man coming out, he was overjoyed and hurriedly came to greet him. Obviously he is an old man, but now he calls a middle-aged man senior brother. He looked respectful and looked extremely strange. Why? The middle-aged man frowned slightly, looked at the visitor and sighed. Junior brother, why are you doing this? You were reduced to presiding over the awakening, and you still don't give up. When will you be able to return to the holy mountain? If Yang were here, he would definitely be shocked. This old man turned out to be the old man in white who presided over the awakening for them in the ancient city. Haha, it's pretty good now. The old man smiled and said nothing. He quickly asked his question. As for Yang's matter, how have you considered it, junior brother? The middle-aged man glanced at his junior brother helplessly and rolled his eyes at him angrily. Guaranteed, are you satisfied? Haha, just give it a try, wait, what did you say? Give it a try. The old man in white didn't care at all about his attitude, he just smiled and was very happy. But suddenly his smile gradually stiffened, and he looked at the middle-aged man in disbelief. Sacred land guaranteed, how is that possible? Snort. The middle-aged man rolled his eyes and snorted coldly. Junior brother, the people you recommended this time are incredible. Their levels have been raised to level 20. However, the results are enough to recommend him to Sacred Land, but the assessment is indispensable. Whether he can pass it or not depends on his ability. Hiss. 2.2, level 20. Listening to the middle-aged man's words, the old man suddenly took a breath of cold air. With a dull look on his face, he muttered to himself in disbelief. He knew that Anyang was not simple, but he didn't expect him to be so good. I haven't seen you for a day, and you've already reached level 20. Anyang was escorted by Jushao Sacred Land. A piece of news spread like a bolt from the blue in the ancient city, disappointing the admissions teachers of Kyushu University who had some expectations. Although Kyushu Academy is strong, it is clearly far behind Jushao Sacred Land. It's not on the same level at all. How to choose, all fools know. The dinner party at the city lord's mansion ended without any problems. This made the city lord a little disappointed. But the countless residents of the deserted ancient city became more and more envious and jealous. Quotations such as, having a child should be like Anyang, you choose sacred land, why not sacred land choose you, quietly appeared. The news spread throughout Kyushu at an exaggerated speed, and many people in the ancient city even spontaneously made various large lanterns, banners, etc. The ancient city is decorated like a Chinese New Year, and there is a joyful atmosphere everywhere. Prepare for the trial that is about to end, and the hero who made their ancient city famous in Kyushu, Anyang. Of course, Anyang still doesn't know all of this. He is currently in the trial area and has encountered some trouble. Level 20, a little faster than he thought. The blazing Graka is also a billion points stronger than he imagined. Not only did the number of commander-level bosses far exceed that of other dungeons, he was able to level up smoothly before even reaching the final boss room. The last boss room surprised him even more. There were actually 2 bosses in this dungeon. Flame Pixie Uno LV-15. Golden Boss. Life, 3,000,000. Mana, 200,000. Attack, 2,500. Defense, 1,000. Skills, Big Meteor, Resistance, Overlord Armor, Flame Domain. Introduction. The incarnation of the Flame Spirit, synonymous with beauty and power. Regrant God Ox LV-15. Golden Boss. Life, 3,000,000. Mana, 200,000. Attack, 2,000. Defense, 1,500. Skills, Gully, Ox Totem, Aftershock, Bull Demon Roar. Introduction. One of the leaders of the Tauran tribe, possessing violent power. 2 powerful golden bosses, 1 battle and 1 method perfectly coordinated. The strength is so strong that even Anyang finds it difficult. Blazing Pixie Uno waved his forked staff, and huge meteorites fell from the sky. After falling hard to the ground, he recruited fire elves from them. In the flame field, you can also use the Imperial Sky Riding Art to make Anyang's levitation technique no longer invincible. Although the sacred ox cannot fly, it can simply control the landscape. It can also use the vibrations of the ground to jump high, and every jump can cause the ground to vibrate wildly. Make the approaching enemy unable to stand firmly. The 2 bosses cooperated so seamlessly that Anyang was a little confused for a while. Relying on the levitation technique to move quickly to avoid the boss's attack, he was unable to get rid of 2 bosses that were coming up and down in a short period of time. The higher the level, the stronger the strength, and the more means are needed. Anyang dodged in the air at high speed, and saw every move of the 2 bosses from his god's perspective. Fortunately, I gained 2 more skills after level 20. In the previous room, he had successfully reached level 20. While his attributes skyrocketed again, he finally gained 2 new skills. Name, Anyang. Occupation, Divine Aura Master. Level, LV20, 0.30%. Strength, 300. Agility, 90. Intelligence, 400. Free attribute points, 0. Equipment, Divine Jade Green Bag Book, Frost Mystical Robe, Wind Boots, Water Repellent Beads, Level 3. Talent, the only supreme level divine enhancement LV2. The attribute points gained are increased 5 times for each level, and the skill effect and range are increased 50 times. Immolation Oral 5. Causes 3,500 points plus 140% of own attack power per second to all enemies within a radius of 2,500 meters, consuming 30 mana points per second. Glorious Oral 5. All friendly forces within a radius of 2,500 meters recover 300 mana points per second. Freezing Oral 3. Triggers freezing every 3 seconds on enemies within a radius of 1,000 meters, lasting 1.5 seconds and causing damage 150 times the own intelligence value, consuming 50 mana points per second. Durability Oral 3. All friendly forces within a radius of 1500 meters recover 400 health points per second. Blessings Oral 2. Increase the basic attack of all friendly forces within 1000 meters by 1000%. Agility Oral 1. Increase the movement speed of all friendly forces within 500 meters by 500%. Combo Oral 1. All friendly forces within a radius of 500 meters have a 50% chance of triggering a combo damage when attacking. Gained a new agility aura and a combo aura, and the basic movement speed increased 5 times. And Yang's speed reached an exaggerated level. It is not an exaggeration to describe it as walking as fast as flying. The speed is so fast. And Yang tried walking with all his strength and could almost reach the terrifying speed of 100 per hour. Turn on agility aura, and Yang's speed will skyrocket. He instantly left the two bosses behind, and relied on immolation aura's super large range to fly the kite perfectly. Waves of damage continue to float from the boss's head. Combo aura is an output type buff. Originally it was an attribute with a very low probability. But under the influence of divine enhancement, it increased by 50 times. On average, every 2 attacks will trigger a combo. This is equivalent to causing 2 damage, further improving Yang's output. Just upgrade combo aura to level 2, and you'll have 100% combos. Yang murmured, feeling very good. Although he is only at level 20, he already has 7 skills. The 3-dimensional properties are even more exaggerated. The strength has improved a lot again. The only pity is that it becomes more and more difficult to upgrade after the skill level reaches level 5. Level 6 is still far away. Minus 3,500. Minus 3,500. Minus 60,000. ... Dense amounts of damage floated from the heads of the two bosses, and the two bosses, who were invincible in the eyes of ordinary professionals, were furious. Roar, humble human beings, suffer death. ... Despite the two bosses roaring furiously, they couldn't even touch the corners of Yang's clothes. At 5 times the speed, Yang was flying a kite leisurely, while the two bosses could only welcome death. Kill the golden boss Blazing Pixiuno LV15 and gain 6.5 million experience points. Kill the golden boss, Sacred Ox LV15, and gain 6.5 million experience points. First pass of the king level dungeon Flame Gracca. Get the gold treasure chest. Obtain diamond treasure chest. Opening square bracket ... closing square bracket. Boom. The two bosses fell down unwillingly, and their bodies exploded. Only the loot is left all over the floor. Epic equipment. Among the golden lights all over the ground, a 3-color light was the most dazzling. Yang saw it at a glance, and his eyes suddenly lit up. The 3-color light is a symbol of epic equipment. Obtain. Enchantment card Fire. Enchanting card, Flame. After use, you can enchant the designated equipment to increase fire attribute damage, or increase the fire attribute enhancement by 40 points. It's actually an enchantment card. Yang's eyes widened and he couldn't help but feel ecstatic. This is a priceless treasure. It is actually a rare attribute attack card. You can also choose to strengthen the fire attribute, which can greatly improve the output of fire professions. If you put it on sale, you can easily sell it for tens of millions of gold coins. In addition to the priceless enchantment cards, the king level copy is as generous as ever. 3 pieces of yellow gold level equipment were exploded, but unfortunately none of them had much effect on Yang. His current demand for equipment does not have too many requirements in terms of data. The main reason is that the demand for mobility and life preservation is higher, and the second is the need for life accumulation. The higher the better. After all, with immolation aura here, he could imagine that his fighting style in the future would be to stand and fight everything. If you can push it straight all the way in seconds, if you can't fly a kite in seconds, it will be dragged to death after a few pulls. He just needs to ensure that he can withstand a few mistakes and then be faster than the enemy. If he has more ways to save his life, he is invincible. 23 pieces of golden equipment. You should be able to buy an aura skill book after you go out and sell them. Yang packed up all the loot on the ground and looked at the full backpack. I was secretly happy. Along the way to the trial land, I cleared a dozen or so king-level dungeons. In addition to arming himself, Han Dufeng and Lin Linger. He also obtained more than 20 additional pieces of gold equipment, and dozens of pieces of silver equipment. There were countless low-level equipments, but he didn't pick them up. Because the backpack is limited, putting ordinary equipment is somewhat wasteful. The countdown to the copy ended, and a ray of light flashed. The scenery in front of Anyang suddenly changed, and a familiar figure appeared in front of him. What surprised him was that Fang Chen was still here, and he didn't know what he wanted to do. Anyang, how is it? When Lin Linger saw her beloved appearing, she rushed over quickly. Asked Anyang, looking at him happily. Haha, no, let's talk later. Anyang smiled and was about to reply. But his expression suddenly changed, and he pushed Lin Linger away a little without having time to say anything more. There was an indifferent voice in my mind. Level LV20, trigger hidden achievement mission. Inheritance trial starts. Boom. Suddenly, a palpitating breath appeared above Anyang's head. The space was torn apart instantly, and a dark space crack emerged. Swallow Anyang instantly. Anyang, the accident happened so quickly, Lin Linger screamed and rushed over quickly. However, the space crack disappeared instantly, and Anyang also disappeared without a trace. Anyang, Lin Linger was panicked. The so-called concern is chaos. A big living person was suddenly swallowed up by a space crack. No one thought it was a good thing. Space crack, it should be a hidden achievement. Fang Chen was also startled, but he quickly reacted. He murmured thoughtfully, hidden achievements. Lin Linger was startled and reacted immediately. According to calculations, Anyang should have reached level 20 at this moment. The moment he left the dungeon. The conditions for triggering the hidden achievement are met, and the time is completely consistent. Then this should be the case. Hidden achievements, not direct rewards. There are actually assessments. Lin Linger frowned slightly, but soon felt relieved. She hasn't figured out Anyang's strength yet. She will definitely make great progress after reaching level 20. There is definitely no problem in dealing with the so-called assessment. Hidden achievement, what is the reward? Fang Chen looked at the place where Anyang disappeared with some envy, filled with jealousy. A beautiful girl like Lin Linger fell in love with him, and now he has triggered a hidden achievement. Just thinking about it makes him so jealous that his face distorts. I thought that Fang Chen had an extraordinary background, and his appearance was also extremely outstanding, and his strength and talent were not inferior to others. In the end, he failed to win the favor of a beautiful woman. How unfair is God? Maybe it's epic equipment, or a certain professional inheritance. Who knows? A trace of envy flashed in Lin Linger's eyes. After all, as a disciple of an aristocratic family, who dares to say that they have not been moved by the hidden reward that is regarded as the highest achievement in the place of trial? Now that I have witnessed someone getting it with my own eyes, it would be a lie to say that I don't envy it. But since it was her beloved who got it, she was sincerely happy for it. How can it be an epic piece of equipment? How can a mere piece of equipment be worthy of the title of hidden achievement? Fang Chen curled his lips, feeling that it couldn't be that simple. After all, the existence of the refining trial place was the strongest existence in the entire Kyushu at that time. Even if it is a hidden achievement set in a bad way, it is impossible to deal with it with just a piece of epic equipment. It can't be divine weapon, right? Lin Linger said nonchalantly. Quote. There is really someone who can come to the place of inheritance trial. Outstanding juniors, or really formidable. In the empty and dark space, a slightly surprised voice sounded. Anyang looked around vigilantly, but found that he couldn't see anything. There seems to be nothingness here, and there is nothing under my feet, but it does not sink. Or maybe there is sinking, but it seems that there is no feeling because there is no reference object. In short, everything is so strange, as if in the dead space. The only difference is that breathing is not affected and everything is as usual. Junior and Yang, I have met Senior. Unable to figure it out, and Yang could only deal with it carefully. He shouted loudly and gave a slight salute to the front. As soon as I said that, the environment changed. Dark golden light emerged out of thin air, and dragons circled and slowly approached. As he got closer to Anyang, he realized what kind of dragon was there. They were clearly huge pillars holding up the sky. There seems to be a phantom of a dragon hovering on the Panlong pillar. The lifelike dragon is enough to make even the faint of heart kneel down. As the pillars appeared, the walls of the hall quickly emerged from far to near. The true face of the main hall was revealed. Dark gold walls, floor tiles and carved patterns. Everything looks so noble and unparalleled, like the mansion of some great god. The huge aura makes people almost stop breathing. And Yang, what a good name. What era is it now? The vast and ethereal voice came again, and this time Yang finally saw the source of the voice. A dark gold throne stands high in the depths of the hall, like a lonely king in the darkness. It seemed like he came from a long time ago and transmigrated time and space to talk to him. The figure is illusory and unclear, and Yang can't see it clearly. After pondering slightly, he answered truthfully. Today, it's 328 years in the solar calendar. The figure in the darkness trembled slightly when he heard the words, as if he was shocked. 6 solar calendars, 6 solar calendars, the figure murmured to itself, crying and laughing. Then he suddenly burst into laughter. Okay, ha ha ha, it's 6 solar calendars, it's really 6 solar calendars. Haoshang, when did the 5 solar calendar end? And Yang vaguely guessed the origin of this person, but was shocked in his heart. Can anyone really live this long? The 5 Yang calendar ended with 1,298 years, and was ended by Lord Martial God, creating the 6 Yang era. Although he was shocked, and Yang still answered truthfully. There is an old prehistoric monster hidden deep in the trial ground. If this is revealed, it will definitely be an epic event. If we could talk to him more, we might be able to figure out some of what happened. It's definitely a top secret that no one knows. 1,298 years, more than 1,000 years have passed. The figure murmured to himself, as expected by Yang. He turned out to be one of the people who originally made the trial place. Martial God. Which martial god? The figure briefly recalled the past, then couldn't help but frown and asked. What a loud tone, you dared to name it after God. No one in their splendid era dared to claim such a title. Martial God, Master Wu Siwen. Legend has it that he understood the power of God and successfully killed the god. He just broke through the limit of 5 turns and successfully opened 6 turns. And Yang was slightly envious. The legend of Martial God has been circulating since the day he was born. His reputation and status in this world are no less than those of the great men in his previous life. The way of counting years in this world is rather strange. This solar calendar is not that solar calendar. 1 turn, 1 sun. The 5 solar calendar means that the limit of a professional is the 5th turn. If you want to continue upgrading, you must break the 5-turn limit and start the 6-turn era. Only then can we continue to upgrade and become stronger. The stronger the strength, the harder it is to break the limit. Legend has it that when the professionals first appeared, everyone could only turn once, but it only took less than a year. Someone has successfully broken the limit, allowing everyone to continue to upgrade in the 2nd turn. Then it took 10 years to enter the 3 solar calendar. It took another 98 years to enter the 4 solar calendar, but in the 5 solar calendar. But it took a full 1,298 years to successfully break through and enter the current 6 solar calendar era. The reason why the 5th rank took so long is said to be because the 5th rank of level 150 has reached the limit of human beings. One step further is the legendary realm of God. A strong person at rank 6 is no different from a god. The strength is unbelievable, completely beyond the limits of data. It is a kind of existence similar to rules, which is completely unimaginable. Every breakthrough in the solar calendar can be regarded as a leap forward in human civilization. It is also the progress of human land reclamation, which represents the further expansion of human territory. Able to explore more unknown territories. Therefore, Wu Siwen, the nearest great man, led the human race to open up the divine path. Having the potential to become a god, with such achievements. Its status in the Dragon Kingdom and even among humans can be imagined. Wu Siwen. It turned out to be that little guy from the Wu family. I didn't expect that he was the one who succeeded in the end. The figure seemed a little surprised and became a little silent. Buzz. The vast divine power suddenly emerged, and a tall figure quietly appeared in the hall. He was like a golden sun, with no light at all. But it illuminated the entire huge hall. Just looking up, and Yang felt dizzy and uncomfortable. That uncomfortable feeling when you want to vomit but can't. The combination of his 2 lifetime experiences is beyond description. Someone called me, a familiar scent. Long time no see, Uncle Shang. The figure glanced at Xiang in surprise, as if he was surprised but had already guessed. He glanced at the figure calmly, his face expressionless. You, Wu Siwen. How did you get in? The visitor was calm, but the old antique in the hall was obviously a little frightened. He stood up at a loss and asked with a scream. The terrifying pressure made his figure illusory, as if he was going to dissipate at any time. Viswin, martial god, hiss, and Yang, who was ignored by no one, suddenly took a breath when he heard the scream. Looking at the visitor in shock, the ordinary figure turned out to be the legendary martial god Wu Siwen. The power of the gods, isn't this the power you pursue throughout your life? Martial god looked down at the old antique, his face still calm. Just like a god descending to earth, mundane ants have long been unable to enter his eyes. But he is indeed a god descended to earth. He has long been able to ignore all the rules in the world. It's not difficult to follow your words. You and I. Old Antique felt his mouth go dry and looked at martial god with envy and awe. After a while, he let out a long sigh and collapsed weakly on the throne behind him. 6th transformation spirit. Amazing, really amazing. The old antique laughed miserably, his eyes slumped. My Shangjia, am I still here? Gone. Martial god's expression remained calm, as if he was talking about something unrelated. The old man's body trembled, and he looked at martial god tremblingly. I didn't do it, it has nothing to do with me. Martial god seemed to know what he was thinking and spoke first. Quote. The old man's eyes became darker and darker, and he fell silent. Aren't you going to ask who did it? The old man stopped talking, and martial god spoke curiously. There is only a trace of remnant soul left, so what if I ask? The old man smiled bitterly, and Yang, who was eavesdropping, tried his best to look. Only then did I realize that the old man's figure was illusory, and he was a disembodied existence. Martial god nodded, turned around and looked around. Is this the cornerstone of your original creation of the trial place? Use a so-called hidden achievement to trigger it, awaken a ray of your residual soul, and then lay a backhand. Now it seems to have failed. My eyes are becoming more and more bitter, and my face shows despair. Yeah. Who would have thought that we would have to wait until the 6 solar calendars before the achievement is triggered? Martial god curled his lips indifferently, but his eyes were on Yang. For a moment, Yang felt horrified, as if he was being targeted by an omnipotent god. The other party may not even have a thought if he wants to die. The disparity in strength is unimaginable. He couldn't even think of escaping. Fortunately, martial god didn't seem to have any ill intentions towards a weakling like him. He only looked at him for a moment and then withdrew his gaze. I am a backup man who gets lucky, so failure is normal. Martial god withdrew his gaze, and Yang finally breathed a sigh of relief. A short moment felt like 10,000 years. At this moment, Yang felt like he was sweating profusely. It was like being fished out of water, and he never wanted to experience that terrifying feeling again in his life. Setting the level 20 hidden condition is to prevent others from discovering it, but at the same time, it also allows you to negligibly trigger the chance of triggering it later. It's been a long time waiting, entering the 6 solar calendar is inevitable. Without me, someone else would have become a god. I would never allow you old antiques to be resurrected from the dead. You, commit suicide. Martial god's tone was calm, and he didn't have the slightest intention to kill. But one word determined the life and death of a prehistoric being. Once I see the divine grace, I will die without any regrets. The old man smiled bitterly, his eyes desperate. There was no movement, and suddenly the figure dissipated and turned into little rays of light. It disappeared without a trace in the blink of an eye. Is he dead now? Yang was dumbfounded and didn't know why martial god said this. It was obvious from their tone that the two knew each other, and martial god even called him Uncle Shang at first. But now the conversation changed and he was directly sentenced to death, which immediately made him jump with fear. We are not afraid of the power of martial god, but we are afraid of the moodiness of martial god. Horrible. Resurrection from the dead, disrupting Sunada, great terror will come, and the destruction of our world will be further advanced. Unexpectedly, Martial God turned around and explained. But the information contained in this simple sentence is extremely terrifying. It made Yang feel cold in his heart. Yang, ancient city, you are very good. I will remember you. Martial God took a deep look at Yang and suddenly said something incomprehensible. The figure disappeared quietly in the next second, as silently as when he arrived. Hidden achievement rewards are just under the throne. Use them with caution, use them with caution. A word floated from the void, blocking Yang's mouth as he was about to ask. Under the throne. Yang muttered, setting all auras to display state. In an instant, colorful lights lit up, finally illuminating the hall. Yang searched under the throne and found a treasure chest. Get. Divine weapon destroyed in all directions. Hiss. The sweet prompt sound came, but Yang suddenly took a breath. God. Divine weapon. Yang looked at the equipment in front of him in disbelief. He saw an ordinary seal. The size of a palm is square. If it weren't for the reminder sound in my head. He almost suspected that this thing was an ancient seal found in the market. The hidden achievement reward is actually divine weapon. Yang was stunned, feeling everything seemed like a dream. In less than a few minutes, he witnessed an ancient being from ancient times vanish into thin air. I also met the great emperor, the top god existing in the world, and the strongest man in the Dragon Kingdom, Martial God. Even more inexplicably, I got a divine weapon. I posted it. I really posted it. After the shock, Yang came back to his senses and was immediately excited. My face turned red with excitement and my hands trembled. Holding the ancient seal as if it were some kind of holy object, he carefully brought it in front of him. I was afraid it would fall to the ground and break. Destruction in all directions divine weapon. After killing any profession, you can obtain the opponent's random 2 to 5 points of main attributes. The enemy whose attributes are absorbed will be resurrected after a certain period of time. Effective when placed in backpack. Death drop. Introduction. Divine weapon. No, this is evil. Closing square bracket. The attributes of divine weapon are simple, without the thousands of attribute bonuses that Yang imagined. But just one glance made Yang look straight in the eye. Kill any professional to get the opponent's random main attributes. The simple introduction made Yang's scalp numb. The introduction of divine weapon impressed him deeply. Where is this divine weapon? This is simply a magic weapon used by regional devils. There seems to be no attribute bonus, but as long as you want it, you can get almost unlimited attribute points and build yourself into an invincible hexagonal warrior. The seemingly ordinary ancient seal made Yang breathe heavily at this moment. Staring at Ji Yuyin with red eyes, struggling wildly in his heart. The temptation brought by the simple, rough and extreme power, even a second-generation man, is a little unable to resist. As long as he loses his humanity and relies on his aura master skills, you can easily obtain thousands of attribute points, and it is not a dream for a strong person to surpass rank 4 or even rank 5 in just a few days. No, if I am truly invincible, Martial God can't just give it to me like this. Suddenly, Yang woke up with a start. The meaningful look in Martial God's eyes before he finally left, and the last 2 words, use with caution. It shows that invincibility is by no means that simple. Where is the divine weapon? This is simply a magic weapon. Yang glanced at the ancient seal with lingering fear, forcing himself not to look any further. He put it directly into the corner of his backpack. 273 He was worried that he would be tempted if he looked at it twice more. Become a murderer and become the slave of this divine weapon. Only kill the enemy, at most, kill more barbarians in the future. Yang murmured, thinking about this finally made his face look a little better. He can almost guarantee that the Supreme Martial God is definitely watching him somewhere. Once you really fall into being the slave of this divine weapon, you will be eliminated by Martial God before Bao Bukji can even wait for invincible. If he didn't have this worry, he wouldn't be sure whether he could resist the temptation of this divine weapon. Phew, the trial is over. Yang breathed a long sigh of relief, raised his head and looked around the hall. Suddenly I couldn't help but frown slightly. I also got this reward, but I don't know how to leave the space. Is there some mechanism? Yang looked around in confusion. The huge hall seemed to be in endless nothingness. It is majestic and magnificent, but there is only one main hall. No matter how Yang searches, there is no secret door leading to other places. After searching for more than 10 minutes, Yang suddenly felt numb. Isn't he trapped here? Martial God. Martial God. He tried calling Martial God, but there was no response. Yang suddenly became depressed. This inheritance trial. Wait. Yang reacted suddenly. Before he came in. The prompt sound seems to be an inheritance trial. Inheritance. Could it be that there is some inheritance hidden here? You can only get out if you get the inheritance. Yang murmured to himself in confusion, looking at the current throne. It seems that this is the only place in the entire hall related to the so-called inheritance. The throne is forged from an unknown material, and the whole body looks like a huge purple jade carving. It is completely integrated without any gaps, and there is a purple gold shimmer in the dark golden hall. Looks extremely noble. Yang tried to sit on it, but it was not as cold as expected. Instead, it feels warm to the touch, like the softest part of a girl, extremely comfortable. Get buff. Blessing of purple jade mineral essence. Strength +1. Agility +1. Intelligence +1. Experience +10,000. Opening parenthesis ... closing parenthesis. As soon as he sat on the throne, Yang suddenly received a buff. You can actually get a little 3D plus 10,000 experience points every minute. Holy shit. Purple jade mineral essence. This chair is made of purple jade mineral essence. Yang was startled, and when he checked the buff, he almost cried out. 1 point of 3D and 10,000 experience points are obtained every minute. In 1 hour, that is 60 3D points and 60 million experience points. Heaven is 1,443 dimensional attributes and 140 million experience points. Sitting for 1 day is equivalent to a hidden combat professional rising to more than 300 levels. Yang took a deep breath, and after a little calculation, his eyes turned red. Although it cannot be calculated this way, as a professional becomes a second or third professional, the attribute points gained each time he upgrades will increase. Moreover, there will be many natural and earthly treasures that can increase the attributes of professionals. But it still can't cover up the incredible effect this chair brings. Yang turned his head and looked at the chair under him. He didn't care about inheritance or not. If we move this chair back, we won't change it even if we give him a spot in Jushao sacred land. What a luxury. Yang jumped up and looked at the chair with fiery eyes. He cursed secretly in his heart. He knew that all those strong men were so rich that they could rival the country. But I never expected to be so rich. Legend has it that a piece of purple jade mineral essence, the size of a soybean and worth tens of millions, was used to carve a chair out of a single piece. No, we must move back. Yang circled around the chair, stretched out his hand and tried to move it. The chair didn't move at all. Let's fight. Yang's heart was burning, and this difficulty did not make him flinch at all. He took out the fish intestine sword that had been eliminated long ago, gritted his teeth and started cutting slowly from the bottom of the chair. Purple jade is an extremely rare mineral. It is said that if you add a little bit when refining equipment, you can use ordinary materials to refine a piece of yellow gold level equipment. It's not difficult to refine diamond equipment with a little extra effort. Since ancient times, Dragon Kingdom has only found this kind of ore in one copy outside the Demon City. At that time, a large number of powerful men from other countries came to compete, and a fierce war broke out. In the end, Longguo succeeded in seizing the ownership of this copy by virtue of its geographical location. For this purpose, a magic capital city was specially built, and now it has developed into one of the most powerful cities in the Dragon Kingdom. One can imagine how precious purple jade is. Although purple jade ore is extremely hard, purple jade mineral essence has opposite properties. As gentle as jade and more flexible. But even so, it is not something that a small piece of silver equipment can easily cut. Click. Using the fish intestine sword as a saw, Yang worked hard to cut. However, just after a tiny incision was made, a click was heard. The fish intestine sword broke directly into 2 pieces. Come again. Yang was not discouraged and took out a yellow gold level sword. Squat down and continue to press hard. Clang, sonorous. In the empty hall, the sound of metal cutting continued to sound. Sometimes accompanied by clicking sounds, Yang pulled the sword selflessly. There is only one obsession in my heart, and that is to cut off this throne. Take it back to your home. Beyond the edge of the Dragon Kingdom, on the edge of a forbidden land. Martial God seemed to have seen something, and couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. This kid. Martial God shook his head, a little dumbfounded. But I'm too lazy to care about anything, as long as Anyang doesn't get distracted by that divine weapon. Then there is nothing to worry about. Where can we go in the future? It depends on his own destiny. Place of trial, Gate of Flame Graka. Lin Linger and Fang Chen are still waiting here. As time passes by, Anyang still had no intention of coming out, and Lin Linger suddenly became a little anxious. Why isn't it over yet? Any JFI, Yang won't be in any danger, right? Fang Chen curled his lips. How long had he ever seen the little princess of the Lin family look like this? Don't worry, Anyang is so powerful, what danger can he pose? Forget it, let's go. See you in Jushao Sacred Land. Fang Chen shook his head, too lazy to wait any longer. Anyway, with Anyang's strength, he will definitely enter Jushao Sacred Land. Then he will find a way to find out what the rewards are. Now he has to think about how to face the elders of the Fang family after going out. After all, he paid such a huge price to find hundreds of teammates to help him clear the dungeon. As a result, he didn't get first place, let alone first place. I'm afraid he doesn't even have a place in the top 3. Such a result is a bit embarrassing when I think about it. Jushao Sacred Land. No, I want to go to the ancient city. Lin Linger's eyes flickered and she murmured. Suddenly he smiled slyly. Anyang, wait for me. Boom. As the last second came, a loud vibration suddenly came from the entire trial place. A supreme power swept across the entire trial place, and for an instant it was as if the space had stopped. Then space cracks appeared one after another, swallowing up every professional. The next second, the entire trial place returned to deathly silence. It's out, the trial is over. In the ancient city, night is coming, but it cannot stop the enthusiasm of the city. Countless people are looking forward to it and watching the countdown reach 0. Suddenly he couldn't help shouting loudly. The trial is over, Anyang is coming out. Anyang, 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 Handu Feng, Handu Feng, Handu Feng. The whole city was boiling, and countless people spontaneously shouted Anyang's name loudly. The voice resounded through the sky, occasionally mixed with a bit of Han Dufeng's name. Principal Zhang Shuiguo couldn't help but glance at the man next to him who was almost grinning. He was the patriarch of the Han family in Wanggu City. He is also the father of Han Dufeng. This atmosphere group was obviously done by him. Listening to the sound of Han Dufeng, like a boat in the sea, Zhang Shuiguo suddenly blushed. I can't wait to find a place to get in. But Han's father obviously didn't have this idea. At this moment, his old face almost turned into chrysanthemums with laughter. I dressed up specially, took out a set of equipment from the bottom of my box and put them on. Just to welcome his son's return. Haha, Brother Lang, my outfit looks pretty good, right? This is a level 50 gold suit. Father Han said to another middle-aged man like he was showing off. Snort. Lang Feng's unattractive face suddenly darkened, and he snorted coldly and didn't bother to answer him. He is Lang Shuyao's father. Originally, his daughter awakened the rare combat professional element mage this year. Known as the two prides of the ancient city, Han Dufeng has now risen to level 19 and is stealing the show. On the other hand, Lang Shuyao has not even reached level 15. The comparison between the two is simply worlds apart. How could such a gap make him feel better? Come out, ha ha ha, Fenger, come here quickly. Father Han didn't take it seriously either. He stared closely at the trial square. Han Dufeng was instantly spotted. After all, the level of LV-19 was there. The aura crushes everyone, just like fireflies in the night sky. It's hard not to be discovered. Yeah, where's Anyang? But at this moment, someone looked surprised and suspicious. If Han Dufeng's IV-19 level is like the fireflies in the night sky, then Anyang must be the full moon in the night sky. It's impossible not to be discovered. But at this time, Anyang was clearly nowhere to be seen, which suddenly made everyone suspicious. I didn't see it. How is it possible? Where is Anyang? Didn't come back. It's impossible. After the trial, everyone returned at the same time. How could it not be possible? Could he be dead? Not only did someone suddenly speak, but the ancient city suddenly fell silent. Countless shouts suddenly stopped, and the expressions of countless people changed drastically. Nonsense. Gumu's eyes seemed to be on fire, glaring at the person who spoke. The name is still on the ranking list, how could it be dead? Yes, if you die, your name will naturally disappear from the rankings. He's definitely not dead, there must be some accident. What kind of surprise could there be? That is a place of trial. Who knows? As long as he's not dead. Only then did people react and couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. Then he couldn't help but become confused, and countless people talked about it. But it's only for ordinary people. As a strong person, you naturally know why. It seems that the hidden achievement reward can't be obtained only after reaching the standard. I don't know what it is. In the city lord's mansion, the teacher from the admissions office of Yuzhou University said enviously. Who knows? It's definitely not a mortal thing anyway. After all, the person who took action was the top being at that time, how could he give it to ordinary things? Yes, but Anyang has received the letter of recommendation from Jushao Sacred Land. I wonder why you haven't left yet. Haha, Brother Zhang, aren't you leaving now? It's good to come here and meet these young heroes. You can't go back empty-handed, right? Haha, each other. Several admissions office teachers were sipping tea and did not leave even when night fell. But quietly waiting for something. Although Anyang has been recommended, in the final analysis he is also a supporting profession. Going to Jushao Sacred Land is not the best choice. They think they can still fight for it. After all, what if? If Anyang is impressed by the conditions offered, wouldn't that be a great achievement? However, this wait is almost midnight. The uproar outside has long since calmed down, and the current trialists in Wanggu City have already belonged to their own country. Several people in the city lord's mansion suddenly couldn't sit still. After drinking cup after cup of this rough tea from the edge, my stomach became bloated. It's really uncomfortable to have to keep talking and laughing in a graceful manner. This hidden achievement, haha, it seems that the rewards are not so easy to get. The city lord saw that the atmosphere was getting colder and couldn't help but say haha. However, it was a bit embarrassing and no one paid attention to it. Boom, just when he was about to say something, suddenly there was another roar in the night sky. A huge space crack finally appeared, which shocked the teachers who had been waiting for a long time. He quickly put down the teacup and instantly flew into the sky with a catapult. Waiting eagerly for the next second, a figure spurted out from the crack, and the face that had been seen countless times suddenly made several people's eyes light up. Brother Anyang, brother. The city lord spoke first, just saying. He was a little hesitant. It doesn't fit in with everyone's imagination of young people who are wild and high-spirited. The young man in front of him looked shabby and his clothes were in tatters. It looks like, as if it came out of a hole in the ground. He doesn't have the magnanimity of this year's champion of trials and the opener of the Kyushu trial rankings. It's a bit embarrassing. Everyone present was a little embarrassed. The cracks disappeared in the sky. The atmosphere is somewhat anomaly. Good evening, everyone. Anyang was also very embarrassed. He never expected to meet everyone in this way. The dozen or so strong men in front of them had extraordinary bearings, and their auras were as calm as the abyss or the sea. At a glance, you can tell that he is at least a rank 3 or above. The Lord of the Ancient City, a character who could only be seen in newspapers and periodicals. At this moment, I can only stand in the corner, with so many people outside to greet me. Anyang couldn't help but feel a little flattered. Little brother and is truly worthy of being the first person in history. Even the way he appears is so unique, haha. One of the teachers reacted the fastest and laughed loudly to reveal the scene. Ha ha ha, it's better to meet each other than to be famous. Even the dust on a pearl can't cover up the extraordinary magnanimity of Brother Anyang. Yes, round brow bones and firm eyes are signs of great talent. Yes, Brother Anyang is extremely talented. He has completed the feat of leveling up to 20 levels in a row in just 2 days. It is really a blessing for our Dragon Kingdom. The teachers in the admissions office may be very old, but their ability to flatter is not bad at all. A series of rainbow farts blew, and if it were any other boy, he would be immediately confused. Seniors, you are so complimentary. Should we go down first and talk about it later? Simply, and Yang too is a human being, so he is not in a precarious mood. The people in front of him were not introduced, but he had already guessed their origins. It's just that at this moment, he just came out of the place of trial and cut off the throne for a long time. He was so disgraced that it really didn't suit his status. Yes, seniors, why don't you go sit down at the city lord's mansion first? How about I take a shower and change my clothes with brother and Yang, and then meet you seniors? The city lord reacted immediately and couldn't help but suggest. I'm waiting for Meng Lang. City Lord Su, please. It should, little brother and Yang, don't blame me. Everyone, please. The admissions teachers with fiery eyes nodded repeatedly and surrounded An Yang as he descended. Young master An Yang, please come this way. City Lord Su personally led the way and brought An Yang into a room. There was already a large wooden barrel filled with steaming water, and pieces of rose petals were floating in the barrel. The aroma is overwhelming. An Yang looked weird, always feeling like something was wrong. Could this city lord have foreseen what would happen to him? Even bath water is ready. However, he was indeed feeling a little embarrassed at the moment, and he didn't bother to care so much. After thanking the city lord, he took off his clothes and went in to take a bath. Soaking the body in hot water seemed to dispel the fatigue of 2 days. The 2 days in the trial place seemed not long. But An Yang stayed up all night, and now he felt tired after relaxing. Taking a bath, the unique aroma lingers on the tip of your nose. An Yang recalled the scene in the inheritance trial hall just now. In order to cut off that throne, he used all his strength. One after another, the golden equipment in my hands was broken. Fortunately, the purple jade mineral essence was not so indestructible. In the end, he had to cut off the whole thing. In addition to harvesting a whole chair carved with purple jade mineral essence, I also forcibly obtained the so-called inheritance. Acquire inheritance Time Weaver. Acquire some of the abilities of the Time Weaver and learn to control the power of time. Requirements for use. Second turn IV 30. The so-called hidden achievements in the trial land, the rewards are beyond imagination. Before this, An Yang thought that he could only have one piece of epic and the highest piece of glorious equipment. But I never expected that I would be directly given a divine weapon. Just give it to divine weapon, there is also a powerful inheritance. According to the normal process, you need to pass the ancient shadow assessment. An Yang speculates that whether this assessment is serious or not is worth 2 debates. What is more likely is that the last move prepared by Uncle Shang for his resurrection could not protect him, the person who triggered the hidden achievement. This is his goal of seizing the body. However, due to the appearance of martial god, his resurrection plan failed. This gave me an advantage and got these 2 transcendent level gifts. Time Weaver can be a profession. It can also be an inheritance of rules. If you are not satisfied with your current occupation, you can directly change your occupation to Time Weaver. Or keep your career and only accept the understanding of the rules of time. Its value, An Yang is not clear yet. But he knows one thing, that is, he can become a god after 6 transformations. The most important thing is to have a certain understanding of a certain rule, and then you can use the power of these rules to successfully change jobs and embark on the road to becoming a god. It is no exaggeration to say that with this inheritance, An Yang is equivalent to completing the most difficult condition of the 6th transformation mission ahead of schedule. In the future, he only needs to develop step by step. You can become a member of the first echelon in the world. The time rule is still the most powerful among many rules. An Yang was secretly excited. If this matter spread, how many strong men and powerful people will be jealous if they are not protected? But it's too early to say this now. The power of inheritance can't be unlocked until the 2nd level of level 30. Mr. N, is the water temperature still suitable? 2 servants opened the door and walked in, asking softly. He held several sets of brand new clothes in his hands. Can. An Yang was stunned for a moment, but quickly reacted. This was obviously a sign of goodwill from City Lord Su. The 2 servants had good-looking faces. The tulle on her body is looming, and the neckline of her top is very low, showing her temptation. However, Yang was not interested in these servants after seeing Lin Linger's perfect face. Mr. N, the lord of the city, has asked us to help him bathe and change his clothes. The servant knelt in front of the tub, and put his weak, boneless hands into the warm tub to massage Yang's shoulders. I have to say that this city lord's palace specializes in serving bathing people, which is different. The techniques and skills are quite good. It makes the tired Yang feel refreshed, and her fatigue is released to the extreme. Okay, you guys go out, I'm going to get up. Yang closed his eyes and rested for a while, then said calmly after 10 minutes. Let's change your clothes for the young master, shall we? The two stood up and said respectfully. No, Yang shook his head. He naturally knew what Su Chengju was planning. Normally, he wouldn't mind eating these two people to relax himself. But now that the trial is over, there are still a few teachers from the admissions office waiting outside. Although he had already decided to go to Jushao Sacred Land, he couldn't leave the teachers in the admissions office alone. After all, as teachers in the admissions office of Kyushu University, every one of them is a strong person. The lowest level is level 3 or above, so how can you be disrespectful? The two servants looked at each other with regret. The city lord had an explanation for sending them here. It's a pity that this young master who suddenly rose up has extraordinary determination, let alone being a match for them. I didn't even do anything like reaching out and wiping some oil. After withdrawing the servants, Yang stood up and randomly picked out a blue robe and put it on. Then he opened the door and walked out. Mr. N, please come this way. There was a butler waiting outside the door. When he saw Yang coming out, he quickly bowed. Reach out and lead the way. Thank you. Yang nodded and walked through the city lord's mansion under the leadership of the butler. The mansion is decorated with carved beams and painted buildings, and all kinds of precious grasses can be seen everywhere. This is simply a place that he could not even imagine before, but now he can enter it at will and become a guest. The comparison between the two made Yang, a second-generation human being, couldn't help but feel extremely emotional. Here we are, sir, please. Soon, the two of them arrived at the main hall of the city lord's mansion. The housekeeper bent down and retreated to the door, and invited him respectfully. Haha, Mr. N is here. City Lord Su smiled and stepped forward to greet him. The teachers in the guest seats who almost vomited after drinking tea also quickly stood up. Looking at the young man coming in from the door, his eyes suddenly lit up. What a handsome young man. Ma Shang is like jade, and the gentleman in the world is the one he is talking about, Mr. N, right? Mr. N is indeed a talented person, and he is the hero of our Dragon Kingdom. A group of teachers were amazed, no exaggeration at all. When Yang came out of the trial ground, he was disgraced. Although he has extraordinary bearing, he is still a bit embarrassed. It doesn't quite fit his famous name, but Yang, who was taking a bath and changing clothes at this moment. His unparalleled handsome face, his eyes as bright as the stars, as well as his elegant and tranquil temperament, anyone who sees it will praise him as a handsome young man. Unparalleled talent, extraordinary strength, and so handsome. Mr. N, how can you let other men live like this? Ha ha. City Lord Su's eyes became more and more enthusiastic. He took Yang's hand affectionately and came to the mansion to sit down. Such enthusiasm even flattered Yang. Junior Yang, I have met all seniors, please take a seat. Yang glanced at the crowd, his strong aura exuding a touch of coercion. The aura of anyone in the hall was enough to make his heart tremble, so naturally he didn't dare to be too proud. After returning the gift, he sat down gently. Such performance obviously makes these experienced teachers more and more satisfied. As the admissions office teachers of Kyushu University, they obviously do not need to take action personally under normal circumstances. Countless students are trying their best to get into Kyushu University. They just need to wait for students to register. Then I would lie comfortably in the office and check the information to decide whether a certain student should pass or be eliminated. Rot. A professional's future can be decided with a wave of his hand. Once they need to take action, it must be a student with very good grades. For example, professionals who have reached level 12, level 13, or even higher in the trial land. It's not too far from Jushao Sacred Land, but it's not necessarily accessible. They, the second-tier choices of Kyushu universities, naturally need to compete with other universities. And all such existences are arrogant and pretentious people. The self-control talent is extraordinary and the strength is high. Even when facing them, they all have their noses in the sky. It's like Heavenly King, I am first and he is second. How can there be someone like Anyang who is neither humble nor arrogant but is polite and considerate? Ha ha ha, let's not be so polite. Since no one has spoken, I will speak first. A middle-aged man spoke first, looking at Anyang with a smile on his face. Mr. N, I am a teacher in the admissions office of Yuzhou University. My surname is Chen. As our local university in Yuzhou, let me talk about it first. Teacher Chen coughed slightly and his face gradually became serious. Everyone can see Mr. N's achievements. His achievement at level 20 has never been matched by anyone in history. Participating in the assessment of the trial land is an auxiliary profession. Everyone must know Mr. N's purpose, which is Jushao Sacred Land. And just yesterday, the invitation letter from Jushao Sacred Land arrived in Wanggu City. And Yang looked happy, he was admitted. But this is to be expected. After all, normally level 15 is enough for a recommendation. I have already reached level 20, even if some of the auxiliary career elements are removed. No matter what, it's enough to qualify for admission. However, as a person in the education system, I still have a few things I want to tell Mr. N. Teacher Chen looked serious and stared at Anyang closely. Jushao Sacred Land, as we all know, is the highest educational institution in our Dragon Kingdom. It is said to be an academy, but it is actually a sect system. The students within the sect are divided into 5 levels: Handyman, Outer Sect, Inner Sect, Core, and True Disciple. They are responsible for the dungeon and secret realm development of our Dragon Kingdom. The requirements for combat prowess are extremely high, and every disciple is trained to be in the C position of the team. Mr. N may not know that our JoJo Academy is actually an alternative talent base for Jushao Sacred Land. Especially the training of auxiliary professions is far superior to that of Jushao Sacred Land. Teacher Chen couldn't help but smile proudly when he said this, and the other teachers nodded repeatedly. Obviously he wasn't bragging about this. Every time Jushao Sacred Land encounters a wasteland reclamation mission, it often selects auxiliary professions from our Kyushu Academy to form a team. Therefore, joining our Kyushu Academy does not bring a representative who is inferior to Jushao Sacred Land. It is not a wise choice for Mr. N to forcefully enter Jushao Sacred Land as an auxiliary profession. If you are willing to join our Yuzhou Academy, I can make this commitment on behalf of the Academy. Mr. N can choose any one of the auxiliary professional teachers who are in the 4th rank or above in the school as his master, and the chosen one will give all his money to teach him. Reward Mr. N with tens of millions of gold coins, and you can choose basic skills. 3. A single villa dormitory in the Tianzi district of the school, with free food and accommodation. 4. If any auxiliary profession is required for each land reclamation mission in Jushao Sacred Land, Mr. N has the right of priority. 5. Yuzhou Academy has a 2nd-level dungeon, and all the remaining tickets are available. For 3rd-level dungeons and below, tickets are 50% off. Teacher Chen finished speaking in one breath and directly gave his 5 conditions. The other teachers immediately took a breath of cold air. Old Chen, are you too cruel? A middle-aged man who looked to be in his 30s suddenly screamed strangely and his face turned green. Yuzhou Academy is really spending a lot of money. Another teacher smiled bitterly and shook his head. These 5 conditions are really generous and a bit exaggerated. I have experienced that Kyushu University has specially recruited students. Every time someone with extraordinary talent appears, they will inevitably be recruited by Kyushu University. But such abnormal conditions have never appeared before. Normally any one of these 5 conditions would be enough to make people overjoyed. Both of them are benefits that are only available to the top 10 in the intercontinental rankings. There is only one time in history that all 3 of them are met at the same time. But this time, Anyang gave 5 conditions at once. Even they couldn't help but be shocked. It's just a trick in the class. I, Liangzhou College, chose to give up. The teacher shook his head and smiled bitterly. Faced with such luxurious conditions, he didn't even have the nerve to reveal his conditions. It's too cruel. My Jizhou University can only produce 4 of them at most. With such conditions, what if it's Jushao Sacred Land? Haha, Yuzhou Academy is determined to win this time. Congratulations to Teacher Chen. This year's Kyushu Challenge will probably fall to your Yuzhou Academy. Dot. Several teachers sighed. In the end, only Jizhou University and Yangzhou University offered their conditions. The conditions of Jizhou University are similar to those in Yuzhou, but since they are from other places, they are not likely to be competitive. When it comes to Yangzhou Academy, the first, second, third, and fifth are the same, but the fourth item is replaced by arranging several seniors to study with them. And Yang, why are you hesitating? City Lord Su's eyes turned red when he heard this, such a generous offer. If it were given to him, he would probably faint from joy. But Yang was still there, and his expression didn't change much. Didn't seem too shocked. Teacher Chen is right. After several people reported their conditions, Yang slowly said. Hearing what he said, Teacher Chen suddenly became happy. But please give me a day's grace to allow me to think about it. Yang changed the subject, causing Teacher Chen's face to stiffen. But when Yang said this, he naturally couldn't disagree, so he had no choice but to nod his head to show his understanding. Okay, I will stay in Wanggu City for 2 more days. Mr. N can come to me at any time when he has decided. Teacher Chen nodded, and after finishing speaking, he stood up and bowed his hands to City Lord Su to leave. I won't wait any longer. Mr. N, we have a long way to go. If you have time, you are welcome to visit our Jizhou. Mr. N, see you later. Several other people also stood up one after another to say goodbye. Although this experience made them wait for a long time, more people did not gain anything at all. But I have no regrets. Being able to meet Yang. Let them have more guesses about Yang's performance, which is considered a worthwhile trip. Yang, the conditions of Yuzhou University have reached apex level. There have never been such generous conditions in history. Why don't you agree? After everyone left, City Lord Su said earnestly. He felt that Yang really had no reason to refuse. After all, anyone else under such conditions would have fainted from excitement. Anyone who gets this condition will make the next 3 or even 4 turns as easy as drinking water. He could easily have something that countless people could never get through their lifetime efforts, but he didn't even agree. Jushao Sacred Land has given me the qualifications for recommendation. I can't just go to another school, 170, without seeing you, right? Yang smiled slightly and explained calmly. Ah, yes, and Jushao Sacred Land, we have to get the letter of recommendation first no matter what. City Lord Su suddenly realized that Sacred Land had sent out a letter of recommendation. If you don't even take it, that would be too arrogant. To be more serious, it can be defined as looking down on Jushao Sacred Land. Things will probably get into trouble by then. Even if Jushao Sacred Land does not pursue the case, those who have fought hard to enter Sacred Land, including those who have graduated from Sacred Land and regard it as the highest honor in their lives, I'm afraid they won't let him go. Lord City Lord, thank you for your hospitality. I will take my leave now. Yang didn't explain too much. He bowed his hands to City Lord Su and said goodbye. Go back and have a good rest. I have prepared a mansion for you. I will send someone to take you to see it tomorrow. City Lord Su nodded and didn't stay much, just saying hello to Yang. Mansion. Yang was dumbfounded, but if he thought about it carefully, it seemed normal. Let's not talk about his achievements as the highest level person in the trial land throughout the ages. His status as the person who opened the Kyushu trial rankings alone. Over the years, he has been able to obtain massive rewards from the local city, not to mention that he also has a series of identities. No matter which school he chooses to study in, Yang's name will be engraved in the history of Wanggu City. It is not an exaggeration to say that the City Lord's palace funded a golden statue for him to be carved in the most conspicuous place in the ancient city. The law manifestation is not an exaggeration. Talk later. If it were before, Yang would naturally be overjoyed. But now, a mere mansion is nothing. Leaving the City Lord's mansion, it was already late at night. There were no pedestrians on the street. He returned to his dilapidated wooden house smoothly. Although the conditions are not comparable to those of the City Lord's mansion, psychologically I feel quite at ease. Yawning, Yang resisted the urge to fall asleep. I looked carefully from a god's perspective and didn't find any movement for a long time. Then he carefully took out a seat from his backpack, and purple gold light bloomed in the small wooden house. The simple wooden house has not been in disrepair for a long time, and it can temporarily block this rich purple light. Seeing that no one was paying attention, Enyang lay down on the throne with a happy expression. Although the throne is a seat, it is not a seat. Not to mention the backrest, the seat is no smaller than a double bed. The warm and smooth touch is better than any mattress in the world, and it is more comfortable to sleep on than a bed. Deep sleepiness came over, and Enyang finally couldn't help but fell into a deep sleep. But aura has always been turned on, so if someone has ill intentions towards him, it will be automatically determined as an enemy by aura and will be killed. Fortunately, nothing unusual happened overnight. Noisy sounds came from the ancient city of Qingcheng. Due to the existence of Enyang, the ancient city that usually has no sense of existence has become the center of attention in Kyushu. Many powerful people traveled thousands of miles to come with various purposes, making the usually silent ancient city lively. Enyang had God's perspective and woke up immediately. Although I didn't sleep for too long, it might be due to the purple jade mineral essence. I slept extremely soundly and felt refreshed. Strength +1. Agility +1. Intelligence +1. Acquire 10,000 experience. Opening parenthesis ... closing parenthesis. The first time I woke up, there was a pleasant sound in my mind. Enyang couldn't wait to open his attribute panel and began to check the harvest of the night. Name: Enyang. Occupation: Divine Aura Master. Level: IV20 35.70%. Strength: 660. Agility: 450. 760. Free attribute points: 0. Equipment: Divine Jade Green Bag Book, Frost Mystical Robe, Wind Boots, Water Repellent Beads, Level 3. Talent: the only supreme level divine enhancement IV2. At each level, the attribute points gained are increased 5 times, and the skill effect and range are increased 50 times. Immolation Aura IV5. Causes 3,500 points of damage plus 140% of own attack power per second to all enemies within a radius of 2,500 meters, consuming 30 mana points per second. Glorious Aura IV5. All friendly forces within a radius of 2,500 meters recover 300 mana points per second. Freezing Aura 3. Triggers freezing every 3 seconds on enemies within a radius of 1,000 meters, lasting 1.5 seconds and causing damage 150 times the own intelligence value. Dissipates every second. 50 mana points. Durability Aura IV3. All friendly forces within a radius of 1,500 meters recover 400 health points per second. Blessings Aura IV2. Increase the basic attack of all friendly forces within 1,000 meters by 1,000%. Agility Aura 1. Increase the movement speed of all friendly forces within 500 meters by 500%. Combo Aura IV1. All friendly forces within a 500-meter radius have a 50% chance of triggering a combo damage when attacking. Purple Jade Mineral Essence is really extraordinary. You won't know if you don't look at it, but you will be shocked when you look at it. Although I had already guessed it, when I actually saw this luxurious property. Still made Enyang stare. The experience has soared from single digits to more than 1/3. If you stay on the purple jade or essence throne for a day, I'm afraid I can be promoted to IV21 directly. The 3-dimensional attributes also more than doubled, and the strength soared to 660. The intelligence is even more exaggerated, soaring directly to 760. Even agility, which has not been increased much, has skyrocketed to 450. The total 3-dimensional attributes add up to 1870. If you switch to other hidden combat professions, it would take thousands or hundreds of levels to have this attribute. Of course, as the level increases, as the number of job transfers increases, the improvement brought by each upgrade will also increase greatly. Coupled with the improvements brought by other means, it is naturally impossible to calculate simply based on this. But even if this is the case, it also shows how precious the purple jade mineral essence is. If you switch to the current Enyang and go to the original king level dungeon, you can directly stand and fight against all bosses. You can kill that golden boss in less than 10 seconds. Too strong. Enyang sighed, suddenly feeling that even if he couldn't enter the Jushao sacred land, it seemed like it wouldn't be a big deal. Just lie down on this chair for eternity. It is not impossible to become invincible in the world. Ha, here we come. Suddenly, Anyang's heart moved. He quickly put the chair away, and from God's perspective, he could see City Lord Su approaching quickly. Beside him is a familiar old man. It was the senior who was responsible for the awakening of their ancient city. What surprised Anyang was that City Lord Su was half a step behind. His face was full of respect, and his flattering attitude was even more humble than when he faced the admissions teacher from the 9th University yesterday. Anyang, Senior Sacred Land is here, why don't you go out to greet him? Arriving in front of the cabin, City Lord Su trotted forward and shouted loudly. Looking at the slum-like environment around him, the old man frowned slightly. But he didn't say anything, quietly waiting for Anyang to come out. Sacred Land Senior. Anyang opened the door just in time, and was slightly startled when he heard this. The old man responsible for the awakening turned out to be a person from the legendary Sacred Land. Do you want to be so down to earth? Anyang was a bit dumbfounded, and it felt like someone was actually by my side. Junior Anyang, I have met Senior. There were a lot of emotions in his heart, but Anyang quickly stepped forward and bowed. For nothing else, just for the word Sacred Land. It deserves to be treated respectfully by anyone. Little friend, and we meet again. The old man stepped forward with a smile and accepted Anyang's salute calmly. He said with a smile, well, you finally got what you wanted. The old man didn't have so much nonsense and directly threw a gold-plated post to Anyang. The 4 characters, Jushao Sacred Land, were written on it. Majestic and solemn, people can't help but feel awe just by looking at it. Guaranteed. There are not too many words on the post, and the tone is more like a token than a post. Jushao Sacred Land's guarantee token. On the top of the front are the 4 characters Jushao Sacred Land, and below are the 2 characters Bao Bao standing vertically. On the back is a majestic mountain range that runs through the sky, which is extremely mysterious. Thank you, Senior. Anyang is overjoyed and cherishes the result post. I read it over and over again, and I felt as if I had received a recommendation letter from Peking University for the college entrance examination. Don't be too quick to be happy. Having this doesn't mean you are really a disciple of Sacred Land. To truly join Sacred Land, you still need to pass an assessment. The old man said with a smile, but his tone was extremely relaxed. In his opinion, it shouldn't be a problem to pass Anyang's assessment with his strength. But necessary. The process still has to go through. Assessment. Anyang was speechless. He could only say that Sacred Land deserves to be Sacred Land. The level of force is not ordinary. The 9 universities, which were only one of the first-tier universities, stayed up all night waiting for me, offered generous offers and just begged for it. But Sacred Land is still so high and mighty, sending a confirmation token and leaving a test for itself. The rules of Sacred Land have always been like this. Seeing Anyang's brows raised as if he was a little unhappy, City Lord Su quickly stepped forward to explain. Sacred Land focuses on cultivating the main sea talents of land reclamation. Generally, auxiliary professions are selected from 9 universities to form temporary teams. Therefore, there is another set of auxiliary professions who want to join Sacred Land. Process. Even if you pass the assessment of the trial land, you still have to take the assessment of the Sacred Land. Only after you pass can you officially enter the Sacred Land. Anyang suddenly felt relieved. To be honest, he was a little unhappy just now. After all, it's just that he didn't have a throne. With the purple jade mineral essence throne, the role of Sacred Land has undoubtedly been greatly weakened. Now let's get this set of special treatment. Compared with the treatment of the 9 universities, it will inevitably make people feel a little unhappy. What test? Anyang asked curiously, although he was absolutely confident in his own strength. But the shadow of the famous tree in the sky, the prestige of the Sacred Land in the sky resounds throughout the human world. Naturally, it still needs to be treated with caution. You will know after you go to Jushao Sacred Land. The old man shook his head and didn't say much. The assessment is different every year, but after all, we are selecting seed players for land reclamation, so the assessment is naturally only related to killing monsters. Generally speaking, they are randomly transferred to certain dungeons with complex environments to test the player's adaptability and ability to face complex environments, etc. After all, auxiliary professions are not as good as combat professions. Whether it is combat awareness or life-saving means, they must be carefully selected. And Yang breathed a sigh of relief and nodded silently. If it's killing monsters, then it's no problem. The same level includes within 10 levels. There is no monster he can't kill. This is just an assessment. Naturally, he didn't take it seriously. Clean up and sort out your relationships. I'll be back in 3 days to take you to sacred land. The old man nodded, said a few simple words and then rose into the sky. Almost instantly, it left in Yang's field of vision and disappeared. You still go to sacred land? After the old man left, City Lord Su came forward and couldn't help but ask in a low voice, feeling a little puzzled. Although sacred land is strong, the competition is equally fierce. Although Yang's strength is extraordinary, he faces not only all the top talents in JoJo across the country. There are also top talents from last year and the year before that who were packaged earlier. It is said that the living environment for the new students in Sacred Land is extremely poor. There are even professionals who can't stand it every year and then voluntarily give up after staying there for a while, quit Sacred Land and go to Kyushu University. People go to higher places and water flows to lower places. There is Sacred Land to choose from, why not choose it? 3.7. And Yang asked rhetorically, his ambition further expanding. It is not his goal to be a mere auxiliary profession at Kyushu University who is always ready to be called upon. The conditions offered by Kyushu University seem generous, but in fact they are just some external possessions. If I go to Sacred Land, I will have these sooner or later. And Yang put his hands behind his back and looked up to the east. The red sun rises slowly, and its warm golden light fills the earth. Shining on Yang, the afterglow is hazy and mysterious. Surround Yang. City Lord Su couldn't help but be a little stunned for a moment. He still remembered this scene many years later. Yang is like the rising sun, soaring into the sky unstoppably. It's up to you, but there are a few more things. City Lord Su was stunned for a long time before he came to his senses. Then he looked at Yang and said slowly, H. Yang looked away and asked curiously, he didn't have anything to worry about in Wangu City. However, I heard that City Lord Su gave him the position of honorary deputy city lord and also gave him a lot of monetary rewards. He had to have some contact with Wangu City. Do you have anything to do with Zhongcheng Angia? City Lord Su looked strange and pondered for a moment before asking. Zhongcheng Angia, never heard of it. And Yang's eyes were blank and he looked a little surprised. He is a transmigrator, and his predecessor has been in business for 10 years. When Transmigrate came over, his parents were gone, and he didn't have much of an impression. Could it be that the original body has some extraordinary origin? Someone from the Yin family is here, saying that your father is from the Yin family, and wants to see you. City Lord Su didn't know the origin of Yang. After all, he didn't know such a person before. Settle down. Yang frowned slightly, not very interested. Also, the Chen family in Huacheng said it is related to your mother and wants to see you too. City Lord Su looked even weirder. Yang's face darkened, and he lost all interest in an instant. Chapter 51. However, Yang's refusal was useless. City Lord Su had just left. A man and a woman appeared in front of his cabin. Yang, I am your brother. I'm your sister. The two spoke at the same time, and Yang was immediately speechless. I am your cousin, and your father is my cousin. The girl spoke first and explained. My name is Xiaoyu, I come from Angia in Zhongcheng. I have been looking for traces of your family, but I didn't find it until this time. You are indeed worthy of the person who made me a home. He is truly a talented person. Yang rolled his eyes and was too lazy to reply. All his cousins came out. Don't be too outrageous. Yang, I am your cousin, and your mother is my aunt. Not to be outdone, the young man also spoke quickly. My name is Chen Fan, and I come from the Chen family in Huacheng. Your mother suddenly disappeared for some unknown reason. It turned out to be related to the Yin family. Auntie, Yang asked tentatively. Right. Young man, Chen Fan nodded and replied affirmatively. Yang seems to have realized something. It seems that the relationship between the Chen family is closer. But he wouldn't believe a word these two people said. I have never heard of the An family in Zhongcheng and the Chen family in Huacheng. At first glance, one can tell that the power is average, probably on par with the Han family and Leng family in the ancient city. He is considered a figure locally. This kind of power will basically not be of any help to him. Naturally, I can't afford to find a group of elders to ride on my head. I know, what do you want from me? And Yang was thinking in his heart, glanced at the two of them lightly and asked. You are the one who made my home. Now that I have found you, I will bring you back to the family. And Xiao Yu said matter-of-factly. If you want to go back, you have to go back to my Chen family. Brother An's father is just a descendant of your An family. You are bringing him back to the family now just to see Brother An's achievements. Chen Fan had a different opinion and glared at An Xiao Yu. Aren't you the Chen family? You haven't come to see my cousin for so long in Huanggu City, but now he's here. What's your plan? You pretend I don't know. And Xiao Yu refused to give in and snorted angrily. You settle down. 29. The two of them immediately got into a fight and exposed each other's shortcomings without any mercy. It was like fighting for a treasure, which only made An Yang feel more and more impatient. Stop, you two want me to return to the family. Let's not talk about whether our relationship is what you said. An Yang interrupted the quarrel between the two with a big head. First, let's talk about my return to the family. What can you give me? The two of them fell silent immediately after hearing this and looked at An Yang in disbelief. I almost suspected that there was something wrong with my ears. The dignified An family and Chen family. Although the power is not as powerful as the four major families in Zhuhua City, it is still a powerful power that ranks among the best in Yuzhou. Even if he is a caretaker, he is superior to others. I don't know how many people have sharpened their brains and want to join. Now that they were actively recruiting, An Yang actually asked what they could give him. You asking about your status and treatment after returning to the family? It was Chen Fan who reacted first and asked with self-understanding information. You can also say, what benefit does returning to the family have for me? And Yang nodded, although he had no intention of having anything to do with these two unknown families. But I also want to know what treatment I deserve with my current strength and achievements. Ordinary relatives who want to return to the family naturally need to pass a series of assessments. Chen Fan immediately smiled proudly when he heard this. But Brother An, you are now well known in Zhouzhou, so you can naturally avoid this step. First of all, I just need you to change your surname to An Chen. Stop. Before Chen Fan finished speaking, An Yang couldn't help but interrupt. It's incredible to see this cousin who feels so good about himself. You want me to change my surname to Chen? Not bad, but... Chen Fan felt that An Yang seemed a little unhappy, but he still nodded and was ready to explain something. Roll. The next second, An Yang suddenly looked serious and shouted loudly. The terrifying pressure swept directly over, and the mental pressure brought by the intelligence of up to 700 or 800 hit Chen Fan's mind directly. All his defenses were shattered in an instant, leaving his mind blank and unable to recover for a long time. You dare. After a long while, Chen Fan came back to his senses shivering, but he had collapsed and sat on the ground. After reacting, he immediately became angry and his eyes were red, ready to get angry. But I don't know why my body feels weak and I can't muster any strength. If you're a little big, a small family can have a pretty big deal. And Yang glanced at Chen Fan disdainfully. He could tell at a glance that these two people were also trialists of this year. The strength cannot be said to be too great, it can only be said to be worlds apart. If you dare to speak nonsense in front of him, you are simply seeking death. You insulted my family, just wait for me. Chen Fan's eyes were red, but after all, he didn't have the courage to do anything. He could only put down a harsh word and leave in embarrassment. And you? After Chen Fan was frightened away, and Yang looked at An Xiao Yu angrily. I felt a little regretful about meeting these two people. Ping Bai was in a bad mood so early in the morning. I don't know. And Xiao Yu suddenly came back to his senses with a sudden shock, and almost cried when he looked at An Yang's gloomy face. Three-dimensional brings not only a person's combat power, but also the transformation of the professional's physical strength. Professionals with strong strength can clearly see that strong chi and blood bring with them a unique aura. Professionals with ridiculous intelligence will also have a kind of terrifying mental pressure. In a way, it is more terrifying than the coercion of chi and blood. If you are weaker than you will be unable to withstand it, which will lead to the end of seizing the soul. Although An Yang's loud shout just now was directed at Chen Fan, she was also affected by it as she stood aside. Now my head is still in a daze, as if I have forgotten many things. I feel like I have a splitting headache when I think about it seriously. Well, An Yang didn't expect to scare this girl to tears. Forget it, let's go. Go back and tell Yuanjia that I, An Yang, am An Yang from Wanggu City. I have nothing to do with your Anjia and Chen family. Don't come looking for me in the future. An Yang shook his head. A pretty girl who might be a cousin in name only cried like this. Most of his anger just now was extinguished. After driving away two inexplicable relatives, An Yang didn't have time to take a rest. Another wave of people came to visit. The first to arrive were the Han family from Wanggu City. Brother An, Brother Yang, it's mine. Han Dufeng came over excitedly, and his adoring and fiery eyes made An Yang feel uncomfortable. You stay away from me. An Yang stopped Han Dufeng, who was about to pounce in disgust. Brother Yang, this is my father. I learned that he was helped by you in the trial place, so he insisted on coming to express his gratitude. Han Dufeng didn't take it seriously and took a step back to let the Chinese behind him stand. Ha ha ha, Fenger said that Mr. An's Yushu Linfeng seems to be less talented than a dog, and he can't even describe Mr. An's temperament. The middle-aged man came forward with a big smile, held up his hands and started to flatter me politely. My Excellency, Han Zhengyu, came here specifically to thank Mr. An for his help to Quanzi. Without Mr. An, Quanzi might not even be able to enter Kyushu University. An Yang quickly returned the gift. This Han Zhengyu was no ordinary person in Wanggu City. The tyrannical aura is looming. Even with the current An Yang, it gives him a great deal of strength. Junior, I have met Patriarch Han. An Yang returned the gift. Clan Chief Han is so ridiculous. Everyone just gets what they need. If it hadn't been for Brother Han to introduce Miss Lin, I wouldn't have achieved what I have today. Haha, Mr. An is too humble, come here. Han Zhengyu was very satisfied, and at the same time he couldn't help being shocked by An Yang's aura. With his strength of more than 50 levels, just one step away from the third level, An Yang actually felt a little pressure on him. Simply incredible. Han Zhengyu waved his hand, and a group of servants came in carrying a box behind him. A small gift. Thank you Mr. An for supporting Quanzi. A small thought is disrespectful. Please don't take it personally, Mr. An. An Yang just glanced at it, and the golden light in the box shocked his heart. Astonishingly, he exchanged the gold coins for physical objects and sent a box over. Giving money, vulgar, but it is the most effective. Forgive An Yang. He couldn't help but breathe a little heavily. Even though he has extraordinary strength now. But the backpack is still full of nothing, and I can't even get out a single gold coin. Where have you ever seen so much money? What does Patriarch Han mean? Although he was very excited, An Yang did not accept it directly. Instead, he asked, Mr. An, don't worry too much. On the one hand, I'm grateful to Mr. An for taking care of the dog. On the other hand, thanks to Mr. An's care, Quanzi was lucky enough to be admitted to Jushao Sacred Land. I heard that Mr. An was also recommended to Sacred Land. You two are both from the ancient city, so you can be considered fellow villagers after going to Sacred Land. When the time comes, I would like to trouble Mr. An to help take care of my useless son. I will be very grateful. Han Zhengyu's attitude was very humble. He knew very well how his son was. Let's not mention the strength for now, but the character is actually a bit immature. There was no problem with him taking care of him in the ancient city, but when he went to Jushao Sacred Land, there are gathered all the top geniuses in all the 9 provinces of the Dragon Kingdom. Not only do they have unparalleled qualifications and unparalleled talents, even those with strong family backgrounds are beyond imagination. At that time, the small ancient city of Han family will be like an ant in the dust compared to that kind of existence. He can no longer protect Han Dufeng at all. But Anyang has been very mature since he was an orphan because he was an orphan. He is mentally mature, unparalleled in strength and extremely talented. It is said that he has an ambiguous relationship with Lin Linger of the Lin family in Juhua City. When the time comes, the Lin family will surely be happy to accept this famous son-in-law. If he can establish a good relationship with Anyang, he can also be considered as indirectly aboard the Lin family's ship. When Han Dufeng goes to Jushao Sacred Land, he won't be bullied. Clan Chief Han is too polite, I should repay this. Anyang suddenly understood and accepted the gift without ceremony. Han Dufeng's strength is pretty good and he knows the basics. It's okay to be a helper with a little training. Fenger, why don't you come quickly and thank Mr. N? Han Zhengyu was immediately overjoyed when he heard this, and slapped Han Dufeng on the head, who was looking around Anyang's residence curiously. Look at Anyang, who is already well known in JoJo at a young age, with a calm temperament and a well-mannered manner. Looking at Han Dufeng, who was like a curious baby, he suddenly became very angry. Thank you, Brother Yang. Han Dufeng shrank his neck and had no choice but to come over and thank Anyang seriously. Hee. Looking at this scene, Anyang couldn't help but smile. Mr. N, there are many distinguished guests today, so I and my son will not disturb you too much. If Mr. N has any questions, you can come to me at any time. After finishing the matter, Han Zhengyu greeted Han Dufeng and said goodbye. I don't dare to talk about it in other places. If anything happens in Wanggu City, I promise to handle it beautifully for you. Walk slowly. Anyang nodded. Han Zhengyu and his son were sent away, and the Leng family's father and daughter came again. Leng Shuyao is from number 6 middle school. I only heard her name after she awakened, but never seen it. Compared with Han Dufeng, who had good luck and met Anyang, Leng Shuyao was obviously a bit lost in the crowd. After the trial, your level is barely enough to reach level 10. If you want to enter Sacred Land, you have to take the assessment. She was not sure, so she chose to take a step back and enter Yuzhou Academy. We don't know each other, and we don't have much interaction. Naturally, the Leng family didn't say much. They just listened to Father Leng's constant compliments. And Leng Shuyao, who was deliberately trying to please him at his suggestion, there was a sense of giving away his daughter between the lines. However, seeing Anyang's cold attitude, Leng's father finally had no choice but to say goodbye and leave. On this day, Anyang received too many visitors. Former neighbors and many classmates came with their parents. The major families and groups in the ancient city include many mercenary groups, etc. There were even a lot of forces coming from other places, but he couldn't think of anything to do. People came directly to the door. Fortunately, the people who came to visit were quite familiar with each other. Seeing that Anyang didn't seem to be too cold, most of them exchanged a few cursory greetings and left, assuming they were familiar with each other. This boy from the An family is really promising. The threshold is almost broken. It's more than just a promise. Look at the city lord, Han family, Leng family and other family heads coming to visit in person. It's like smoke is rising from the ancestral graves. Haha, what is this? Anyang has opened up the Kyushu trial ranking list, and he is the number 1 in our entire ancient city. More than that, Anyang ended the trial with a score of level 20. Looking at the entire Dragon Kingdom, he is unique. I heard that Anyang has recommended Sacred Land. He is really promising. This is the only one in our ancient city for thousands of years. Not only that, but the son of the Han family, Han Dufeng, has reached level 19 and has also joined Jushao Sacred Land. You know what a der. Han Dufeng was influenced by Mr. N. It is said that Mr. N led him to upgrade. No way. Mr. Han is a combat professional, and Mr. N is an auxiliary profession. If you want to take care of him, Mr. Han should take care of Mr. N, right? Otherwise how can we say Mr. N is so powerful? In the evening, Anyang finally saw off the last wave of guests. After returning to the house, I breathed a sigh of relief and couldn't help but feel speechless listening to the voices of the neighbors talking around me. God's perspective is good, but it's tiring to pay attention all the time. Various sounds are heard all the time, and it is not easy to distinguish them. Shaking his head and taking back his perspective, Anyang couldn't help but frown as he looked at the furnishings in the room. This place is too dilapidated after all, and now is a special period. If you don't protect everything, someone will be watching you secretly. After a slight hesitation, and Yang still did not take out the purple jade mineral essence throne. The value of this thing is immeasurable. Once it is exposed that it cannot be preserved, someone will have evil thoughts. Many accidents happened in vain. Back in the room, and Yang opened today's gift list. In addition to the big treasure box sent by the Han family, there are also many gifts left behind. Even if he clearly expressed his rejection, the other party left the gift and left. The person who can send gifts is not an unknown person, he is quite generous. The first is the Han family's treasure chest, worth 300,000 pieces. It may not seem like much, but for a family in an ancient city. But it is already considered a huge sum of money, enough for a normal level 20 professional to buy a set of gold equipment. In addition to gold coins, there is also a skill book at the bottom of the treasure chest. Skill book Crit Aura. Learn the skill Critical Hit Aura after using it. Restricted to Aura Master use. The critical hit rate of all friendly forces within a range of 20 meters increases by 0.4%, and its own effect is doubled. It's actually an Aura Master skill. And Yang was overjoyed. To him, skills are far more precious than all equipment and gold coins. With the Divine Enhancement talent, any Aura skill can bring super strength improvement. Use. Learn skill Crit Aura. Crit Aura IV1. The critical hit rate of all friendly forces within a kilometer range is increased by 20% and the effect is doubled. Aura Master. No one can say clearly how many skills he has. However, it can be roughly divided into several categories. One is the output category. For example, Yang currently has two types of immolation aura and frozen aura. However, for other aura masters, outputting aura is also called useless aura. It is useless and only takes up a skill slot. The second is the auxiliary class. Everything except the output class can be counted as auxiliary class. But it can be subdivided into several broad categories. The first is the most popular recovery category, which has a fixed number of glorious aura and durability aura. If you have these two skills, team formation is the most popular. It is equivalent to carrying a wet nurse with you, which can greatly improve battery life. But the reason is the same. This fixed value of aura is also relatively low level. It has poor recovery and needs to continue to consume Aura Master's mana. Other Aura Masters without the Divine Enhancement talent are unlikely to be able to permanently activate skills as luxurious as in Yang's. Then there are the buffs, such as Blessing's Aura, which increases attack. As well as the Agility Aura and Combo Aura unlocked by reaching level 20, including the Critical Strike Aura now obtained. They all fall into this category, and they are also the most popular skills for team formation. It is the most direct skill to improve the team's combat effectiveness, and can greatly improve the combat effectiveness of teammates. Finally, there is the Control type Aura. And Yang's Freezing Aura can barely be counted as one of them. You can restrict the movement of enemies, or control enemies to help teammates escape danger at critical moments, etc. When many large-scale dungeons are conquering and opening up wasteland, teams often recruit multiple Aura Masters. Specifically responsible for one of the buffs, such as Aura Master number 1, responsible for recovery. Number 2 is responsible for gain, number 3 is responsible for control and so on. But for Yang, who has the most advanced talent, he wants it all. No matter what aura, under divine level talent, it can turn decay into magic. Possessing unimaginable abilities, obtaining any aura can greatly enhance your combat effectiveness. The critical hit rate is 20%. If you double it, it will be 4%. And Yang was stunned when he saw the critical hit attribute of aura. It was almost equivalent to triggering a critical hit damage every 2 attacks. It is no exaggeration to say that the output has increased by 40%. It's a pity that the critical damage is a bit low. It would be great if we could get another critical damage aura. And Yang thought about it, and waited until he went to Jushao Sacred Land to see if he could buy a copy of Explosive Damage Aura. Under the influence of the Divine Enhancement talent, Aura's level 1 explosive damage can probably bring a lot of explosive damage. At that time, the output will further increase dramatically. Immolation Aura's sword has a critical strike, it's so cool just thinking about it. After packing up the gifts from the Han family, and Yang started packing up the gifts from others. Most of them were given gold coins directly. After collecting them all, Yang immediately became rich overnight. There are more than 2 million gold coins. What a rich man, he got rich. Yang was amazed at the fame and wealth. As expected, fame and fortune will come uninvited. He hasn't done anything yet. He even forgot the names of many people who gave gifts. In addition to gold coins, there were also other items sent by 2 companies. After opening it, Yang was immediately delighted. There were 2 more skill books. The Lin family in Juhua City. The Lin family. Gifts are different, and Yang naturally has to look at the name of the person giving the gift. The result is that you won't know it until you see it, and you will be shocked when you see it. The first one turned out to be directly the Lin family where Lin Linger was. Skill book Explosive Damage Aura. Learn skills to critically damage aura after use. Restricted to aura master use. The critical damage of all friendly forces within a range of 20 meters is increased by 10%, and the own effect is doubled. This is really. Yang was dumbfounded, looking at the light blue skill book in his hand. I can only say that I encountered the pillow when I fell asleep. Just now I wanted to go to Jushao Sacred Land to find out more. The results are delivered now. It's a pity that he was too busy just now and didn't pay much attention when he heard from the Lin family. After all, who would have thought that the dignified Lin family in Juhua City would come to visit him? Use, you're welcome, and Yang chose to use it directly. Then he couldn't wait to open the skills panel. Critical damage Oral 1. The critical damage of all friendly forces within a kilometer range is increased by 500%, and the own effect is doubled. 5 times the explosion damage, double it, that's 10 times. Yang was filled with emotion. Once a critical strike is triggered, that is to directly increase the damage 10 times. This output. Anyone who comes to see it will be dumbfounded. There was only one skill book left, which surprised Yang. It was actually sent by the Fang family. Skill book Strike Aura. You can learn the skill to attack aura after using it. Restricted to aura master use. The long-range attacks of teammates within 20 meters increase the attack power and attack speed by 10%, and the own effect is doubled. This skill is a bit interesting, it is only effective against long-range attacks. It's not a straightforward increase in one's own attack. My immolation aura should also be a long-range attack, right? Yang murmured, he was not sure either. This issue will have to wait until I have the opportunity to test it again in the future. According to the literal meaning, it should be mainly for the shooter profession. For him, an auxiliary profession who wants to be a combat profession, it is better than nothing. The Fang family sent me a skill book. Does this mean Fang Chen wants to reconcile with me? Yang thought with a strange expression. After all, he and Fang Chen actually had no conflicts. It was nothing more than fighting over the dungeon in the trial place. The first time Fang Chen and Lin Linger fought against him in disguise. The second time he argued with Fang Chen, he finally fought back. It's even. If Fang Chen knew what he was thinking, he would probably cry. He failed in the first battle and a teammate died, and then the dignified young man of the Fang family ran away in confusion. In the second one-on-one duel, I was defeated again and was forced to lose ownership of a king-level copy. Why do you call this even? Yang shook his head, too lazy to think so much. He is now waiting to go to Jushao Sacred Land. He heard that there are countless copies there. There are all kinds of levels, and occasionally you can find some newly developed copies. Usually, Jushao Sacred Land will send people to help open up Wasteland. If the dungeon has any special products, just keep it as your own, if not, it will be opened as a public copy. Other professionals only need to pay to get in. Tomorrow, I'll pay a visit to the teacher and principal, and then head to Jushao Sacred Land. Yang murmured, and finally activated the god's perspective to look around. It always felt like someone was spying on something secretly, and after all, I didn't dare to take out the purple jade mineral essence throne again. After taking a bath, I lay on the wooden bed. There is no comparison between the hard wooden board and the purple jade mineral essence throne, but it is extremely familiar and reassuring. The next day, Yang took the initiative to go out and come to know 3 middle school. I visited Wang Sikao and Principal Gu Muji, and the 2 elders were flattered. Standing next to Yang respectfully and flatteringly, as if welcoming an inspection from a superior leader. With such an attitude, and Yang felt mixed feelings in his heart for a moment. After saying a simple farewell, and Yang went to the city lord's mansion to find the old man from Sacred Land. Leave now, no more preparations. The old man was a little surprised. That was Jushao Sacred Land. Once you go there and pass the assessment, it will take at least 3 years to come back. The 3 days given are actually considered short. But I didn't expect Yang to say that he was ready to leave even after 2 days. There is nothing to prepare. I can set off at any time alone. Yang shook his head, having stayed in the ancient city for more than 10 years. It would be a lie to say that there is no emotion. It is a pity that there is an undercurrent surging in the deserted ancient city today. He always felt that someone was watching him secretly, and if he didn't protect himself, it was someone with bad intentions. So much so that he didn't even dare to take out the purple jade mineral essence throne. Every night he was delayed would cost him thousands of attribute points. It really made him feel a little distressed. Fine. The old man nodded and stopped insisting. He turned around and made a hand gesture with his hands. Suddenly a radiance flashed and disappeared quickly. The direction we looked at was clearly the direction of Han family. Wait a minute for Han Dufeng, we'll set off as soon as he comes. Yang was speechless, although Han Dufeng was also admitted by Sacred Land. But the treatment is obviously different from him. Jushao Sacred Land is located in the Jushao Mountains next to Zhongzhou. We need to go to Juhua City first and then use Juhua City's teleportation array to teleport to Zhongzhou and then go to Sacred Land. While waiting, the old man chatted with Yang. Jushao Sacred Land is the sacred land of the entire 9 provinces of the Dragon Kingdom, located in the center of the Dragon Kingdom. The distance to the remote ancient city is beyond imagination. To travel over long distances, you need to use a teleportation array. But Wanggu City obviously does not have such high-level goods, and they can only be used by going to Juhua City. How many people did Sacred Land accept this year? Yang asked curiously. He returned too late. At that time, the Kyushu trial rankings had been closed, and the situation of this year's trialists was not known at all. Not many. There are more than 300 combat professionals in Kyushu who meet the standard, and they are directly admitted. However, there are more than 1,000 people who have met the minimum standards but have not been admitted and still need to take the assessment. Yang touched his nose, and it seemed that he was one of the more than 1,000 people. Senior, Brother Yang, I'm here. Han Dufeng ran over panting, looking a little embarrassed. Obviously the old man's sudden notice made him a little hasty, but he still arrived at the scene as quickly as possible. Well, let's go. The old man nodded and his expression became solemn. His stern expression seemed completely different from the previous one. Han Dufeng shrank his neck in awe. Flying shuttle, come out. The old man didn't say much. He stretched out his hand and through it, and a small boat the size of a palm caught the wind. It instantly transformed into a large ship that was over 5 meters long and nearly 3 meters wide. La treasure. Han Dufeng's eyes suddenly lit up and he couldn't help blurting out. Yang didn't speak but his eyes were shining, staring closely at the flying shuttle in front of him. This kind of thing is similar to equipment but not equipment, but something called La treasure. It has many functions and great effects, such as the flying shuttle in front of you. It can be regarded as a means of transportation. It is extremely fast and is generally used to shuttle between neighboring cities. Every search is priceless and represents status. Come up, let's go. The old man still had no expression on his face. He stretched out his hand and Yang and Han Dufeng were instantly hit by a wave of indifference. The force of French resistance was pulled onto the ship. The next second, the flying shuttle carrying the 3 people suddenly rose into the sky, and the ancient city below disappeared in the blink of an eye. This speed is at least 1,000 yards, right? Sitting on the flying shuttle, a layer of transparent barrier protected the 3 of them. The old man stood alone on the bow of the boat with his hands behind his back, looking like an outsider. Han Dufeng carefully lowered his head and looked down, and was amazed at how fast a small boat was beyond imagination. If it weren't for the extraordinary strength of the 2 of them, they might not even be able to see the surrounding environment clearly. Yang was also quite amazed. Under the influence of agility aura, his speed was also extraordinary. It has been improved by 5 times, and the fastest speed can reach 100 yards per hour. But it pales in comparison to this flying shuttle, which directly exceeds the speed of sound. It's almost as fast as the cruise missiles of previous generations. 1,240 yards. If you fly at full strength, it will only take 10 days to fly to the sacred land of the 9 heavens. After all, the old man is not a cold-blooded person, and he soon broke through. Hearing Han Dufeng's exclamation, he couldn't help but reply with a stern expression. 10 days. And Yang was secretly shocked, knowing that the world is very big. But I didn't expect it to be so big. Legend has it that Zhongzhou is located in the center of Kyushu and is a man-made state. The ancient city of Huang is located at the edge of the south, only 30,000 miles away from the nearest forbidden land, Mahai. But now, with the speed of this flying shuttle of more than 1,000 yards per hour, it actually takes 10 days to fly to Zhongzhou sacred land. Isn't the diameter that runs through Kyushu 200 to 300,000 kilometers? Such a huge area is simply beyond imagination. Looking at the current world, I am afraid that the entire Earth is not as big as Kyushu today. Legend has it that there are other human kingdoms outside Kyushu, and the entire world is collectively called the human world. After flying for several hours, the Tissot slowly slowed down. A vast city on the ground in the distance gradually revealed its lineup, with a 100-meter-high city wall. Each wall tile seems to be integrated into one piece. If you don't look carefully, you can't even tell where the gaps between the bricks are. The city walls are carved with mysterious patterns, which emit a faint glow in the sunlight as if they are absorbing something. The flying shuttle slowly descended and reached a city gate before landing on the ground. And Yang looked up and saw the 3 characters, Juhua City, deeply imprinted on the plaque at the top of the city gate. Are you in Juhua City? Ma Jiao. And Yang murmured to himself, quite like Grandma Lu entering the Grand View Garden. Han Dufeng is no better than him. Juhua City is the central hub of the entire Yuzhou and is also the most powerful city in Yuzhou. In the eyes of professionals in their ancient city, they are naturally extraordinary beings. However, after entering, the 2 of them were greatly disappointed. There were not all the novelties they had imagined. The items sold by vendors and shops are the same as those in the ancient city. At most, the quality level is higher. There are also hawkers setting up stalls on the street, and in the restaurants and tea houses upstairs, there will be waiters soliciting customers at the door. Even the scantily clad young ladies in some special places are no more beautiful than those in the ancient city. As this Juhua City, Han Dufeng was greatly disappointed and couldn't help complaining. Instantly lost interest in hanging out. Otherwise, of course, everything in the world is worldly. The old man casually replied that he had experienced this scene once upon a time. But when you become stronger, you will realize that the secular world is the secular world after all. This is a world that does not belong to them. This is also the reason why there are rarely particularly strong beings in the city under normal circumstances. Let's go. Each person in the teleportation array will receive 10,000 gold coins. Remember to pay me back in the future. The teleportation array is a formation that looks like a huge 6-pointed star. 6 light blue stone pillars rise from the ground, meeting each other in the air and supporting a huge energy ball. The light blue light rotates and flickers slightly, looking extremely mysterious. Waiting for the people from Juhua City. And Yang was a little surprised. He was still thinking about whether he could join Lin Linger. Do you think anyone is qualified to be escorted? The old man glanced at Anyang with resentment. This was the treatment given to the champion of the annual trial. Ahem, negative. Anyang rubbed his nose and felt a little embarrassed. Did everyone else want to go to sacred land by themselves? Buzz. The old man walked very quickly, as if he was in a hurry to go back for something. After paying 30,000 gold coins, the teleportation light suddenly lit up. Check the direction. The teleportation array will activate instantly in the next second. Click. The moment the teleportation array was activated, a slight click sounded. The old man's face suddenly changed, and his eyes looked like lightning. I saw at the top of the 6 stone pillars carrying the teleportation, a stone the size of a fist shattered and fell from it. No, the teleportation array has been tampered with. The old man's face suddenly changed, and he roared with a mix of shock and anger. However, it is too late to say anything now. The teleportation array is activated in the next moment. The space channel collapsed and turned into a terrifying energy that instantly rolled up the three of them. And Yang only felt an unmatched force coming. Pulling and pulling seemed to tear him apart. And Yang, from the corner of his eye, he could only see that the old man was covered in ice blue, and the space passage behind him was broken and twisted. The colorful space cracks turned into sharp blades of light that were raging chaotically. In an instant, Han Dufeng was washed away and disappeared. But the old man could only care about An Yang, and at the last moment he was like an angry lion. He rushed over and grabbed An Yang, and then a mouthful of blood spurted out. It's spinning like crazy as if you're in a centrifuge. Boom! A sharp pain hit his back, and An Yang and the old man were violently thrown out. It hit the ground hard. Puff! And Yang's throat felt sweet, and he spurted out a mouthful of blood uncontrollably. I just felt hot all over my body, and my internal organs felt like they had been hit thousands of times with a heavy hammer. My head feels dizzy and like mush. The old man also spurted out a mouthful of blood and was seriously injured. How dare someone do anything to the teleportation array? After a long while, the two of them came to their senses. The old man's face was livid with shock and anger, and his aura erupted like a demon in hell. Ahem, senior, do you have any enemies? And Yang was very depressed. It was his first time to teleport. To encounter something like this, it's like Tesco. The old man shook his head slowly and hesitated to speak. In a lifetime of fighting, who doesn't have a few enemies? But it's a big taboo to use the teleportation array. My enemies won't try to do anything like this. And Yang became even more depressed after hearing this. He was not his enemy. Could this be an accident? If I guess correctly, I should be coming for you. The old man glanced at An Yang and spoke slowly. And Yang was confused. After thinking about it, he didn't seem to have offended anyone. At best, he killed one person in the trial place, and that person was just Fang Chen's follower. Lin Linger didn't even think highly of him, so it was obviously impossible for him to have this ability. Excluding that person, only the Fang family will be left. Could it be the Fang family in Juhua City? And Yang thought, the first place where the accident happened was the teleportation array in Juhua City. As one of the top forces in Juhua City, the Fang family has the ability to take action. But just for stealing Fang Chen's limelight, the Fang family will kill themselves. And he is not alone, there are seniors from Jushao Sacred Land beside him. As long as the Fang family is not a fool, it should be impossible for them to take action on this. There are hidden achievement rewards in the trial land. When you reach level 20, you will get a heaven-defying treasure. It is speculated that it is likely to be a divine weapon. The old man looked at An Yang meaningfully and said, the treasure is touching people's hearts. And it is said that the divine weapon is very likely to be a very heaven-defying divine weapon. This person should be here for the divine weapon. And Yang's pupils shrank. What he was worried about finally happened. When he got the piece of destruction in all directions, he almost couldn't help but have the idea of killing innocent people indiscriminately. Rather than saying it is a divine weapon, it is better to say it is a magic weapon. Once it is leaked, there will definitely be people with evil intentions who want to get it. At that time, this divine weapon will completely transform into a magic weapon, causing a bloody storm. Where's Han Dufeng? And Yang was silent for a while, and quickly recovered from his injuries with the help of durability aura. He stood up and looked around, and couldn't help but ask. It's more dangerous than good. When the old man heard this, his face became more and more gloomy, and in the end he only uttered 4 words. The teleportation array uses the power of space and is extremely complex. But if an accident occurs, the terrifying tearing force caused by the distortion and fragmentation of the space channel will also be very terrifying. Even with his strength, he can only protect An Yang alone. Without his protection, Han Dufeng would only be at level 19. The probability of surviving such a disaster can be said to be extremely slim. And Yang couldn't help but clenched his fists, and for the first time, murderous intent was born in his heart. Although he and Han Dufeng are not close friends, they are still teammates who fight together. Han Dufeng is also very suitable to his taste. He is forthright and righteous. He can clearly understand his position without fighting or grabbing, and the relationship between teammates is very harmonious. Before departure, his father came and gave him a big gift, hoping that he would take care of him. Result: no matter who you are, if you dare to assassinate anyone from sacred land, I, Shu Changchun, will definitely make you pay the price. The old man's face was ashen, and he stretched out his hand, and a staff that looked like a sapphire carving appeared in his hand. Muttering to himself, the voice was not loud, but extremely firm. Senior Shu, where should we go now? CJBJ. And Yang took a deep breath and suppressed Han Dufeng's matter in his heart. This is the first time I know the old man's name. Leave, you can't leave, Shu Changchun sneered, looking toward the sky like a torch. Since the other party dares to tamper with the teleportation formation, they will definitely not allow accidents to happen. It seems that we ended up here by accident, but in fact it must be the result of the other party's calculation. If my guess is correct, the enemy will appear soon. And Yang was silent, he knew that he was about to face a life and death challenge. If the other party dares to do something like this, it is impossible that he has not calculated Shu Changchun's strength. The killer scent must have the strength to fight him. In other words, he and Yang. You will definitely die today. But it's not that easy to kill me, and Yang. And Yang's eyes flashed and he sneered. He was a level 20 aura master. No matter how dazzling his grades are, he is only at level 20. The other party will value him, but they cannot take him too seriously. All you need to do is send out someone who can 100% kill or block Shu Changchun, and taking him down is almost certain. However, no one can guess how terrifying his aura auxiliary ability is. Ha ha ha, Shu Changchun, you are still so smart. It's a pity that even smart people have to be stupid. Just when Yang was thinking about how to deal with it, a gloomy voice suddenly sounded. The next second, 4 figures descended from the sky like ghosts. He was dressed in black clothes and robe, and his whole body was covered so tightly that his face could not be seen clearly. The gloomy and anomaly aura enveloped the two of them, and Yang suddenly felt as if he was being stared at by an extremely poisonous snake. Shudder, what kind of person is hiding his head and showing his tail? Shu Changchun snorted coldly, but did not look at the 4 of them. Instead, he turned his head and stared at an open space in the distance. I can't hide this from you. You really deserve to be Shu Changchun. The light flickered slightly in the open space, and a man with a bronze mask suddenly emerged. People from Qingmianlu, are you looking for death? Dare you attack me, people from sacred land? Shu Changchun's breath suddenly suffocated when he looked at the bronze mask on the face of the visitor, as if he was facing a formidable enemy. Obviously this person is more terrifying than the 4 men in black just now, making him feel great pressure. If I kill you, naturally no one from sacred land will take action against you. The masked man smiled mockingly, and stretched out his fingers as white as a woman. And the finger is like a sword and the body flashes like a ghost. Instantly appeared on the other side, and then headed straight towards Yang. His target was not Shu Changchun, but Yang. You dare. Shu Changchun was furious, waving his staff and about to take action. The other 4 people took action to block him at the same time. Boy, if you want to blame me, it's because your life is too short. If you hand over the divine weapon, I can keep your whole body. The bronze masked man didn't even look at Shu Changchun, and instantly got closer to Yang. His tone was cold and did not reveal any murderous intent. Through the mask, Yang could almost see that his arrogance did not take him seriously at all. HMPH. If you want to kill him, you have to pass this level first. Shu Changchun snorted coldly, and with a flash of his body, he passed through the circle of 4 people and stood in front of Yang. The staff in his hand tapped lightly, hitting the masked man's finger sword just in time. Base. There was a sound of gold and iron clashing, and the bronze masked man suddenly felt as if he had been struck by lightning. The figure retreated sharply, and Yang clearly saw that the right hand he had used to make the sword retracted into his cuff and trembled slightly. Trash. You can't do this well. The masked man suddenly became furious when he saw the 4 people returning without success. If you only have this little strength, I'm afraid you will be doomed to fail today. Shu Changchun did not take the initiative to attack, but stood in front of Yang and looked around cautiously, trying to find other human hands hidden behind them. Okay, well, Shu Changchun, since you are looking for death, I will help you today. The masked man laughed angrily and gave up his plan to delay Shu Changchun from killing Yang first. He knew that if Shu Changchun was not killed today, this task would not be completed. Arrange the formation, America West. The masked man shouted loudly, and the 4 men in black immediately separated and stood in different positions. The 2 hands made a seal, and in an instant, thick black smoke came out of the 4 people. It condenses in the air to form a barrier like light. Ho 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 ho. Excessive adversity. Ha 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 ha. Wisps of black smoke floated out from the barrier, transforming into Anna's colorful ghost. Anomaly's laughter is either sharp or sinister or anomaly, entangled with each other. It goes straight to the top of your head and makes your scalp numb. Ghost formation. And Yang, be careful, hold your breath and guard your soul, and keep your true heart in mind. Shu Changchun's expression changed again, and he shouted a reminder. At the same time, the war started, and countless ghosts continued to attack. The black smoke filled the air, obscuring the presence of the people setting up the formation. Shu Changchun's strength was pretty good. A half-meter-long staff looks like it is made of sapphire and looks extremely beautiful. But in his hands, the dancing tiger was full of power. It did not issue any spells, but instead chopped and stabbed like a broadsword and a spear. Every time you come into contact with a ghost, a terrifying ghost can be instantly dispersed. The fighting method is indeed extraordinary, but how long can Shu Changchun sustain it? The voice of the bronze masked man came from the darkness, erratic like a poisonous snake waiting for an opportunity. Always be ready to deliver a fatal blow when your prey's defense is weak. The method of fighting. Mage. And Yang looked a little confused. Shu Changchun didn't know what level of expert he was. As fast as lightning, every attack and defense has exceeded the limit of his vision. He couldn't capture the specific movements at all, but he could clearly see the staff in his hand. He is obviously a legal profession, but he uses his magic staff as a war spear. Very much like the legendary melee mage. How long it lasts, you will know if you try it. Shu Changchun's expression remained unchanged, but he was very anxious in his heart. He is not afraid of the strength of those 4 people even if they add the bronze masked man, but for high-level professionals, combat power is often not the data on the attribute panel. Otherwise, there would be no need for so many teammates. Teammates who work well together can often achieve the effect of 1 + 1 being far greater than 2. What is stronger than cooperation is the combined attack formation. By learning special formations, the strengths of several people can be superimposed. The power can exceed 3 to 4 times or even 4 to 5 times the original combat strength. The so-called demon formation arranged by these 4 people is obviously a kind of battle formation. Not only does it have the ability to trap people, but it can also continuously summon various illusory spirit bodies to harass and consume. After his mana is exhausted, the enemy will take advantage of the opportunity and sneak in. No matter how strong a being is, it can't withstand this kind of attack. And Yang, you are the aura master, right? Do you have restorative aura? Shu Changchun suddenly had an idea and asked in a deep voice. Although the recovery that a level 20 aura master can bring is very limited, it is better than nothing. At the moment, he couldn't care about that much anymore. He could only hold on for a little longer and then think about how to break the situation. That's great. Senior Shu agrees to form a team. And Yang has long wanted to say that if these people thought he was easy to bully. That's right, his level 20, 3-dimensional and over 1000 level attribute looks pretty awesome. But in front of this kind of existence, he is really no different from an ant. But, as many people think, Aura Master is just a supporting profession after all. He is a serious support, and a super support beyond everyone's imagination. Shu Changchun Battle Mage V150 joins the team. A pleasant notification sound came, and An Yang's eyes immediately went straight when he saw the message. This old man is actually a transcendent level expert with LV level 150. When you awaken your profession, you are at level 1. After reaching level 10, you can perform a transfer. Level 30, 2nd level, 60th level, 3rd level, 100th level, 4th level. After completing the 5th rank at level 150, you can become a rank 5 expert. Looking at the entire Dragon Kingdom, they can be considered as transcendent level experts, and the existences of level 6 above. The total number of hundreds of kingdoms in the entire human world is less than 100. After each job change, your strength will be greatly improved, and you will gain more attribute points. It is no exaggeration to say that a rank 5 powerhouse can even level a small city like an ancient city with one full blow. A battle mage of level 150, that enemy. And Yang murmured, and his scalp couldn't help but tingle just thinking about it. I knew these enemies were very strong, but I never expected them to be so strong. I haven't even left the novice village yet, just send the market-beating warriors with the ceiling of combat power to kill. That's outrageous. That's outrageous. And Yang complained secretly, but Shu Changchun on the side was loud as thunder. His eyes widened in disbelief. Are you a level 20 or a master? Shu Changchun felt his soaring strength and the exaggerated attribute panel. His eyes were straightened, and he looked at Yang in disbelief. I couldn't help but feel a little dazed for a while, feeling as if I was in a dream. The attack is doubled and the speed is doubled. What is this concept? Ha ha ha, you kid from Qingmianlu, your death has come. After a brief moment of astonishment, Shu Changchun burst into laughter. His whole body was full of momentum, as if he was possessed by a Superman. His violent momentum made the green-faced man hidden in the battle formation startled and confused. But soon he knew why Shu Changchun said this. Meteor flash. Shu Changchun did not dare to delay. In his opinion, such a terrifying increase must be very mana-consuming. He must seize the time and deal with these assassins quickly, otherwise it will be over when Yang runs out of mana. The staff in his hand suddenly stabbed into the void, and a hot white light burst out from the top of the staff like the sun. The terrifying pressure swept everything instantly, evaporating all the endless ghosts. The next second, the white light turned into a gorgeous meteor and swept past, instantly dispelling the endless black fog. Puff! Several muffled sounds were heard, and sunlight leaked out of the sky again. The original 4 men in black collapsed to the ground in embarrassment, and the man in the bronze mask looked at Shu Changchun in horror. A look of ghost on his face. You, Shu Changchun, with your strength. How is this possible? One blow shattered the demonic battle formation, leaving the life and death of those who set up the formation uncertain. Suddenly the masked man felt as if he had seen a ghost. Their Qingmianlu is the largest killer organization in the Dragon Kingdom, and the detailed information is beyond everyone's imagination. If you don't know Shu Changchun's situation and strength very well, then you can only guess that they are close. His strength is enough to stand up to hard steel Shu Changchun, but he is still slightly inferior. But with the help of the monster battle formation, capturing Shu Changchun is easy. As a result, Shu Changchun actually broke the battle formation with one blow when he showed off his power. The explosive momentum all over his body made his scalp feel numb. He had a premonition in his heart under the terrifying pressure, that is, Shu Changchun at this time. He is no match. Withdraw. The killer has always been able to escape thousands of miles away without a single hit. Since he judged in his heart that today's mission had failed, he would retreat without hesitation. Want to leave? Shu Changchun sneered. If it were for the sake of Yang's safety in the past, he would naturally not pursue him. But now, hurry up. Shu Changchun grabbed Yang and shouted, his body soared into the sky like a cannonball. Almost in the blink of an eye, he stopped in front of the killer. How is it possible? Shu Changchun, you are taking drugs. The masked man looked at Shu Changchun, who was as fast as lightning, in disbelief, and felt his scalp numb. As a killer, what he is best at is sneak attacks to kill people and escaping. But at this moment, in front of Shu Changchun's exaggerated speed, escape has simply become a luxury. Humph, suffer death. Shu Changchun sneered, feeling quite proud. Without further ado, the staff in his hand stabbed straight away like a spear. Getsuga slash. The masked man's scalp was numb, but he had to take action. With 2 fingers forming a sword, he slashed fiercely. In an instant, it was like a full moon descending. However, under Shu Changchun's stunned stab, the full moon suddenly seemed like a dreamy bubble. Dissipates instantly. The force of the staff continued unabated, and it hit the masked man's chest hard. Puff! The masked man's body softened, and he spurted out a mouthful of blood. Blood leaked through the mask, making him even more frightened. Impossible. Ahem, impossible. You have reached level 5. Impossible. Your 5th rank mission requires killing demigods. No one can do it. You can't be 5th rank. How can you be so strong? The masked man was going crazy, even though he was at a disadvantage in the previous trial attack. But that was just a method he used to estimate Xu Changchun's strength, and he concluded that Xu Changchun was still the same Xu Changchun. The strength has not been broken through. However, Xu Changchun now looks like he is on drugs. A single stab at random has immense power, and all the attacks he is proud of are as fragile as porcelain. It breaks when touched. You even know my 5th rank mission. You are indeed worthy of being called Qingmianlu. Xu Changchun raised his eyebrows and couldn't help but feel terrible about Qingmianlu's penetration ability. Only the closest people knew about his job transfer mission, but now Qingmianlu knows about it. I can't even imagine what it means. Dragon Fang Strike. Xu Changchun has many things on his mind, but now is not the time to think about these things. His eyes narrowed slightly, and the staff in his hand stabbed out fiercely again. F. The masked man screamed desperately, but an ordinary blow was like a mountain crushing him. Just one look at him and he knew he would die from this blow. Infinite ghosts. Well, the masked man's eyes were red and he couldn't think too much. He directly used his special move to tear off a layer of Xu Changchun's skin even if he died. Boom! A loud noise came, and the sapphire staff was indestructible. It stabbed the masked man's chest hard, and red blood flowed out from the staff. The masked man's body stiffened, and then he collapsed heavily to the ground. And a ghostly giant claw lived up to his expectations and grabbed Xu Changchun's abdomen fiercely. It left a deep wound visible to the bone. However, soon, this wound healed and disappeared at a speed visible to the naked eye. He suddenly reacted and looked at Anyang, who was following Xu Changchun closely. It seems like I understand everything. You. Daughter you. Aura Master. Boom. Before he finished speaking, life was passing by out of his control. He fell heavily to the ground, and the masked man's breath completely disappeared. Qingmianlu, hum. Xu Changchun let out a long breath and couldn't help but snorted coldly when he looked at the 5 corpses. Then he looked at Anyang. Are you okay? Xu Changchun looked complicated. Before, it was just because he felt that he was destined to Anyang. In addition, Anyang was recommended by him, so he had to take special care of him. But now, even he couldn't help but be frightened. A blessing's aura increased his attack by 5 times. Such an exaggerated effect is simply unbelievable. He has formed many teams with more than 100 level assists. But it has never been so much. Agility aura is even more exaggerated, speed increases 5 times. It's no different than teleportation. Even the recovery type aura can easily recover hundreds of blood and blue. What an exaggeration. There are also some auras that he is not sure about, but they have obviously increased his output a lot. Otherwise, how could he defeat the killer of Qingmianlu so easily? It can be described as an instant kill. Senior Xu is so powerful that he can instantly kill all invading enemies with just a snap of his fingers. Anyang smiled and congratulated, his assistance was certainly indispensable. But without Xu Changchun's own tyrannical strength, everything would be in vain. You kid. Xu Changchun laughed and cursed. Looking at Anyang, he couldn't help but feel something in his heart. Just as the masked man said, he has been trapped at level 150 for many years. It was because one of his job transfer tasks was to hunt down demigods. This is simply a hellish difficulty, and he still has not been able to complete the task. I also tried asking for help, but all ended in failure. Today, he has even given up his 5th rank. He has changed from the favored son of sacred land to an old man responsible for career awakening. But now, he sees hope. 5 times the attack, 5 times the speed. If there are a few more auras with the same effect, it may not be hopeless to kill the demigod. Xu Changchun's heart skipped a beat, and his eyes when looking at Anyang couldn't help but become more easygoing. If it was the care of the seniors for the younger ones before, now it is mixed with a little need. It will inevitably take a lot of softening. Tisk, 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 is this the man from Qingmianlu? Sure enough, he is a rich man. The masks are all made of lapis lazuli. Xu Changchun was thinking here, but Anyang happily touched the corpse. From the day of awakening, a professional will bring a dimensional backpack, which can store all items with attributes. However, the dimensional backpack will also be broken when you die, and there is a chance that some of the items and equipment in the backpack will drop out. However, Both the masked man and the man in black have nothing, let alone equipment. Not even a single gold coin was exploded. Only the mask on the masked man's face is actually made of lapis lazuli. It can be considered valuable. Taking off the mask, the person inside is an ordinary middle-aged man. The kind that is invisible in a crowd and does not have the characteristics of no. 4. It fits the characteristics of a killer very well. This kind of killer will not bring anything with him before going on a mission, just to avoid revealing his identity if the mission fails. Xu Chongchun came over and explained, the killer of Qingmianlu. The training is extremely strict and no one can get any clues from their corpses. Let's go, I'm afraid I'll be late for the Sacred Land assessment if I delay. Obviously Xu Chongchun knew the rules of Qingmianlu very well and did not waste time searching for anything. He just nodded and reminded, release the flying shuttle, and the two of them board the boat. Looking at the empty stern of the boat, Anyang couldn't help but feel a little sad. The killer was solved, but Han Dufeng was also dead. The two of them were both from the ancient city, and seeing that they were admitted to Jushao Sacred Land, they would be able to honor their ancestors. It turned out that it was gone as soon as he left the house. I don't know how Han Zhengyu would feel when he found out. The world of professionals is like this. No matter how strong you are, no matter how talented you are, you can't guarantee that one day you will unexpectedly face the difference between life and death. Xu Chongchun saw Anyang's sadness and shook his head without much persuasion. Everyone will face life and death after embarking on this road. As time goes by, you'll get used to it. Life professionals envy combat professions, but they don't know that combat professions actually also envy them. After all, even though my life is mediocre as a career, I still have to run around for 3 meals a day. But it's better to be safe. As long as they don't encounter large-scale monster sieges, life professionals can often live until they die of natural old age. This is almost unimaginable for combat professionals. The flying shuttle soars into the sky and hovers in the sky. Xu Chongchun was trying to figure out the direction, while Anyang was lying on the stern of the boat looking down, trying to find traces of Han Dufeng, but the truth is cruel. Until Xu Chongchun replanned the route, he still found nothing. These stupid grandsons have been sent to the wilds of Liangzhou for us. It will take at least a day to fly to the nearest city with a teleportation array. Xu Chongchun cursed, but actually he breathed a sigh of relief. When the teleportation array fails and the teleportation channel collapses, anything can happen. It is not impossible for the unlucky ones to be sent directly to the Forbidden Land. They are still in the Dragon Kingdom after all. It can be considered a blessing in misfortune. Phew! A sharp cry came from a distance. Anyang looked up and saw a big bird that covered the sky and was circling in the distance. He looked at the flying shuttle deeply for a few times before turning his head and flying towards the distance. A conservative estimate is that the wingspan of the big bird is at least 100 meters. The moment Anyang was stared at by it, he felt so cold that he could hardly move. That's the blue sky sea eagle, a level 100 monster. There are endless monsters like this in the wild. Xu Chongchun glanced at the big bird and was unmoved, and explained to Anyang. It's best not to leave any city before you have enough strength. The monsters outside the city are not divided into levels according to the level of the dungeon. You may encounter level 10 monsters just after leaving the city, or you may encounter a level 100 boss. *1. Anyang nodded, this is the basic knowledge in class. It is also the survival principle of this world. Every city, including small fringe cities like Wanggu City, although the strength is not great, it will have strong protection for the residents in the city. Outside Juhua City, I saw patterns on the city wall, and something called a pattern on the side. It is carved by an extremely rare formation master. It can absorb the essence of the sun and moon and store it on weekdays. It is extremely powerful to resist monsters at critical moments. The construction of every city is a very complex project. It is said that it also involves a secret at the highest level of the Dragon Kingdom, and the location was chosen very carefully. The areas outside the city are collectively called the wilderness. It was a world of monsters, ordinary people went out of the city at will. It usually ends up being turned into monster rations. This also involves Jojo Academy and Jushao Sacred Land. The reason why professionals have such a great pursuit of academic entrance examinations is It is also because only by going to college can you have enough copy resources. You can complete dungeons and upgrades to increase your strength without leaving the city. If you are not admitted to college, you can only enter some public dungeons to upgrade. But entering the dungeon requires a hefty ticket. For ordinary people without family background, it is difficult to support them to keep refreshing copies every day. Often you need to find a job, earn some money, and then go out and refresh the dungeon again. As a result, the speed of strength improvement will naturally be greatly affected. But if you go to college, there will be many copies for professionals to use. You only need to complete the tasks issued by the academy to get certain points, and you can improve your strength at a cost that is many times cheaper than the market price. When your strength reaches a certain level, you can even join the land reclamation group. Go and attack those dungeons that have not been cleared. Once you win the first pass of a dungeon, you can obtain the ownership of this dungeon for 1 year. During this year, the income from everyone entering the dungeon will belong to the developer. And so on. We can know in advance how precious the dungeon resources are. If you have not been admitted to college and are unwilling to improve your strength slowly, the only option is to risk going out of the city to kill monsters, but the danger can be said to be a narrow escape from death. If you are unlucky and encounter a boss that exceeds the limit of strength, you will definitely die. The flying shuttle flew rapidly through the sky. With Shu Chongchun's level of strength, most places in the wild are now accessible, except for a few dangerous areas such as forbidden areas. It is difficult to encounter monsters that can threaten him. I was bored along the way, or maybe I just wanted to have a good relationship with Anyang. He talked about many knocks and puzzles on the way to upgrade, as well as tips on using skills. Anyang has benefited a lot. On the second day, the speed of the flying shuttle finally slowed down. A majestic giant city no less than Juhua City appeared in the field of vision. Junan City is the main city of Liangzhou, and the Liangzhou Academy is over there. Shu Chongchun stood on the bow of the boat and pointed in one direction and said, "When you go to Jushao Sacred Land in the future, you might have a chance to compete with the best from Liangzhou Academy." And Yang nodded. He knew. From time to time, Kyushu Academy will go to Jushao Sacred Land to discuss and study, and will also send their outstanding students to challenge the young people of Jushao Sacred Land. It can be regarded as an exchange between the top 10 universities. If he successfully passes the assessment and with his reputation, he will almost certainly be named for challenge in the future. The flying shuttle landed outside Junan City, and the 3 people before turned into 2 people. Shu Chongchun took Anyang directly to the teleportation array without stopping. In order to avoid unexpected situations, he checked for a long time and made sure there were no problems before paying the fee of 20,000 gold coins. The next second a flash of light flashed, and the 2 of them disappeared instantly. Smooth transmission, no bumps like Anyang imagined. When I opened my eyes again, I had arrived at another teleportation array. After walking outside the city, Anyang realized that this was actually the imperial capital of the Dragon Kingdom. However, he was not given too many opportunities to observe the capital. Shu Chongchun once again used the flying shuttle. This time the flight took almost 30 minutes to reach the target. Endless mountains, with a towering peak in the center. The majestic giant cities are built around the mountains, and the cities in the sky are floating out of thin air. White clouds accompany the starry sky, and the spectacle is far beyond Anyang's imagination. The first level of the assessment is to climb the ladder to heaven. It doesn't count as an assessment. Everyone who joins Sacred Land must pass the ladder and successfully reach the top within a week to pass. The white jade steps lead directly to the sky. Standing at the foot of the mountain, Shu Chongchun briefly introduced the rules. Anyang looked up and saw that there were already many figures climbing on the steps. They had obviously arrived late after wasting a day. The real assessment will begin only when you climb to the top. Let's begin. Shu Chongchun patted Anyang on the shoulder and sent Anyang here. His mission was completed. This is already the scope of Jushao Sacred Land. No one dares to act wild here. Qingmianlu doesn't even dare. Thank you, senior. Anyang bowed respectfully to Shu Chongchun, and then stepped onto the first step with firm eyes. Boom. The white jade steps may seem ordinary at best, but once you step on Anyang, you can feel its uniqueness. The heavy pressure suddenly hit, making Anyang couldn't help but tremble. There is a different gravity on the white jade steps. At this time, a steady stream of students came either alone or escorted by family seniors, and climbed the first step like and yang. The stronger ones swayed slightly but quickly adjusted themselves, while the weaker ones almost fell to their knees when their legs weakened. However, those who can pass the Jushao sacred land must be people with extraordinary strength. He quickly adapted to the double gravity and stood up firmly. Gravity ladder. Interesting. And Yang looked strange and murmured to himself, gravity is the easiest thing to test a person's strength. It can most intuitively reflect the physical fitness of every professional. Although it may not necessarily represent combat power, it must represent each person's three-dimensional attributes. With his three-dimensional height of almost 2,000, he quickly adapted to this gravity. Walking forward easily, I looked up and saw that there were 9 rank 19 in total on the white jade steps. They get smaller in order from low to high. The first one at the bottom is as big as a football field. The top one seems to be only the size of a palm. Soon we came to the second step. There were already many people waiting here. Some people try to jump on the second channel, but most of them end in failure. Standing up under double gravity can be easily accomplished by professionals admitted to Jushao sacred land. But it's not that easy to get to the second step. Because, every step, they are all several meters high. If you want to go up, you have to jump up. The height is only a few meters, which is very easy for professionals to jump up. But if you want to jump so high under double gravity, it will be at least 10 times more difficult. Can levitation be used? And Yang's heart moved and he tried using 163. It's a bit of a pity, although it's not completely ineffective. But it can only float up about half a meter. Obviously, the enhanced gravity environment greatly suppresses the skills attached to this low-level equipment. And Yang estimates that it may completely fail after climbing a few more steps. Don't waste your efforts. If you persist for about 10 minutes, you can get certain attribute points. If you want to jump up to the 3-dimensional level, you have to break through at least 200 to have a chance. Seeing many newcomers trying to jump on the second channel, some who came earlier couldn't help but remind them. Can I still get attribute points? The latecomer was slightly startled and asked in surprise. But someone soon got verified. Really, I got 10 free attribute points, which is equivalent to a level 1. Holy shit, this is not just an assessment, it's a priceless treasure. Rank 1 can get you 10 points. How can you get it from a high place? You have to stand to get it, sitting has no effect. After breaking through 200 in 3D, it's best to move up to rank 2 as soon as possible. The higher you go, the more attribute points you will get. Many people were talking in surprise, and their hearts suddenly became full of energy. I can only say that it is worthy of being called sacred land. What kind of assessment is this? This is the meeting gift given to them by sacred land. Can I still get attribute points? And Yang was also moved in his heart and couldn't help but look up. Rank 1 can obtain 1 point on average per minute, which is not much worse than the purple jade mineral essence throne. What about rank 19? Isn't the effect many times stronger than the purple jade mineral essence throne? And Yang's heart suddenly became hot and he came to the steps in surprise. He pushed his feet hard on the ground and jumped up to the second step like a flying swallow. Brother, don't waste your time. The person who first spoke looked at Yang's eagerness to give it a try and couldn't help but tried to persuade him. However, before he finished speaking, he saw Yang jumping onto the second step easily. Suddenly my eyes widened. Those who can get into Jushao sacred land basically start with a career with hidden combat value. The rare combat profession is exactly as its name suggests, and it has become even rarer here. Everyone is now in the 10th level, so the gap in strength will not be too big. Under normal circumstances, you can only climb one platform step by step and slowly, and you can jump directly to the second platform. Undoubtedly the best among them. It's so strong, it's so easy, it's estimated that there are more than 300 people in 3 dimensions. Some people watched with envy as Yang's back disappeared into rank 2, and couldn't help but say. More than 300, either some kind of heavenly material or earthly treasure has been used, or the first transfer has been completed. A twist, this is a big boss, I don't know which big family he comes from. Who knows, there is no shortage of powerful geniuses in sacred land. It is said that there are still people who can jump directly to the 10th channel from the very beginning. The people around looked at Anyang's back with envy and disgust in low voices. Eyes filled with envy. This world is like this, even if you are admitted to Jushao Sacred Land. Hidden combat professions are also divided into 3, 6 or 9 levels. Some people have extraordinary backgrounds. After coming out of the trial place, the family immediately arranged a tour to help him complete the task. After a successful transfer, you can get your attributes supplemented, and you can have attributes that far exceed those of other people who have not changed jobs. After coming here to climb the heavenly rank, you can naturally be one step ahead of them and climb to a higher level to get more rewards. You can also complete the 99 steps faster and achieve better results. Get better treatment in Sacred Land. It can be said that one step is faster, each step is faster. In the future, ordinary professionals will have to pay a huge price if they want to catch up, and they may not be able to catch up. About 2.1 times the gravity, so it seems that the increase is not much, and the highest point may not exceed 1 times the gravity. Anyang ignored the envious looks behind him and easily jumped to rank 2. Feeling the slightly heavier gravity, I made some mental estimates as to how difficult it would be to climb heavenly rank. His 3-dimensional attributes exceed everyone's imagination, but it's unclear how much gravity a 3-dimensional one of close to 2000 can withstand. A conservative estimate should be that you can jump halfway up the ladder. Quote exclamation mark quote. Without much hesitation, he had already heard about it. The attribute improvements that can be obtained in the ladder are limited in number of times and are not unlimited. Being able to climb the higher white jade ladder faster will naturally lead to higher profits. Staying on the lower floors is a complete waste of time. Anyang ran quickly, leaving the professionals on the second floor stunned. An increase in gravity of only 1/10 may seem small, but it is like the last straw that breaks the camel's back. It is very difficult for a normal professional who has exceeded 203 dimensions to just stand, let alone run fast. And Anyang is not just running, it is no exaggeration to describe his speed as lightning fast. In the blink of an eye, he crossed the steps the size of half a football field and arrived at the 3rd floor. Then without stopping, he tapped his toes on the ground. The figure suddenly rose up from the ground and easily landed on the 3rd step and disappeared. Am I dazzled? It's so fast. This speed, 3-dimensional, is at least 500 and up. Isn't it too much? How did you do this? Is it possible that the senior brothers are joking with us? It's impossible. You can only climb heavenly rank once. After entering Jushao Sacred Land, you can't even come back even if you want to. After Anyang jumped to the 3rd floor, many professionals on the 2nd floor reacted. There was an uproar and shock. On the 3rd floor, Anyang, who had been mentally prepared for a long time, still did not stop. Here it has increased by about 1/10, and the gravity has reached 2.2 times. It should take about 253-dimensional people to continue moving forward, so naturally there is no way to stop him. Soon, the 4th floor, the 5th floor, in just 1 minute. Anyang jumped directly to the 10th floor, leaving only endless legends below. 3 times the gravity. It takes almost 303 dimensions to barely stand up here. On the 10th floor, Anyang stopped and felt the pressure of gravity. Triple gravity is already a very terrifying value. For ordinary people, it can rupture their internal organs and kill them in an instant. Even professionals of more than 10 levels can be knocked down by being caught off guard. If you want to stand up, your 3-dimensional attributes must exceed at least 300 points to barely hold on. And if you want to jump under 3 times the gravity, you may have to go up to 403 dimensions to have any hope. It's not difficult at all. Even if you stay on the 1st floor, you can go to the 10th floor in a few hours. Anyang stood on the edge of the 10th floor and looked down. The total of the 9 steps below was the size of a residential area. Hundreds of professionals are working hard on the steps like ants. Sometimes someone tries to climb but eventually falls back to the next step because of instability. Sometimes there are people who successfully climb, and then they grit their teeth and persevere even though their bodies are shaking and their knees are in severe pain. Every 10 minutes they persist will make them stronger and the more stable they can stand. Until I jump to a higher level, repeating the endless suffering over and over again. But the increasingly strong three-dimensional attributes inspired them, and no one gave up easily. Those who come earlier also have an advantage. And Yang looked up again. There were probably people above looking down at him as he looked down. Those who came earlier are also the ones who are more powerful and blessed. Walk. After taking a short rest, and Yang continued to run quickly. Even with his strength, he felt a little pressure under 3 times the gravity. The steps are no longer so light, but the speed has not decreased at all. The area of the 10th floor has shrunk significantly, leaving only 100 square meters. And Yang started running and immediately attracted the attention of the dozen or so professionals who were already standing on the 10th floor. There were more than a dozen people standing on the 100 square meter steps, which already seemed a bit crowded. When they saw Yang still running, some people couldn't help but frown and were ready to scold him. However, after seeing Yang's speed, he suddenly broke into a cold sweat and quickly swallowed back the words he had not yet spoken. He quickly ducked to both sides and opened a passage for Yang to pass. I'm afraid that if I block this terrifying existence, it will be a big loss if it is thrown away casually. The 11th floor, 3.1 times gravity. And Yang jumped and landed easily on the 11th floor. As he expected, the gravity did not increase too much. However, the higher the gravity multiple, the greater the compliance with the human body. It is also an increase of 1/10, but the physical fitness requirements for workers are by no means comparable to those at the lower level. Each time you go up a level, the required three-dimensional attributes will increase even more. This means that the climbing speed will be slower. And Yang's pace remains the same. Undiminished, jumping on the steps like a flexible monkey. On the 20th floor, the area is only the size of a living room. 4 times the gravity. On the 30th floor, there is only one master bedroom, with an area of about 20 square meters. 5 times the gravity. 40 floors, only 3 meters long and wide. Gravity is up to 6 times higher. Coming here, and Yang has not met anyone for many levels. On the 40th floor, there was only one young man with a red face who persisted. I was shocked when I saw Yang coming up. He reached their level. It is difficult for latecomers to surpass them. After all, the attributes of the three-dimensional breakthrough are no longer something that can be achieved with just one turn or using some genius treasure. He had to accumulate slowly by climbing up the ladder. He had been on the 40th floor for more than an hour. I only managed to persevere by cooperating with my family's secret meditation practice. I don't even have the slightest confidence in continuing to improve in a short period of time. Even so, he persisted with his face flushed and his body trembling slightly. I was sweating profusely from behind, and my legs were swollen and painful. It was all about perseverance. But looking at the latecomers in front of me, they are calm and just a little out of breath. It seems that you are not here to climb the ladder, but to travel. The young man only said one word and then shut up tightly, because when he was discouraged, he found it difficult to hold on. Goodbye. And Yang nodded to him, passed by and jumped onto the ground with his feet, jumping directly to the 41st floor. Quote. The young man looked up at the figure above in stunned silence, and finally could only grit his teeth and utter one word. It's the 41st level. It seems that the increased attributes of this ladder cannot be ignored. It is higher than the purple jade mineral essence throne. There was no one on the 41st floor. And Yang sighed slightly with emotion. I don't know what kind of precious materials this thing is made of. It's so huge that it may even surpass the purple jade mineral essence. Really worthy of being called Jushao Sacred Land, this is called a wealthy man. When he got a purple jade mineral essence throne, he hid it like a treasure and did not dare to show it to others. Jushao Sacred Land placed such a precious treasure at the door, but no one dared to come and make any plans. This made him very envious. On the 50th floor, you need at least 1,200 points of 3 dimensions to get on it. With my strength, I estimate that I will only reach the limit at the 70th or 80th floor. On the 49th floor, and Yang sighed slightly. The attributes that I was originally proud of now seemed to be inferior to even the weakest official disciple of Jushao Sacred Land. After all, those who can reach the top of the white jade stairs would have a 3-dimensional attribute of more than 2,000 conservatively. It was something he couldn't even imagine before. Stop coming, come to the 50th floor. We will go up in an hour. And Yang was about to continue climbing the stairs when suddenly a cold voice came. Looking up, I saw a 18-year-old boy in Xingyi standing quietly with his hands behind his back on the 50th step 10 meters high. The young man's eyes were level with the clouds, his nostrils were turned down without even looking at Yang. What a word, and Yang frowned. This was the first time he was stopped. But he soon realized that the area of each step here could only accommodate one person standing. It will be extremely crowded if there are two people standing there, so both sides need to be close to each other to get a foothold. This is obviously unacceptable to the arrogant geniuses who come here. It is natural for the professionals below to live in peace to transform into competitors. What if I have to come up? And Yang raised his eyebrows and looked at the person above him with a half smile. His three-dimensional height is more than 1,800, so naturally he is not willing to waste time by staying on the 40th floor. You just try. I think you are a person of extraordinary strength. If you are thrown down more than 30 floors and lose face, don't blame me. And Yang turned back and looked down. The 50th staircase was already more than 500 meters above the ground. The area of the steps below gradually increases, but on the 50th floor there is only an area of 1 meter square. Once a battle breaks out, a person who is not standing firmly will inevitably fall down like a rolling gourd. The defeated side can no longer stop by taking a step back. After all, it is difficult to stand even with more than 6 times the gravity. It's harder to stop yourself from falling. By then, I'm afraid it won't be unusual to fall all the way to 20 or 30 floors. Let's not talk about the embarrassment. That's a huge waste of time. The young man was obviously determined by Yang. He took advantage by occupying the highest point. No matter who has the same strength, no latecomers can even think of snatching him away. Instead, they will be easily overthrown by him based on his geographical advantages. Based on this advantage, the young man has absolute confidence. Those who occupy the top will never allow others to surpass themselves. Only in this way can you ensure that your performance will not be surpassed and you will have better treatment after entering sacred land. Really? Then try it. And Yang was noncommittal, tapping his feet lightly on the 49th step. In an instant, the whole person rose up from the ground like a wild goose. When the young man above saw this scene, his expression suddenly changed slightly. As the so-called expert can tell if there is something wrong as soon as he makes a move. With just one click like this, Yang can easily see that he is no match for Yang in terms of three-dimensional attributes. Even lower than just a little. Iron Mountain. The young man's expression changed slightly, although he knew in his heart that he was probably no match for Yang. But taking advantage of the geographical advantage, he only needs to stand on the edge to prevent Yang from settling down, and the 6 times gravity will be his best helper. Yang, who has nowhere to stay, only has the power of one blow. He can easily knock Yang off as long as he blocks the blow. Keep your position on the 50th floor. Still using skills. Yang raised his eyebrows, feeling slightly angry. In the final analysis, the battle for the ladder is actually a battle for treasure land. Everyone competes with each other based on their three-dimensional physical fitness. But if you use skills, it is equivalent to a real battle. How shameless. Immolation aura, open. Since the enemy has no martial ethics, Yang will naturally not tolerate him. With a thought in his heart, he was directly included in the hostile camp. In an instant, a huge number floated above the young man's head. Critical hit. -13,542. A huge bright red number floated up, instantly frightening the young man above. Impossible. How is it possible? The young man's blood bar was instantly cleared and the threat of death came. Fortunately, at the critical moment, a green light appeared above his head. He actually forcibly locked his life at one point, avoiding the bad luck of being instantly killed. No. Brother, please spare my life. The young man had quick eyesight and quick hands, and could not care less about the shock and fear in his heart. He jumped down from the side neatly and rolled down from the 49th floor like a gourd. At the critical moment, he didn't care whether he was embarrassed or not. In order to get away from Yang faster, he even used his hands and feet to roll faster. Another disciple of a powerful force. Yang successfully landed on the 50th step, resisting the urge to chase and close the immolation aura. The light on that young man's head was all too familiar. It was exactly the same as the one that appeared on Fang Chen's body back then. It is obviously a method used by the strong family members. It can be regarded as a talisman for the younger generations. It can resist a fatal injury at 29 critical moments. The young man quickly rolled to the 20th floor, stopped and looked up at Anyang, then stood up with lingering fear. Big beads of sweat were dripping from his forehead, which made many people look at him sideways along the way. This scene was not surprising to people in their 20s and 30s. Although the young man rolled around in a very embarrassed state, no one dared to laugh at him. After all, this situation is obviously that of a strong person who failed in the high-level fight. Even if they fail, it is not comparable to those of them who are still struggling at the lower level. Although this person rolled extremely far. Critical hit, more than 13,000 damage. What is the origin of this person? The young man stood up and looked up with lingering fear. Anyang can no longer be seen, but the panic in his heart has not eased at all. Thinking about the scene just now, I felt my hands and feet were cold and my whole body was shaking. I almost smelled the breath of death just now. If it weren't for the life-saving means provided by our ancestors, I would be dead by now. He couldn't even imagine how he had done that more than 10,000 injuries. No matter how you look at it, it doesn't look like something a professional of this level can do. He was extremely shocked, and Anyang was actually a little shocked in his heart. This is the first time he has used all his strength after his great improvement in strength. Immolation aura has always been a bit weak before. Even with the 50-fold bonus of his divine level talent, it is still difficult to kill monsters of the same level instantly. And the percentage damage is almost negligible. But on the second day after the trial, everything was different. Not to mention the blessings brought by the 4 additional skills, it is just the 3-dimensional attributes brought by the purple jade mineral essence thrown after sleeping all night. Directly pushing his intelligence to the level of 7 or 800, coupled with the attack blessing of the divine jade green bag book. Then with the blessing of blessings aura's 5 times basic attack, his attack pile was directly increased to a full 5,000 plus. Level 5 immolation aura's damage is 150%, which is more than 7,000. Coupled with immolation aura's solid damage of 3,500, his output directly reaches more than 10,000. In addition, the output of the explosive damage aura is doubled. In theory, his immolation aura can now do 20,000 damage per second. He only dealt 13,000 damage, which was actually the result of that young man's good defense. If it were an ordinary professional in the 20s or 30s, he would probably be able to deal full damage directly. The strength is pretty good, but the character is a bit lacking. Anyang shook his head. He almost had murderous intentions just now. Even though he had been deliberately suppressing it, the divine weapon's property of being capable of destroying all directions still lingered in his heart. It is easy for him to become murderous without realizing it. That is to say, this is the entrance examination site for Jushao Sacred Land. If it were to be in the wilderness where no one knows, he couldn't even guarantee that he could hold it back just now. Just do what you want. Just do it with no regrets. Anyang took a deep breath and shook these messy thoughts out of his mind. Look up, then keep jumping up. On the 50 steps up, the mask has become so small that it can only stand alone. The 10-meter-high steps make it difficult to see what's going on at high places, but on the contrary, you can have a panoramic view of what's going on below. Anyang didn't know how many people were there, but it was obvious that the battle between him and the boy just now had been watched by many people. When he met someone above him again, the person looked at him in horror. He decisively chose to jump down the steps to give way, and then went back after Anyang crossed the steps. But not everyone is so conscious. After all, some people are not convinced. The results are obvious, whether it is physical fitness or fighting ability. They were all easily killed by Anyang, which made a group of monster geniuses with extraordinary backgrounds secretly resentful. But there is no way. This girl is Zhongzhou Feng Yinsha. What is your name? On the 70th floor, after Anyang surpassed one person again. A girl dressed quite wildly looked at Anyang with an unconvinced expression, as if she wanted to regain her place in the future. Ancient city, Anyang. Anyang stood on the next step, looking down at the girl. This person turned out to be from Zhongzhou, which inevitably made him take a few more glances. It's okay just not to look at it, but when he looked at it, his nose almost started to bleed. Feng Yinsha's dress is quite avant-garde, and she has the temperament of a spiritual girl from her previous life. The red top with exposed navel and tight leather armor revealed a large area of white skin like snow. Viewed from a high place, you can even have a panoramic view of the vast scenery on your chest. The lower body is wearing black ripped tight leather pants, showing off her devilish figure. It's hard not to take a second look. Are you in Yang? However, the girl who had looked dissatisfied and resentful just now suddenly brightened up when she heard An Yang's name. Looking at An Yang like a obsessed girl. I've heard of you. You are an auxiliary profession, or a master, but you won the championship of this trial. You also rose to level 20 and received the hidden achievement reward of the trial land. Handsome guy, tell me what that reward is. Is it the divine weapon? An Yang looked speechlessly at the girl whose attitude changed drastically. She didn't bother to talk to him and turned around and stood up again. Keep climbing. Hey, if you don't say it, stingy. When Feng Yinsha saw An Yang ignoring her, she immediately stamped her feet angrily and quickly jumped back to her original 70 steps. Be careful, there are a few fools up there, they are the most insane guys in every state. The girl shouted from the 70th floor. When she didn't get a response from An Yang, she immediately pouted angrily. But there was nothing she could do. The 70th floor of this place was already her limit. If you want to continue going up, it will take at least a few hours before you have any hope. How many more are there? An Yang couldn't help but feel shocked when he heard the girl's voice below. Originally he thought he had surpassed everyone, but by the 70th level, the gravity had reached more than 8 times. Even with his strength, he has already felt a lot of pressure, and every time he climbs up, it is no longer so easy. You need to rest for a while before you can continue. There are people up there. And Yang's face was slightly solemn. If someone reaches the 80th floor, I'm afraid the 3-dimensional attributes are not far from mine. And from what Feng Yinsha said, it seems that there is more than one such existence. And Yang couldn't help but sigh that he really shouldn't underestimate the people in the world. He had incredible opportunities. Those with great influence are no less willing to give in. Not only do they have opportunities, it also has the support of family forces, and ordinary people can't even imagine how powerful it is. But he is not afraid, no one can stop his progress. No matter how strong the 3-dimensional attribute is, it can only represent physical fitness. What kind of 3-dimensional figure must he kneel under his immolation aura, which suffered over 10,000 injuries? Soon, An Yang on the 75th floor encountered the first so-called fool. And he's an acquaintance. Brother An, we meet again. Feng Chen looked down at An Yang with a complicated expression, and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. He was completely crushed by An Yang in the trial field, which made him very dissatisfied. But after the trial ended and he returned to his family, he realized that it wasn't that he was trash, but that An Yang was too much. According to the calculations of the family experts, An Yang must have an SSS level talent. Otherwise there is no way to explain why it is so abnormal. Arriving on the ladder to heaven in Jushao Sacred Land, he quickly regained his confidence. Before departure, I had completed a transformation under the arrangement of my family, and my attributes were doubled. Coupled with the advantage of level, he quickly left behind countless strong men. Then, relying on the attribute advantages brought by the ladder, we were far ahead. In the end, only a few people can fight him. The reason why he is at the bottom of the first echelon is not because of his lack of strength. It's just that he came a little late and was taken advantage of by others. Feng Chen. And Yang looked up at the other party dumbly. The proud young man in the past seemed to have lost a lot of energy. The temperament is reserved and not so aggressive. Brother An is really strong. He was able to come from behind. Feng is really impressed. Feng Chen's face was complicated. He lowered his head to look down at An Yang and felt an inexplicable pleasure in his heart. It was probably only now that he had the upper hand. But he soon restrained himself and looked at An Yang, who seemed to be ready to take action. Feng Chen suddenly looked horrified. The feeling of death in the trial place is still fresh in his memory. This idiot left a deep psychological shadow on him. Although he has greatly improved in strength now. But he still feels that he is no match for An Yang. Brethren, please, but the people above may not be so easy to talk to. Fang Chen quickly gave way and said with some gloating as he watched and Yang continue to move forward. Regarding the people in front of him, he was not very convinced in his heart. But the other party occupies a geographical advantage, and it is really impossible to surpass them when their strength is not much different. But Yang is an exception. Let Yang go up and fight them, no matter who wins or loses, it will be a bad feeling for him. Thanks. Yang was about to continue setting off, but after thinking about it, he stopped and nodded. His first impression of Fang Chen was not very good, but he gave in quickly. He can't chase the other person, right? In addition to the gift from the Fang family, there is a book of his skills. The so-called reaching out and not hitting the smiling man means that all the grudges against Fang Chen in my heart have been wiped away. How many others are up there? Yang thought for a while and asked again. 3 people. Fang Chen gathered his strength and jumped back to the 75th floor again, and said cheerfully. Lin Linger is also up there. Linger is here too. Yang was slightly shocked, but thinking about it carefully, it seemed normal. Although Lin Linger was very wary of Fang Chen when they first met, with his help, the level of the trial area soared to IV-19. The entire Kyushu is second only to him. In addition, the family's strength is not weaker than that of the Fang family. It's natural to have better grades than Fang Chen. Not only but also the first. When Fang Chen heard Yang being called such a relative, a trace of envy flashed in his eyes. Once upon a time, Lin Linger was the dream lover of their Juhua city boy. He was also the one he wanted to pursue. However, the dignified young master of the Fang family could not get into the eyes of the arrogant Lin Linger, but in the end he took advantage of Yang in front. First, Yang felt happy and could not help but feel proud. She is worthy of being called Yang's woman, and her strength is beyond question. Gone. Nodding, Yang said nothing more. He charged up and jumped up again, slamming his body heavily on the 77th floor. That's you, your name is Yang. Before he could stand upright, an arrogant young man on the 78th floor shouted condescendingly and asked. The young Jiangxing has handsome features and thin lips with an evil meaning. Being condescending and having cold eyes is like looking at an ant. The reputation is not small, but the strength is not that great. Without waiting for Yang to answer, the young man shook his head contemptuously. You don't even have 3 dimensions of 2000, but you still want to challenge me. I thought Fang Chen was some kind of big shot, but I didn't expect that it turned out to be a joke. He actually placed his hopes on an auxiliary profession. Noisy. Yang frowned slightly and responded lightly. What did you say? The young man suddenly became furious, thinking about his noble status. Even if it was Fang Chen, he had to make sure that he didn't dare to offend easily. The person in front of him, Yang, dared to talk to him like this. Court death. The young man shouted coldly, stretched out his arms and held a spear in his hand. The whole person jumped down like a rock spreading its wings, intending to knock Yang down from his own steps with the force of thunder. A few heads poked out from the steps above. Apparently, Yang's rapid approach through 5 levels and 6 generals had been seen by them, who were bored and had nothing to do. It's time to take advantage of this battle to see Yang's strength. I hope you are also from a famous family. Yang looked at the young man who descended like a rock spreading its wings, and he would almost cheer for him even if they were enemies. Cracked tooth wound. The young man fell from the sky and shouted loudly. The spear was swung and instantly turned into a bloody mouth and bit down hard on Yang. Although he looks down on Yang, he is a masterstroke once he makes a move. Critical hit. Minus 12,954. How is that possible? However, the moment he took action, he was already regarded as an enemy by immolation aura. The next second, a huge damage floated from the top of the head. No matter how powerful the life was, it was not any higher than other people. The health bar suddenly clears up. The young man was shocked and all his strength was drained away in an instant. As if he had died all over again, his whole face was pale, like a kite with a broken string, falling in the wind. Where does it still have the slightest bit of prestige from before? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. You are just an auxiliary profession, how is it possible? A blue light shield floated above the young man's head. Yang was already used to it now. Each of these professionals with extraordinary backgrounds is like a cat, with multiple lives. I refuse to accept it. The young man screamed in horror. His face was ashen and he was very unconvinced that he was killed instantly. In his opinion, he just underestimated Yang and was attacked by surprise. There will never be anyone stronger than him. Taishu Longbi, come again. The young man lost his life but refused to accept it. His strong body turned over. I tapped my toes on the 74th floor and stepped directly onto 2 steps. The spear in his hand stabbed Yang hard again. It is shrouded in golden light, and it seems to be an extraordinary defensive skill. Again, Yang raised his eyebrows. He encountered many obstacles along the way. But most of them collapse at the first touch, and both the enemy and ourselves can clearly see their strength. Those who are outmatched by strength will not be entangled, and they will cancel the hostilities when they are good. Otherwise, the 10 lives of these so-called second-generation young men would not be enough to kill him. But this person obviously didn't see the situation clearly, and even when he was occupying the geographical advantage, he didn't even defeat the enemy with 1 move. At this moment, he actually plans to defeat the top with the bottom. In that case, don't blame me for being rude. With such an enemy, Yang would naturally not tolerate him. With a thought, he listed them as enemies again. -3,500. A bright red wound instantly appeared on the boy's head, but what surprised Yang was that he was not killed instantly. Damage reduction skills. Or are they for defense? Yang's heart moved, and he knew that the problem lay with the young man's skills. There was no critical hit this time, but his own attack damage should not be underestimated, but it had no effect at all. Haha, suffer death. The boy's heart skipped a beat. Although he was not killed instantly this time. But his health bar dropped by more than half, and he couldn't guarantee that he could stop it if it happened again. The young man was frightened and angry, and his eyes were filled with murderous intent. He will never give Yang a chance to attack again. But the next second, batter, -3,500. Well. In midair, the young man's body went limp again. A familiar feeling came and his eyes widened immediately. I'm so sorry. The young man's face was ashen and he couldn't help but curse, but the 7 or 8 times the gravity of the ladder doesn't care what family you are. As if a pair of big hands were pulling down, the young man's body quickly fell heavily back to the 74th step. Being killed twice in a row made him mentally weak and he could no longer control his body. It rolled down from the 74th floor like a gourd rolling on the ground, only causing the people below to scream in surprise. Some unlucky people finally climbed up the steps, but before they could stand still, they saw a black figure rolling down at a very fast speed above them. Suddenly they fell down the stairs together. Hey, isn't this young Master Dongfang? Why are you acting like this after not seeing each other for a while? Fang Chen was always paying attention to this battle, and when he saw the young man rolling down in embarrassment, he couldn't help but stick his head out and gloat at the misfortune. Fang Chen, just wait for me, I will come back. The young man rolled past Fang Chen with a humiliated face and red eyes. Yang saw Fang Chen with sharp eyes and kicked him. The embarrassed voice gradually turned into an echo. The young man who fell from a height was particularly embarrassed. The terrifying gravity caused it to roll down crazily in the form of acceleration. Yang clearly saw that this guy had rolled to the 20th floor before reluctantly stopping. He couldn't even stand up for a while. It's your own fault and you won't live. Yang shook his head and glanced. Originally he was only down to the 74th floor. But this guy had to cause trouble, and now he's fine. I fell directly to the 20th floor. It is not that easy to climb back up. Moreover, Feng Yinsha, Fang Chen and others will not allow him to surpass him again. It's almost impossible to catch up again. There are 3 more. Yang withdrew his gaze and turned around to look up. He could see several heads exposed above. The 2 teenagers looked solemn, and when they looked at Yang, they couldn't help but flicker. Obviously, having witnessed this battle with their own eyes, they have no confidence in stopping Yang. The pretty face at the top is full of surprise, and her eyes are smiling like crescent moons. Looking at Yang happily. Yang, Lin Linger looked down at her beloved below and couldn't help but shout loudly. Wait for me. Yang also smiled. 2 simple words explained his attitude. Lin Linger nodded vigorously. Looking at the sad faces of the two people below, she felt inexplicably proud. This is the boy that she, Lin Linger, likes. Even if the difficulties and dangers come too late. In the end, I will be able to surpass everyone and reach the top again. I've heard about An Yang's name for a long time, and now that I've met him, he's even more famous than me. Seeing An Yang jump up to the 77th floor, he looked up at himself. The boy on the 78th floor was suddenly excited. Although he was born an extraordinary person, the awakening professional talent is even more incredible, but it doesn't stop An Yang from being sure at all. After all, the damage that can easily reach tens of thousands is not a good look. No one of them at level 10 can be sure that they can stop it. Rather than falling down in embarrassment after a battle, it is better to give way wisely. At least it can guarantee that you won't lose too badly. I'm at the Lin family in Qingchang, Yangzhou. Lin Shu, brother N, please come. Lin Shu is chubby and looks quite honest. It doesn't match his name at all. But the occasional glint in his eyes clearly showed that he was not as honest as he appeared. Desolate ancient city, An Yang. Thank you. He extended his hand to avoid hitting the smiling man, and An Yang returned the gesture to express his gratitude. Lin Shu stood on the edge of the steps and got out of the way. An Yang jumped up and Lin Shu jumped down. The two sides met in the air, and a glimmer of light flashed in Lin Shu's eyes. At this time, both sides are in the air and have no leverage. If he reaches out and pushes like this, An Yang will definitely be pushed down the steps by him, and he may even fall directly to the bottom. But he soon gave up this tempting idea, because climbing the ladder to heaven was just the beginning. After climbing to the top and entering Jushao Sacred Land, it is the real beginning of their future life. After living in Sacred Land for several years, it is obviously not a wise move to offend such a powerful person for no reason. What a pity. Lin Shu is a coward. Lin Shu was obviously not the only one who could understand this scene. After the two sides exchanged positions smoothly, Fang Chen below and the person above cursed in their hearts at the same time. They were all holding their breath to watch the fun. Hope to see An Yang falter so they can keep their spot. It's a pity that Lin Shu is not a fool and did not do what they imagined. Are you going to come down by yourself, or should I do it for you? An Yang stood on the 78th floor, raised his head and continued to look up. The young man on the 79th floor has a handsome face, red lips and white teeth. At first glance, An Yang almost thought the other person was a woman. The young man's face kept changing, and his eyes were obviously a little unwilling. But in the end he didn't say much. The steps he took to stand on the edge of the steps already explained his attitude. An Yang nodded with satisfaction, adjusted his body slightly and jumped up again. He was not afraid that this person would dare to cheat, otherwise with his immolation aura's distance of a full 2,500 meters. It can completely cover the entire ladder. If he dares to cheat, An Yang can kill him instantly even if he falls to the ground. After several battles, everything went smoothly. The two met and An Yang successfully climbed to the 99th floor. Then he jumped again and stepped directly onto the 80th floor. Lin Linger did not jump down, but hugged An Yang tightly. The 80th floor can barely fit two people in. An Yang. Lin Linger reached out and hugged An Yang, her little head buried deeply in An Yang's arms. The two of them looked like a couple of gods and goddesses thousands of meters above the ground, and everyone's teeth were shattered just by looking at them. 9 times gravity, so scary. The two chatted for a while, and An Yang felt the gravity of the 80th floor and sighed slightly. This has almost reached Lin Linger's limit. Even though he has more than 1,800 three-dimensional bodies, he feels tired. But the limit has not been reached yet. Linger, I'll go up first. After saying goodbye to Lin Linger, An Yang jumped up again. Came directly to the 81st floor. Boom. The terrifying gravity came over, only increasing the gravity by 1/10 again. But he couldn't help but tremble. If you want to reach the top, it will probably take you 3,003 dimensions. An Yang looked up, and the top was already in sight. But just a few hundred meters away, it feels out of reach. The foundation of Jushao Sacred Land is simply beyond imagination. Just to get started, you need 3,003 dimensional knowledge. This is something that other professionals cannot imagine. On the 81st floor, An Yang looked down at the figures below who looked like busy ants. Everyone is working hard to get to the next level. The shorter the time spent at the bottom level, the higher the income will be. If you stay on the first 20 floors for too long, you may even be unable to reach the top of the late stage and lose the qualification to enter Jushao Sacred Land. There are not a few people who are eliminated every year because of this situation. But even if it is eliminated, other JoJo universities are still rushing to get it, CJDB. After all, if you stay on the ladder for just a few days, your attributes will be greatly improved. Far beyond ordinary professionals. Obtain 81 free attribute points. 10 minutes later, Anyang suddenly felt happy when he heard the notification sound in his mind. I have to say that the entry gift of Jushao Sacred Land is really awesome, the 81st floor ladder. A total of 81 attribute points can be obtained every 10 minutes. Even Anyang's divine level talent is almost equivalent to 2 consecutive levels of improvement. Not enough. Anyang directly added all of them to agility, which can make up for the shortcomings of agility attributes. Time passed slowly, Anyang was like a high and mighty king. Feeling the changes in the attributes within the body, while looking down at all living beings. I have to say that this feeling of being high up and seeing all the small mountains is really fascinating. The feeling of supremacy is addictive. No wonder countless people continue to pursue invincibility. The junior brothers and sisters of this year are so excited. Countless professionals are striving forward on the ladder here, but far away in a loft in Sacred Land. But there was a group of young people sitting leisurely on a white jade platform having high-grade tea and chatting. Someone was sitting on the railing at the edge of the platform, with a panoramic view of everything below. He couldn't help but sigh and said, "Haha, the age of great strife has begun. Maybe one of the junior brothers and sisters below will surpass you and me one day. Then, senior brother Wang, you will have to abdicate in favor of others." Someone answered the question with a sarcastic tone, and the first person to speak immediately smiled slightly and didn't care. The age of great strife. It's just the birth of another group of geniuses and monsters. Which one of you and me here didn't have this title back then? Senior brother Wang smiled indifferently and looked down silently. Once upon a time, he was also below. A climber on the white jade ladder, but today he is already the leader in the entire Jushao Sacred Land. Known as one of the top 10 beings in the Saint Child sequence, his status even surpasses some of the Sacred Land elders. How could you care about the rumors about the so-called Great War? That's not necessarily true. Several unprecedented professions have emerged this year, and the number one in this trial has been promoted to level 20, and he has also obtained the legendary hidden achievements. Just reward. There were also people with serious expressions on their faces, not daring to take the junior brothers and sisters below them lightly. After all, the news this year is really amazing, and the results far exceed those in previous years. First in the trial, are you talking about the auxiliary profession or a master? The corners of senior brother Wang's mouth were slightly raised, and his gaze fell on the young man on the 81st floor who looked like a banished immortal. Now I have a good skin, but the auxiliary profession is an auxiliary profession after all, but it is just a matter of taking advantage of the early stage. Everyone was silent. I have to say that what senior brother Wang said makes sense. As Jushao Sacred Land, it is the highest educational institution in the entire Dragon Kingdom Kyushu. It is also the sacred land that countless professionals dream of entering, and naturally includes many pretentious auxiliary professions. However, Jushao Sacred Land exists to cultivate the main C profession, and innate vetoes the existence of auxiliary professions. But this does not stop those auxiliary professions with amazing talents. Every year, there must be many unwilling auxiliary professions who want to break professional barriers. Force your way into Sacred Land as an auxiliary profession and serve as the team leader. At the beginning, there were many auxiliary professions that achieved extraordinary achievements with their amazing talents. However, as the level increases, they gradually develop. In the end, I had to bow my head and face the reality. The barriers in the direction of skills were as solid as a rock. Where is it so easy to break? The paladin, known as the most violent auxiliary profession, finally had to surrender to reality. In the end, he was reduced to a competent support and missed the main C position of the team. What's more, it's just an aura master. Instead of caring about this aura master, I think the demon lord on the 80th floor is very good. An inexplicable meaning flashed in Senior Brother Wang's eyes, and he lowered his gaze to Lin Linger. Oh, Senior Brother Wang really has a keen eye, haha. When everyone heard this, they immediately showed expressions of understanding and smiled as Dao integration. You are a foodie, but you don't want a subordinate who is strong, talented, and looks like a celestial immortal. But if Brother Wang wants to win over the second daughter, I'm afraid it won't be that simple. Some people looked at Senior Brother Wang meaningfully, but their words were not as respectful and awe-inspiring as others. Oh, what? Junior Brother Song is also interested. Senior Brother Wang was not angry when he heard this. He picked up the teacup and took a sip. He said with a smile. Haha, Senior Brother Wang, you know me well. If I take action, it will only be that one. Junior Brother Song's face was gentle, but his eyes were like poisonous snakes. Putting down the teacup, his eyes wandered, and he finally landed on the 76th floor. And Yang would definitely be shocked if he saw it, standing there. Amazingly, an old friend, Chen. Haha, you are worthy of Junior Brother Song, you really have a unique vision. Senior Brother Wang raised his eyebrows and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. It's good if there is no conflict of interest, otherwise the other party's strength will inevitably cause trouble for Yizhuang. However, he couldn't help but feel a little vigilant in his heart. Fang Chen is even more handsome than him, so Junior Brother Song is actually better than these 10. I can't help but stay away from him in the future. You guys, do you really think I'm a soft persimmon? You know, you and I didn't have such achievements back then. Another person shook his head with an inexplicable attitude, stood up and came to the railing to look down. The look in his eyes was not that relaxed. Haha, there's more than one person like you and me. But we are the only ones who can stand here today. Senior Brother Wang's expression remained unchanged, instead of being gentle but firm and powerful. Can stand out from countless competitors step by step and become the sacred land saint child. How could we not have this invincible self-confidence? Talent is one thing, career is another thing. But whether there is invincible belief is another story. Since ancient times, there have been countless talented people, but those who can truly stand at the top are. But they are only rare. Obviously, they can stand at the top. He already has achievements that surpass those of most monsters. We'll see, we weren't the ones standing here back then, but what about now? Speak solemnly. Be careful, I don't want to switch to an opponent I don't know at the last minute. That's not a good thing. Upon hearing this, Senior Brother Wang and others' expressions suddenly changed slightly, although they still didn't take it seriously. But it is inevitable that there are a few more concerns. On the ladder to heaven, everyone was silent. Some people's eyes flickered thoughtfully, while others hurriedly left with fierce eyes. But in the ladder to heaven, there is an endless stream of latecomers. Although the people above occupy the advantageous location, they still have the strength. The transcendents continue to leapfrog and fight. Sometimes you can see someone coming from behind and surpassing those who came before. However, the person at the top is. But Fang Chen and others are still untouchable. The two people who were shot down by Anyang finally climbed up again. But he could no longer return to his original position and could only follow behind with a pale face. I don't know if I feel resentment or regret. Get free attribute points plus 85. Get free attribute points plus 85. Opening parenthesis ... closing parenthesis. Alerts kept ringing in Anyang's ears. The effect of this latter was simply exaggerated. The effect of the high-level ones is much stronger than that of the purple jade mineral essence throne. Nearly 100 points of free attributes can be obtained every 10 minutes. Anyang adds agility and strength and starts to distribute them evenly in 3 dimensions. It took only an hour to climb to the 85th floor, but it was no longer possible to push Lin Linger and others far away. But he is not in a hurry. Such a treasure land with rising attributes. Even if you stay here for a year, you won't get tired of it. The 3-dimensional attributes are constantly rising, and the attributes brought by climbing the ladder are extremely terrifying. Every 10 minutes, you can obtain free attribute points of the same level as your level. This is a carnival for all outstanding professionals. Let everyone's strength increase crazily. But for the advance payment, Anyang could almost predict the difficulty of learning in Sacred Land. It must be incredible that such a terrifying foundation is needed. An hour later, and Yang's three-dimensional total had reached a terrifying 2,905. Successfully stood on the 9th rank 18 step, only rank 1 away from the top. And the gravity here has reached terrifying levels. The last level. And Yang took a deep breath and looked up firmly. In this last step, the white jade-like steps have a different color. A wisp of purple gold symbolizing nobility slowly moves along the steps, like a swimming dragon. 10 minutes later, the three dimensions finally exceeded 1,000. And Yang moved his body and stepped down hard with his feet. A terrifying force acted on the ladder to heaven, as if the entire ladder could not help but tremble. Countless professionals were shocked and couldn't help but look up, only to see a figure in white rising into the sky at the top. Soaring straight into the sky like a rock. The last floor. Someone is going to the last floor. What? How long has it been? We have reached the last floor. How is it possible in less than 2 days? Hiss. This is not the one I saw 3 hours ago. He was on the 10th floor with me. Now I have only reached the 40th floor and he has already reached the top. Who is this person? Isn't he too much? And Yang. It's him. What? He is the champion of this trial, the auxiliary profession of IV-20 and Yang. On the ladder to heaven, there was an uproar. Many people who had seen and Yang below were dumbfounded and looked up in disbelief. Shocking. There are also many well-informed people who recognized and Yang's identity at a glance. At that moment, he couldn't help but scream, causing countless people to be shocked. Now we've reached the top. On the 83rd step, a young man with a proud face was livid. Looking at that figure in the sky, I immediately clenched my fists, filled with resentment in my heart. If it weren't for Yang's existence, he might be above rank 10 now. However, now I am stopped at the 83rd platform. There are people on every step above. It is extremely difficult to surpass that. And Yang, I will remember you. A few steps further down, Dongfang Zhan, who was supposed to be ranked 4th, looked even gloomier. Looking at the strength of Dongfang exhibition, he is one of the best among this year's newcomers in Kyushu. In Jizhou, he is as famous as Fang Chen, and he was born from the even older Dongfang family. Layman's strength, talent, and origin are almost equal to those of Layman, but now he ranks outside the top 20. All this is thanks to Yang. How can I not hate it in my heart? Especially after being knocked down to the mortal world, it is extremely difficult to climb up again. Others occupy the advantageous position, even those whose strength is several levels inferior to him. He can also be easily suppressed so that he cannot go offside. He was an unknown existence that he didn't even look at in the past. Now that I can stand on top of his head and shit, I can't even mention the frustration in my heart. Now Yang has climbed directly to the top, which has brought him further excitement. Looking at that figure in white made my eyes turn red. However, no matter how jealous and envious they are, they can't stop Yang. His figure jumped and landed on the 99th step like a banished immortal. A terrifying force of gravity suddenly hit him. Click, click, crack, crack, and Yang suddenly groaned, and all the bones in his body seemed to be crushed. A stream of blood flowed out of the corner of his mouth uncontrollably, and the blood bar dropped to more than half in an instant. The gravity of the last layer is beyond imagination, directly jumping from 10 times to 20 times. Hey, stand up. And Yang was almost knocked down in an instant, and his whole body couldn't help but bend down as if struck by lightning. He just barely managed not to fall down by putting his hands on his knees, but the bones in his legs kept making cracking sounds. Severe pain spreads in every corner of the body, and the whole person feels like being crushed. Life also began to decrease continuously, and the gravity beyond the limit was enough to cause damage to the body of the professional. If you can't hold on, you may even be crushed to death. Haha, do you really think the last level is that simple? The gravity that doubles directly is not strong enough to crush you to death. A country bumpkin is a country bumpkin. If you dare to climb to the top without preparation, you will die without knowing how you died. Tisk, 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 I dare to climb to the top without the 3,500-year-old sand dimension. Now I'm afraid I won't be able to escape even if I want to. The first champion in history to die on the ladder will definitely be passed down through the ages. Quote. Seeing this scene, some people suddenly started to gloat. The second generation, who had looked livid and gloomy just now, suddenly showed proud smiles. It seems like I saw the scene where Anyang couldn't bear the gravity and was pressed down, unable to move, and then crushed to death. All it takes is a celebration with gongs and drums. Anyang. On the steps below, Lin Linger's expression also changed. She told Anyang in advance, but Anyang still chose to go up. She thought Anyang was well prepared, but seeing Anyang in such a scene still made her heart skip a beat. What are you barking at? Anyang hunched over, holding his knees with both hands and shaking slightly. Blood dripped down along with sweat, but his eyes were surprisingly bright. Looking at the barking crowd below, he smiled coldly. Under the shocked gazes of everyone, he maintained this posture even though his body was shaking. But it always stands tall. Someone with a sharp eye soon discovered that although injuries continued to appear on the top of Anyang's head, there was no sign of his wealth declining. Recovery. He can withstand more than 100 injuries per second. What the hell? So amazing. Hundreds of points of blood returned per second. It's aura. He is aura master. Aura must have a percentage of his health back to be able to barely resist. Can you really hold on? Go straight to the top. Impossible. Aura consumes the most mana. Once the mana is used up, recovery will naturally be interrupted, and you will inevitably end up being crushed to death. But the blue bar hasn't been lowered either. The mocking and gloating crowd gradually became silent. But countless people looked up at the young man standing at the top, and their curved spine gradually grew taller. Upright. Obtain 200 free attribute points. 10 long and difficult minutes passed, and when the pleasant sound sounded, Anyang felt ecstatic. 20 times the gravity is indeed not for nothing. When the difficulty is doubled, the rewards are also doubled. 98th. The reward of 98 points every 10 minutes has been directly increased to 200 points. All added to strength. Anyang did not hesitate and directly added the 200 attributes he just received to his strength. Suddenly I felt my body relax slightly, and the gravity that almost crushed my bones was no longer so terrifying. Although I still can't stand up, the severe pain of injury that is always present in my body has been alleviated a lot. Obtain 200 free attribute points. Obtain 200 free attribute points. Opening parenthesis ... closing parenthesis. Time passed by minute, and the students below looked at Anyang in shock. I don't know when the bent young man's spine has straightened, and the white clothes soaked in blood and sweat are no longer as clean as snow. But it's even more dazzling. Boom. The moment Anyang stood upright, a purple gold dragon suddenly rushed out from the white jade steps. The earth-shattering dragon roar resounded through the sky, and the dragons roamed in the sky. Then it suddenly swooped down and sank directly into the head of Anyang. Ah! Ho! Anyang's body froze, and he felt the infinite power in his body expanding. It almost made his body explode. Countless power had nowhere to vent, and finally it turned into a shocking roar that erupted from the mouth. Rich unknown energy particles erupted from the mouth, eventually turning into a dragon soul shadow. Submerged in Anyang's shoulders again. In a certain hall in Sacred Land, an old man suddenly opened his eyes gently when he heard the brilliant dragon roar. Successfully reached the summit, it's time to start Sacred Land. The old man murmured to himself, opened his eyes and looked into the distance. His eyes seemed to be able to transmigrate time and space, and he set his sights on the top of the ladder. Auxiliary profession. The old man frowned slightly and suddenly felt a little unhappy. Shadow, please let me know. This year's assessment will be difficult. At the top of the ladder, Anyang had no idea that he had somehow offended a big boss again. He also has no idea how prejudiced the world is against auxiliary professions. At this moment, he was immersed in the surprise of Dragon Soul baptism. This great gift from Sacred Land really shocked him. Just one introduction, the harvest has already far exceeded the conditions offered by Kyushu University. *TT. All I can say is that this trip was well worth it. Get buff. Dragon Soul baptism. Defense plus 50%. Attack plus 50%, experience plus 50%. Duration 1 year. The Dragon Soul Baptism buff is a reward for the first person to climb the ladder. 1 year only. There is someone. Anyang was pleasantly surprised when he looked at the attributes of Dragon Soul. The improvement of offense and defense was secondary to him. But this improvement in experience is not that simple. A 50% experience increase is equivalent to upgrading half as fast as others. What it brings is not only an improvement in strength, but also a quick upgrade and a quick job transfer, including gaining many points in Sacred Land and catching up with senior brothers and sisters faster. Leave your peers far behind. Congratulations to junior brother and Yang for successfully reaching the top of the ladder. 9 Heaven's Sacred Land, open. Just when Yang was overjoyed, suddenly a voice like a lark came from behind. In the distance, the gate of Jushao Holy City suddenly opened, and many young people with strong aura and extraordinary temperament walked out. The steps are steady and impressive, and some are riding mounts of various rare birds and exotic animals. Junior brother and Yang, have you finished getting the 100-time reward? After you finish getting it, please follow me. I will take you to pass the assessment before you can officially join Sacred Land. The first person to come over was a woman wearing a green gauze skirt, with a more mature temperament than Lin Linger. The face is not very beautiful, but the unique temperament is completely different from the outsiders. It's the kind that becomes more pleasing to the eye the more you look at it, and its voice is as light as a lark. Okay, let me ask you, senior sister Luan, why are you running so fast? It turns out you are waiting here. Point 0. Several more women chased after her, looking at the first girl and laughing. This is this year's champion, junior brother and Yang. He is truly a talented person. Wow, he's so handsome. He's still auxiliary profession, because it's so good. Junior brother and, I am Zhou Shuyi, an inner disciple. I'll be waiting for you in the inner sect, come on. You little prodigal, you won't let any handsome guy go, right? Junior brother, I can take you to level up, remember to come to me when the time comes. A group of women looked at Yang with their eyes shining as if they wanted to swallow him. Yang couldn't help tightening his clothes. Okay, you bunch of sluts, be careful of scaring our junior brother. The senior sister who came first glared at them angrily and opened her arms like a hen protecting her calf to block Yang. Only then did a group of senior sisters drive away. Junior brother, don't be afraid, they just want to steal customers from me. Senior sister Luan drove away the competitors and then turned around to explain. The two had a brief chat, and Yang finally understood why these senior sisters were so outrageous. In Jushao Sacred Land, gold coins are not as precious as in the outside world. The circulation is only limited to some ordinary commodities. Really valuable equipment, props, resources, etc. all require Sacred Land points to purchase. For example, tickets for various dungeons, secret realm land reclamation rights, including various popular skill books and high-level equipment. Sacred Land points are required to purchase transactions, and there are many ways to earn points. You can complete the tasks released by Sacred Land, or discover new dungeons, secret realm or even forbidden areas. Strategies for making a certain copy, tips for advancing various professions, and tips for using the skills of each profession together, including the team configuration, approximate strength, equipment, etc. needed to open up a copy of the Wasteland or attack a certain boss. You can get certain points. Welcome is also a kind of Sacred Land mission. It is still a relatively simple one. Once a year, we lead new students to learn about Sacred Land. Help them complete registration, admission, class placement, familiarity with Sacred Land rules, etc. You can get a lot of points, and every year it is a must-do for many not-so-top-notch disciples of Sacred Land. Among them, the better the performance of the junior and junior sisters you are responsible for receiving, the higher their ranking on the ladder will be. Naturally, the points earned will be higher. And Yang, naturally became the favorite in the eyes of all the welcoming senior sisters and brothers. It's just that they have obviously divided their service targets before coming out. From the conversation with the senior sister, Yang learned that her name was Luan Bingbran. The strength is so impressive that Yang is impressed, but he has only been in Sacred Land for 1 year. Now he is a professional who has reached level 3 and over 80. If placed in their ancient city, he would be a top-notch expert who could conquer an entire city by himself. But among the inner disciples, he only holds a middle-class position. I can't even afford a better dungeon ticket, and my life is very tight. What a miserable word. Sacred Land, is this curling too? And Yang secretly smacked his tongue. The inside and outside of Sacred Land are simply two worlds. Sacred Land, which is responsible for the development of the entire Dragon Kingdom, is indeed beyond the imagination of ordinary people. However, when she found out that Yang had only received more than 20 awards, Luan Bingran's expression turned a little ugly. This means she will have to wait here for more than 10 hours. Such a long time is enough to receive several junior brothers and sisters, my lord. Wait. How many times did you say you received it? Luan Bingran reacted suddenly and looked at Yang in disbelief and asked. 26 times, what's wrong? After reaching the top of the ladder, it is actually very boring. You can only stand and wait for rewards again and again. And Yang was also happy to have someone to chat with. Looking at the shocked Luan Bingran with her mouth wide open, she couldn't help but feel a little baffled. 26 times. I only received it 26 times. How is that possible? Luan Bingran's eyes widened and she screamed and asked. To reach the top of the ladder, you need at least 3,500 three-dimensional skills. You have only received it 20 times. The initial attributes must be at least 1,800 or more. Luan Bingran entered Sacred Land last year, although she didn't seem to be doing well among the inner disciples of Sacred Land. But that also depends on who you are comparing with. Every person from Sacred Land who goes out to any Kyushu University will be a terrifying existence with 1 against 100. If she can reach the middle level, she is already one of the top talents in a million. I also climbed the ladder to heaven last year, and after a simple calculation, I immediately calculated the initial 3 dimensions of Yang. Before entering Sacred Land, there are generally more than 3,000 three-dimensional levels of more than 10 levels. This is simply unimaginable. 74 more times. Each time you get 200, your three-dimensional attributes will be close to 20,000 as soon as you enter Sacred Land. Luan Bingran was shocked. Her eyes suddenly lit up. This is not a junior who has just entered Sacred Land. How many inner disciples who entered the Sacred Land last year do not have such terrifying strength? Such a monster might be able to compete with Saint Child in the future. If we can build a good relationship now, there will be many benefits in the future. Junior brother N. Luan Bingran's eyes flickered, and she suddenly transformed into a cute girl. Holding Yang's arm, she started to act like a baby, and her voice almost came out. Junior brother N, you are so amazing. And Yang naturally knows what Luan Bingran is thinking, but it is 807, that comes for free. It is better not to take it for free. Although Lin Linger is beautiful, she is a bit young and green after all. The most important thing is that this senior sister Luan's chest is extremely proud, conservatively estimated to be at least D or above. This is a scale far beyond that of Lin Linger. At this moment, 2 mountain peaks tightly wrap Yang's arms. That feeling is simply amazing. The two didn't chat for long, and Lin Linger finally got ready. Jump up from the 98th step. The huge gravity hit, making her delicate body soften and almost collapse to the ground. Fortunately, Yang was already prepared and supported her in time. Lin Linger's face turned pale and she couldn't use any strength. She lay directly in Yang's arms. If Yang hadn't supported him, he would have been crushed directly by the terrifying gravity. Yang. Lin Linger was weak, but she still looked at the proud Luan Bingran beside her with vigilance. She just saw that the senior sister kept rubbing Yang's arm with her breasts. It's so obvious what the intention is. HMPH, Vixen. Lin Linger cursed secretly in her heart, but couldn't help but become worried. Yang has never seen much of the world in the ancient city, so the two of them are naturally at odds with each other. But now in the Sacred Land, Yang is extremely talented and has unrivaled strength. Not to mention appearance, such an outstanding existence will probably attract the attention of many senior sisters. You will inevitably usher in a large number of competitors. Brother Yang, do you like this? Lin Linger's eyes fell on Luan Bingran's breasts, a trace of envy flashed in her eyes. Lying on Yang's shoulder, he asked softly. Ahem, I like them all. Yang looked slightly embarrassed and quickly changed the topic. Senior sister Luan, this is Lin Linger, the little princess of the Lin family in Juhua City, Yuzhou, and also my girlfriend. Hearing Yang's introduction, Lin Linger immediately blushed. But in my heart, it was as if the food was not half as sweet, and the jealousy just now disappeared. The Lin family in Juhua City, Yuzhou. Luan Bingran's face was also slightly shaken, and she glanced at Lin Linger with envy. Although the other party was just a schoolgirl who had just entered school this year, she did not dare to offend her at all. After all, the Lin family of Juhua City in Yuzhou is also ranked high when looking at the entire Dragon Kingdom JoJo. It is a giant force for everyone. Moreover, with the Lin family's background, every year, outstanding children are admitted to Jushao Sacred Land. A certain saint child in Sacred Land today is from the Lin family. Lin Yadong, saint child, who is the junior sister? Luan Bingran asked cautiously. It's my second brother. Lin Linger suddenly found her confidence, raised her head and said proudly. Hiss. Luan Bingran suddenly took a breath of cold air, her eyes moving back and forth between the two of them. Finally, I had to give up the idea of seducing An Yang. After all, if she offended this little princess, her already difficult life would probably become even more difficult. This is the inner sect's welcoming senior sister, Luan Bingran. An Yang also didn't expect that the strength of the Lin family was so terrifying. There was actually a saint child in Sacred Land who was Lin Linger's biological brother. I've met junior sister Lin. Luan Bingran was obviously a senior sister, but at this moment she nodded respectfully to say hello. Senior sister Luan. Lin Linger naturally found it hard to show off when the other party was like this. He nodded in return. Linger, how many more rewards do you have left? An Yang asked, holding Lin Linger's waist, feeling a little regretful. At this time, there were 3 people present, and Luan Bingran was a lot more reserved. His good days were finally over. I still have a dozen more times before I'm done. It'll probably take another 2 hours. An Yang nodded, having a general understanding. The 3 of them stood at the top chatting, but most of them Lin Linger introduced the basic situation of Sacred Land to An Yang. Luan Bingran added some omissions, and 2 hours passed by in a flash. An Yang also has a certain understanding of Sacred Land. Jushao Sacred Land is different from other universities. It is maintained and operated in the form of a sect. Those who have just entered Sacred Land are called handyman disciples. Only those who reach the top of the ladder can skip this step and directly become outer disciples, enjoying certain subsidies and rewards from Sacred Land. For example, monthly guaranteed points rewards, issuance of free dormitories, meal cards, free dungeon tickets, etc. Other disciples need to successfully transform within 3 days before they can become outer disciples. It can be regarded as officially joining Jushao Sacred Land. On weekdays, there are no teachers in Sacred Land, and only a few times a month the elders of the outer sect teach the secrets of the exercises. It is a treasure exclusively used by big forces to enhance the 3-dimensionality through meditation and practice. It can be said that even if you don't have points to buy dungeon tickets, you can upgrade monsters. You can also improve your strength by practicing exercises in the dormitory, but the speed will be slower. Occasionally, Sacred Land will release new missions. After some inner disciples intercept the missions, they will find a few well-connected outer disciples to refresh the dungeon and help new people upgrade. After reaching level 30 and completing the second transfer, you can apply for promotion to an inner disciple. After passing the assessment, you can officially become an inner disciple and enjoy better treatment. You can purchase higher dungeon tickets, and you can also start going out for experience. You can even occasionally bid for the right to open up some dungeons with new hairstyles, and lead your team to go out to open up Wasteland. You also have the right to go to Kyushu University to find auxiliary professions as teammates. It can be said that becoming an inner sect disciple gives you the opportunity to become famous throughout the world. If you are strong, your reputation will spread to other schools. If you perform well, you may even be valued by the powerful people in Sacred Land and become a disciple. Reach the sky in 1 step. Of course, this chance is so small that it can be ignored. Most of them continue to upgrade and apply for core disciples after successfully transferring 3 times. After the 4th turn, you are promoted to a true disciple. At this point, you have almost reached the pinnacle of most professionals' lives. If you want to break through the 5th rank, it will be extremely difficult. Even among 10,000 level 4 peak professionals, one may not be able to achieve a successful breakthrough. Shu Chongchun, the old man who brought Anyang to Sacred Land, is actually just a subversive 4th-level professional. The true identity of Jushao Sacred Land is actually just a true disciple. However, although true disciples carry the title of disciple, their actual status has surpassed that of most elders in Sacred Land. There are only 100 true disciples still alive in the entire Sacred Land. If you want to make further breakthroughs and become a rank 5 powerhouse, then you can enter the high-level organization of Sacred Land, and your words and deeds can determine the fate of countless students in Jushao Sacred Land. Looking at the entire Dragon Kingdom, it is also a resounding presence. Among so many levels, there is a rather special existence. That's Saint Child. Lin Linger's second brother Lin Yadong is now one of the saint children of Jushao Sacred Land. If you want to become a Saint Child, you must first become a core disciple. Then, if you rank among the top 10 in the annual Saint Child Challenge, you can become the Saint Child of Jushao Sacred Land. Get key training. In addition to these, there is also a very common organization in Sacred Land. That is the major guilds. Because of the existence of new tasks, inner disciples can get points rewards by bringing new people to upgrade the dungeon. But with so many newcomers every year, it's a question of who to bring and who not to bring. Eventually, guilds came into being, and strong men established guild forces. Recruit potential disciples among new people to join the guild, and when taking on new tasks, priority will be given to new people in the guild. Since then, others have followed suit, and eventually each guild has swept the entire Sacred Land. It is said that all the guilds are actually controlled by the Saint Child. A Sacred Land is also a society, even a higher level and more cruel society. Listening to Luan Bingran's introduction, Anyang felt slightly emotional. Sacred Land, an organization that exists at the top of the Dragon Kingdom, has tens of thousands of people. Over the years, a complex social system has been formed, because many people in Sacred Land come from big families and powerful forces. In the end, with Sacred Land as the center, a huge spider web was formed that affected the entire Dragon Kingdom. Hesitation. There are many geniuses and monsters in Sacred Land, and their huge influence is beyond imagination. The cruelty is unimaginable. A few people were chatting, and Feng Chen and others also climbed to the top one after another. However, they were not as lucky as Lin Linger. They did not dare to climb to the top rashly until they had the strength to withstand 20 times gravity. But only dared to come up after all the opportunities have been exhausted at the 98th or even lower ladder. Then the brothers and sisters of their respective factions sent people or came to pick them up in person. The faces of those who were pushed down by Anyang were even more gloomy. Before leaving, they glared at Anyang fiercely, as if they wanted to say something, but were quickly pulled away by the person behind them. Someone from the Lin family also came. A tall woman came to pick up Lin Linger. The woman has a tall figure and a peerless temperament. Her appearance is no less than that of Lin Linger, and she even has a bit more mature charm. He has a very positive attitude towards Lin Linger. Enthusiasm seems to have a close relationship with her second brother Lin Yadong. Anyang, I'm leaving first. I'm going to find my second brother to get you a skill book. Before leaving, Lin Linger smiled slyly. Farewell to Anyang. The ladder to heaven gradually became lively, and many testers climbed to the top one after another. Those with powerful backgrounds were quickly picked up, while those without powerful personalities were greeted enthusiastically by senior brothers and sisters. Slowly, more tables, chairs, benches and tents were added, and banners were hung one by one on the tents. Various trade unions called for recruitment. It's like this every year. Although newcomers don't have much strength, their potential to enter Sacred Land is not bad. Basically, everyone is welcome. Looking at Anyang's stunned face, Luan Bingran explained disapprovingly. But for the real geniuses, someone will specially come to invite you, and they will also offer you a lot of money. These ordinary people basically just follow the fate. Anyang nodded. This is very much like the university in his previous life. Various trade unions recruit new members, but some universities have to pay money to join the union. There is no such rule here. Basically everyone wants it. Why didn't anyone invite me? Anyang touched his nose and asked a little embarrassed. Ah, junior brother and is joking. Everyone sees your relationship with Miss Lin. Which ordinary guild dares to invite you? Luan Bingran shook her head. In fact, she had paid this attention before. If Eun-young, who is the #1 freshman this year, can be invited to the meeting, she will also get a lot of rewards. However, when he saw Lin Linger, he quietly gave up this idea. After all, Lin Linger's second brother Lin Yadong is the famous saint child of Jushao Sacred Land. He is also ranked among the top 10 saint children, and the power of his Tajai guild is spread throughout the entire Sacred Land. There are also many branch unions. With the relationship between Lin Linger and Eun-young, no one would be wise enough to win over Eun-young. That's it. Eun-young was thoughtful. He realized the unfathomable depth of Sacred Land before he really entered Jushao Sacred Land. Now it seems that this pool of water may be deeper than I thought. There are so many factions that it has reached such a point that just a few connections have already been labeled. More than 10 hours have passed, and there are not many people left on the ladder to the sky. Those who can climb up have basically already climbed up, while those who are weaker and have received all the rewards are still unable to reach the top. I had no choice but to give up, turned around and left sadly. Eun-young finally received the last reward, which was more than 10,000 three-dimensional attributes. It filled Eun-young's body almost as if his whole body was going to explode. Name: Eun-young. Occupation: Divine Aura Master. Level: IV20, 0.30%. Strength: 6,250. Agility: 6,250. Intelligence: 6,250. Free attribute points: 0. Equipment: Divine Jade Green Bag Book, Frost Mystical Robe, Wind Boots, Water Repellent Beads, Level 3. Talent: the only supreme level divine enhancement LV2. The attribute points gained are increased 5 times for each level, and the skill effect and range are increased 50 times. Immolation Aura IV5. Causes 3,500 points of damage plus 140% of own attack power per second to all enemies within a radius of 2,500 meters, consuming 30 mana points per second. Glorious Aura IV5. All friendly forces within a radius of 2,500 meters recover 300 mana points per second. Freezing Aura IV3. Triggers freezing every 3 seconds on enemies within a radius of 1,000 meters, lasting 1.5 seconds and causing damage 150 times the own intelligence value each elimination. 50 points of magic. Durability Aura IV3. All friendly forces within a radius of 1,500 meters recover 400 health points per second. Blessings Aura IV2. Increase the basic attack of all friendly forces within 1,000 meters by 1,000%. Agility Aura IV2. Increase the movement speed of all friendly forces within 1,000 meters by 1,000%. Combo Aura IV2. All friendly forces within 1,000 meters have a 100% chance of triggering a combo damage when attacking. Crit Hit Aura IV2. The critical hit rate of all friendly forces within 2,000 meters increases by 40%, and its own effect is doubled. Critical Damage Aura IV2. The critical damage of all friendly forces within 2,000 meters is increased by 100%, and the own effect is doubled. Strong Attack Aura IV2. The long-range attack of teammates within 2,000 meters increases the attack power and attack speed by 1,000%, and the own effect is doubled. 18,750 in 3 dimensions. Eun-young opened his attribute panel and looked at the indescribably luxurious attributes. I couldn't help but be secretly excited. After a day and a night of traveling and climbing the ladder, the aura skill he obtained later was finally upgraded again. The night in Sacred Land is also as bright as day. There seems to be no night here. After closing the property panel, Luan Bingran walked with Eun-young in Sacred Land. Introduce him to the situation in each region. In fact, what can be introduced is very limited. In more than 10 hours of chatting, Eun-young had already learned everything about Sacred Land. There are only a handful of places that Eun-young, who is still a handyman disciple, can enter. Most places require inner disciples to enter. That is to say, I will focus on introducing the Sacred Land Plaza and the Mission Hall. The Sacred Land Plaza is where the outer sect elders explain the exercises. All disciples can come on time to listen to the lectures, and it is said that occasionally they will also explain how to use high-level combat skills, etc. It is one of the places that all disciples must understand. Then the two came to the Mission Hall, which is also a place that all Sacred Land disciples must know. In the next few years everyone will accept tasks here to earn points, and then use the points to buy and redeem everything. The mission hall is divided into 4 floors, corresponding to the outer door, inner door, core and true inheritance. Disciples of any level can go to that floor to accept the mission. This is the exchange office. You can redeem all items with points, whether it is equipment, skills, law treasure, dungeon tickets, strategies, materials, etc. Luan Bingran pointed to the side of the mission hall, where there was only a row of electronic screens. There were many people lighting something there, and then some people left with expressions of pain and others with expressions of joy. This is the dungeon portal. All dungeons owned by Sacred Land need to be entered through here. Friendly reminder, you need to buy a separate ticket for each transmission. Luan Bingran blinked and said playfully. And Yang's eyelids twitched and he walked around but didn't find anything special. This week, I was desperate for money, which became my first impression of Sacred Land. Okay, this is the dormitory for your outer disciples. You are the first to climb the ladder, here. Luan Bingran continued to move forward with Anyang, and soon came to a dormitory area. Rows of dormitories are arranged neatly, but if you look carefully, you can clearly see that the dormitories in each row are different in size and shape. Especially the 10 in the first row, the first one is the largest and most luxurious. Anyang could even feel an inexplicable aura, somewhat similar to the aura of the purple jade mineral essence throne. Almost solidified. The dormitory has no name, only a number engraved on the door. This is yours, but whether you can keep it, depends on your own ability. Luan Bingran pointed at the dormitory, meaning something. Do I still need to keep my dormitory? Is there any benefit? And Yang's heart moved, otherwise there would be no reason why someone would challenge him. But from the outside it does look different from other dormitories. Okay, junior brother, and my mission is completed. If you don't understand anything in the future, you can always ask me. Luan Bingran breathed a sigh of relief and waved to Anyang to say goodbye. By the way, you are admitted to Sacred Land as an auxiliary profession. There should be a separate assessment. Don't forget to go to the square tomorrow morning to take it. Anyang nodded. Shu Chongchun had already mentioned this issue before ascending the ladder. Luan Bingran reluctantly said goodbye to Anyang. After spending a day together, she unconsciously had a good impression of this junior brother. Not only is he handsome and strong, but he is also very easygoing. Although I like to wipe oil occasionally. But it seems to feel pretty good. It's a pity, people from the Lin family took action first. Luan Bingran felt secretly regretful and a little sour in her heart. But thinking about completing the task and getting another amount of points, I suddenly felt refreshed. Walk quickly towards the mission hall. How to enter this dormitory? On the other side, Anyang, who was alone again, stood at the door of the dormitory but was a little dumbfounded. I scratched my head and looked left and right, but I couldn't find a keyhole. I looked around and saw that the dormitories number 2 and number 3 next to me clearly have keyholes. Boom! Anyang tried to push the door directly, and suddenly a purple gold dragon suddenly appeared behind him. The majestic momentum made the sky seem to be blown open, and the dragon suddenly poured into the tight door. The door that was originally closed suddenly opened with a bang. A strong and inexplicable smell hits your nostrils, refreshing. Dorm number 1 is open. It's senior brother Anyang. Senior brother Anyang is here. The baptism of the wandering dragon. I heard that the first person to climb the ladder every year can get the buff of the baptism of the wandering dragon. The effect is extremely abnormal. HMPH, no matter how you are, it's just an auxiliary profession. It's destined to be surpassed by us in the future. Yes, professional barriers are not so easy to break. The paladin who was so strong back then could only become a green leaf in the end. The huge movement immediately attracted the attention of the people around. Each dormitory opened wide and someone came out. Looking at the purple gold dragon emerging from Anyang's body in dormitory number 1, everyone was filled with envy and jealousy. Some people even said directly that it was no big deal, as if they had surpassed Anyang. The strong smell of lemon fills the air. Anyang has a panoramic view of everything, and most of the people who come out are familiar faces. But what surprised him was that except for Lin Linger from dormitory number 2 who didn't show up, the people from number 3 to number 6 were not the same people he had surpassed on the ladder. Instead, There were a few more unfamiliar faces, and even Fang Chen, who was supposed to be fourth, could only stand at the door of dormitory number 10 with a lonely look in his eyes. Is there another dark horse coming from behind? And Yang was slightly surprised. He didn't pay much attention to the ladder after reaching the summit during the day. I kept chatting with Luan Bingbran and Lin Linger, but I didn't know what happened. And Yang shook his head and ignored it, and went directly into the dormitory. Dormitory number 1, said to be a dormitory, is actually a single-family villa. The entrance is a yard the size of a football field, with a huge swimming pool on one side. On the other side is a training ground with many wooden dummies placed there. And Yang's eyes suddenly lit up. These wooden mannequins looked simple, but in fact they all cost a lot of money. It is specially used for professionals to test their own skills and combat power. Its only characteristic is that it has rough skin and thick flesh. You can adjust your own defense to test your own skill damage. And you can also set up a battle mode, which is said to be the work of a living professional puppet master. He had only heard of it in legends before, but he never expected that Sacred Land would be so generous. There are several placed directly in the single dormitory. In addition, there is a pavilion and an open space for practicing, but they are of little use to him. Only those melee professions can use it. In the innermost part of the courtyard is a 3-story villa with a simple and grand hall style. The door is still unlocked, but it seems to be able to identify the owner. And Yang walked over and the door opened automatically. There was nothing special inside. It's just an ordinary living environment, with a hall and 2 guest rooms on the first floor. In the middle, there was something like a stone tablet standing abruptly in the hall. And Yang knew that this was clearly the thing used by high-level cave mansion to identify its owner. Similar to the legendary core computer room. As long as the master is successfully recognized, all functions of the dormitory can be activated with just a thought. And Yang couldn't wait to step forward and put his hand on the stone tablet. The owner of dormitory number 1 is being identified. Detected the dragon baptism buff, recognized the owner successfully. Closing square bracket. Host of dormitory number 1, and Yang, buff, experience blessing, automatically gain 10,000 experience points every hour. Blessing of life, increase the life recovery speed 10 times in the dormitory. Blessing of the Dharma God, increase the mana recovery speed tenfold in the dormitory. Talent blessing, randomly obtain a limited time talent every day, up to SS level. A series of pleasant notification sounds suddenly sounded in his mind, and Yang's eyes widened in disbelief. This dormitory actually has such amazing effects. There are 4 buffs on the upper body, the first 3 will be ignored. For Yang, it's better than nothing, but the 4th talent blessing is a bit outrageous. Talent is another ability independent of profession. It is also a symbol of genius. Normally, there may not be even one talented person among 10,000 professionals. You can imagine how valuable talent is. And Yang has never heard that there are other ways to obtain talents, but the scene in front of him clearly broke his knowledge. This dormitory can actually randomly obtain a talent every day. Even if it's limited time, it's incredible. No wonder Luan Bingbran said that he must have the strength to keep it. Such a heaven-defying function. If it were him who knew about it, he would definitely try every means to fight for it, and others would definitely not give in. Sacred Land, it doesn't seem to be that impressive. And Yang murmured to himself with a smile on his face. Finally his impression of Sacred Land changed slightly. But he soon changed his mind. Nah, give me back the points. Trying to activate the buff, and Yang's face suddenly darkened. The first 3 blessings were obtained successfully, but the last talent blessing actually prompted that 100 points were needed to activate it. He has no points at all now, and he doesn't even know whether 100 points is more or less. Frustrated, and Yang had to give up his plan to activate his second talent. I simply took a shower and went to the second floor to sleep. There was no talking all night, and the outer square was noisy the next morning. There are still a few days until the official opening of Jushao Sacred Land, and there are still many professionals working hard to climb on the ladder outside. Normally it would take a week, but now it has only been 3 days. But this does not mean that the freshmen have nothing to do. Most of them are busy joining major guilds. But Yang is now going to take part in the special recruitment assessment, and there are many like him. Some of them have the same auxiliary profession as him, but they try to join Sacred Land. There are also many people who are not at level 15, but have successfully reached level 15 due to various reasons. Except for the combat professionals who have taken the trial to reach level 15 and pass the Sacred Land exam. Everyone else needs to take a special recruitment assessment, and only those who successfully pass can truly become a Sacred Land disciple. The person in charge of this special recruitment assessment is an outer sect elder. Although he is called an elder, he does not look that old. He was a middle-aged man wearing black armor, with his whole body almost covered in armor. Don't be angry and be proud. The area around the square was filled with many spectators, including new students, many inner disciples who had nothing to do, and even core disciples watching from the attic in the distance. Start the roll call. The armored middle-aged man glanced at everyone indifferently, his voice was like a mechanical sound. There is no emotion in indifference. Enyang. Arrive. Enyang took a step forward and shouted back. In an instant, everyone's eyes couldn't help but fall on him. He is Enyang. It doesn't look like anything special. So handsome. I saw it when I climbed the ladder yesterday. It only took a few hours to reach the top. After reaching the top, I received more than 70 rewards. Hiss. What? More than 70 times? Isn't that more than 10,000 attributes? Yes, the total number is estimated to be close to 20,000 in 3 dimensions. Tisk, tisk, you are truly worthy of being the first person to be tested in history. He is really powerful. Haha, it's just an auxiliary profession in the powerful. If you don't support well but do the main job, isn't this because you are full and can hold on? Yes, the same was true for Elder Feng Zonghua back then. But in the end he could only be an outer sect elder. Enyang has broken the record. It is said that there are hidden achievement rewards in the trial land. Maybe it can break this curse. A group of inner disciples in the outer stands were whispering, their eyes fell on Enyang and they were slightly amazed. The eyes of the senior sisters all shone. Such a handsome and talented junior brother was undoubtedly their favorite. The senior brothers, on the other hand, all had red eyes with jealousy and badmouthed them in sour tones. But no one refutes it. After all, there are countless auxiliary professions with amazing talents in Jushao Sacred Land who have used their own experiences to prove the horror of professional barriers. Chen Cece. Arrive. Wang Erhua. Arrive. The armored man glanced at Enyang a few more times and silently remembered the name in his heart. Then the roll call started one after another. After a while, more than 100 names were called. In the end, more than a dozen people did not arrive, but the middle-aged man seemed to have no intention of waiting for them. With a wave of one hand, a circular portal suddenly appeared in the square. Here we go, it's time to begin. Hey, guess where this year's assessment will be? What's there to guess? Why don't we guess who will clear the level first? There is no doubt that it's Enyang. How long do you think it will take him to clear the level? I guess 10 minutes, anyone bet? I'll give you 100 points and bet on him for more than 10 minutes. Haha, this test is not that simple. I also bet for more than 10 minutes and 100 points. That's not necessarily true. I think within 10 minutes, I'll bet 100 points. 0 degrees. Quote quote. As the portal opened, the brothers and sisters from the inner sect who were watching the excitement suddenly became energetic. I don't know who even opened a betting market, but what makes the contestants below jealous is that this betting market was opened for Enyang alone. It obviously has nothing to do with them. It's limited to 1 hour. If you can't pass the level within 1 hour, it will be considered a failure and you need to exit Sacred Land. The elder explained the rules calmly and did not give anyone time to ask questions. With a wave of his hand, everyone was swallowed up by the portal uncontrollably. The next second, a ray of light flashed. There was only one person left in the entire square. The elder's pupils shrank, and he looked in disbelief at Enyang, who stayed there with a confused look on his face. If he hadn't seen clearly that Enyang entered the teleportation gate and then came out, he would have almost thought that there was something wrong with his teleportation. How is it possible? Cleared the level. The elder checked it silently, and his eyes widened in the next second. He looked at Enyang dumbfounded. You cleared the level. You cleared it in an instant. Seems like it. Enyang touched his nose speechlessly, and he also looked confused. When I first entered the dungeon, before I could see what it was like, I heard a series of explosion damage prompts. Then it was transmitted again. Wow. As soon as these words came out, a group of senior brothers and sisters who were watching the fun suddenly burst into an uproar. Countless people looked at Anyang in disbelief. If they didn't know that the elder's strength was unfathomable. Moreover, the person in charge of the assessment is an elder from the outer sect of criminal law, who has always been impartial and impartial. I'm afraid you might think that the two of them colluded to cheat. This passed the level in 1 second. How can there be a second? Not even a tenth of a second. Is this really cleared? Why don't I look at him and not move? It moved, but it came out again in an instant. Holy shit, look, the results are out, and it took 0.01 seconds. Hiss. Countless people were instantly in an uproar, taking a breath of cold air and looking at the innocent Anyang in disbelief. I almost suspected that I was dazzled. I hope everyone will support it and subscribe more.